Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, squirrel friends of the world. We are here with another episode of our coverage of Wisconsin versus Ezra McCandless. So things were a little bit derailed due to tropical depression Debbie, which was a hurricane and then became a tropical depression. And for anyone who was watching the Karen Reed hearing yesterday, we got about, 20 minutes into the hearing when I lost internet, not just me, but the neighborhood, because a house down the road, right around the corner, had a huge tree fall over and take out all the power lines and took out that pole, and they were replacing it. And I was without internet for a while, but we got it back now. So kind of threw a monkey wrench into the system. So this episode, which was going to happen last night, is now happening tonight. And then what we will do is tomorrow, we will watch the entire hearing start to finish, which in a way, it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, I'm trying to look on the bright side here because, at least we can feel more like we can pause it to talk about things, answer questions, comments, and whatnot, without having to kind of keep up with real time. So we will cover that entire hearing tomorrow, since I know everybody wanted to watch it together. And of course I wanted to cover it. So we will do that tomorrow. And that will be the plan. So let me get my music going here. Night driving. Here we go. Set the mood. It's a Saturday evening here where I'm at. Nice Saturday night driving tunes, some sweet tunes. So this trial is so interesting, and I have really enjoyed putting together these videos and getting to see a lot of this for the first time, and full of surprises. There's so many interesting things that are coming up, and there's going to be so much to talk about from this episode. And I'm also almost done with the next episode. So due to all the issues with the storm, I'm kind of actually ahead of getting the videos ready before the live streams, which isn't the worst thing in the world. So we'll probably be able to watch that next episode for the Ezra series on Monday. I mean, I'm sure we will. I could have it ready really soon. So anyway, but tomorrow we will be watching that Karen Reed hearing. So I do have a little fun thing planned for the beginning, and it's going to be a little video of the history of the Squirrel Crew World Tour. And the way it kind of started was my initial thought was that I was going to put together a little video of like a compilation of all the times that I sing "I Believe I Can Fly" during different live streams, but I realized that's impossible because sometimes I timestamp that type of stuff, which I'm glad I do, but I don't always timestamp it. And so I don't know how I would even go through and find every time Dixie by surprise. So I don't know how I would go through and find all of those. So what I ended up doing instead was from this one live stream where there's a ton of songs, there's a ton of singing, and it's during that squirrel tangent that I've referenced a number of times when we did a little mini world tour, and it's where this idea of the Squirrel Crew World Tour was kind of born. So it's just actually a little compilation of how that came about, plus my discovery of the little man, as I call him, and there's also a lot of different squirrely songs. So it's just for fun. For anyone who didn't go through and watch that entire tangent, I don't blame you, but this will give you a little idea of why that tangent was so much fun for those of you guys who were here or did watch it on Replay Crew. It's just a short little video, again, kind of featuring the different songs and some different funny moments from that. And again, so for anyone who wasn't there, you can see the birth of this idea of the Squirrel Crew World Tour. And we do have also a command for that. Nightbot, if you would, be so kind. Here we go. There it is. Woohoo! So let me pause our music here and pause our slideshow. And without further ado, here's our first of the feature presentations, if you will, of the Squirrel Crew World Tour. All right, cool. Let's go. Let's go find the road. On the road again. On the road again. So now I feel like singing songs about corn. Oh, what is that? What is it? What is that from? The corn is as high as an elephant's eye. I think it's from Oklahoma. Anyway. All right. Oh, that's the ocean. Oh. Well, see, then you see the lakes compared to the ocean, and it's like, well, look at Massachusetts being all sus over here. We are squirreling really a lot right now. This is classic squirreling right now. Okay, so how do they handle this, guys? How do they handle this? Like with like passports and shit. Like, let's say you're on a boat and you're going fast and you've got a nautical theme, Pashmina Afghan. Sorry, I had to. You know, some people, they might just be tripping, as in like going crazy, or they might be tripping like on drugs. We be field tripping. That's what we be doing. We be field tripping. Here we are on Oak Coke. Do, 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 do. Here we are on Outer Banks. So what I wanted to do is see if we can can we go on the lake? Like the way we can do walking, like street view, they need to do boat view. Is that a thing? Can we do boat view? They need to add that. Seriously. Google, add boat view. Because I need to see what happens if I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat and I'm going fast and right. And then I'm like, let's say I'm here, y'all. Like here I am, like picture the squanguin, and the squanguin is over here. And it's like, okay. I'm like, no, it needs to be like right here. It's like, okay, I'm gonna stick a toe over here. Uh-oh, now I'm in, wait, what state is that? Some state. What state is this? What state is this? It is Pennsylvania. All right. So I'm like over here, and then I'm like, oh, now I'm in Pennsylvania. And then it's like, oh, now I'm in, wait, which one was this? Ohio. But now, what if you're right here? That's the question that I have. We have to get to the hard question. Oh my God, are you serious right now? I can do that? Oh my God. What's he doing? What's he doing? I've never done this. I didn't know this was a thing. He's flying. I believe I can fly. I can, you guys, DB, you're my best friend right now. This is the best thing that's ever happened. I believe I can touch the sky. I am dying. Look at this. Is he flying? Is he swimming? I don't even know. He believes, and that's what matters. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That is so cute. That is so cute. That is so cute. Okay, I need to go down. Okay, we need to go right here. This is the question. What happens when you're here? No. Uh-oh. Why do you not go? He doesn't want to go there. You can do it. Come on, let's break all the rules and let's be all three things at once. What are we? Yeah, we're three things at once. We're Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Canada. False pass. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? False pass. As opposed to the real pass. Take me there. I want to go there. Take me there, little man. I believe I can. Oh my God. He did it. Tiny man, thank you. Now I would have to go when it's hot enough for me to survive. these lucky people are here hanging out, doing some cool shit, getting on a boat. I'm on a boat. And see, if I were here, I would be like all over the place. I would be scrolling the fuck out of this. I'd be like, I want to climb up here. I want to climb up here. And then when I get to the top of the mountain, I want to sing The Hills Are Alive. I know, right? That's exactly right. We need to have a squirrely vacation. Squirrel call. Time for the squirrel call. Go-go-go-go. 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 Calling all squirrels. Go-go-go-go. I believe I can drive. Dude, this is the best thing on the planet now, though. I believe I can fly. Look at him. Wait. I believe I can fly. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh, my God. I believe I can touch the sky. Woo! Whee! Oh, my God. This is my favorite thing in the world. Maybe if we make that trip out to Redbeard and we can dig up all of Alex's hidden money, then we can be rich and then we can go all the places we want to go. Squirrel Crew World Tour.
There it is.
Y'all, that was so fun doing our little world or mini world tour. Someday it'll be the whole world. Here, look out, world! Here we come.
So there it is. There was the little world tour video. So just fun. Love the little flying dude. Let me put this back on. Here we go. So yeah, so there you have it. So I do believe now it is time for the feature presentation. So let me pull that up for our next episode. La da 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 da. Shout out to Dr. Dre and Snoop. All right, so without further ado, here we go. Let me get my ticker ready.
It's a house.
Could you tell us your...
Yeah, so for anyone wanting to know what this was about with the thumbnail, right? The frog, the park, the decrepit gate, we're about to find out.
Name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sure, it's Chad. Last name is Stedl, S-T-E-D-L.
And how are you employed, sir?
City of Eau Claire Police Department.
And do you have any particular role with the City of Eau Claire Police Department currently?
Yes, I'm assigned as the lead examiner within the Chippewa Valley Regional Computer Forensics Lab.
All right. Let's break that down a second. What is the Chippewa Valley Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Correct. So CVR-CFL, it's a digital forensics lab. It's comprised of the Eau Claire Police Department, the Eau Claire County Sheriff's Department, Altoona Police Department, and the Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation.
And what do you do?
We do digital forensics examinations.
And what are digital forensics examinations?
Primarily, we're doing cell phone examinations at this point. So we will do computer cell phone exams where we will obtain data from those devices for investigations.
All right. So basically, you're trying to find out, right? Something like this, you're trying to find out what all is in there.
That's correct.
Okay, great. How long have you been employed in that capacity?
Approximately 10 years now.
All right. And how long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 22 years.
Do you have any specific training or education to allow you to do computer forensics?
Yes.
And can you describe briefly that training and experience? And then I've got a document that I'm going to have you take a look at and talk about.
Sure. So it's a unique position within law enforcement. So we've done, I probably have over 1,000 hours of digital forensics training with computer devices, cell phone devices, maintain a couple certifications within those fields. So certified forensic computer examiner, certified mobile device examiner through some international organizations.
Right. I want to talk, Detective, a little bit about the general process of trying to do an examination of different types of devices. And let's start with cell phones. You get a cell phone in your lab, and the detective assigned or officer assigned, whoever it may be to that case, tells you, I want you to download this phone. What's the process? How do you do that?
So we'll receive a phone.
I have to say that we, every single trial we hear these questions, right? Or okay, let me rephrase that. We hear people come in and talk about the cell phone evidence, right? I love the way he asked this question. So open-ended, just like, how do you do that, right? Let's say you have a cell phone. How do you do that? It's a great question. It's a great way to phrase that question so that it allows this witness to just really talk about what he knows.
In evidence, we go through some procedures where we might photograph it and do some documentation of it before we actually get into it. But ultimately, we'll use...
Let's stop there a second. Why would you want to photograph it or document the phone at the time when you're first starting your analysis?
We'll document the condition it comes to us in, and we can also note if there's any identifying serial numbers or model numbers and things like that could be on the exterior of the phone.
Thank you. Continue on then with next thing after you've photographed it or documented it. What's the next thing you do?
So we'll often use, as I mentioned, Celebrite is one of our tools within the laboratory that we'll use. And that device is capable of connecting to a cell phone and extracting the data from it. So we'll utilize a product like that to get the data, and then we can process the data using software programs.
Right. Do you, before you start your analysis of a phone, do you do anything to try to protect your analysis or to keep from anything changing the data on that phone?
Correct. Depending on the type of extraction we're going to do with the device, we'll attempt to extract the data in such a fashion that does not alter any of the data prior to extracting it.
Do you also, with a cell phone, do you do something to keep that phone from being communicated with by something outside of your control?
Correct. We'll take measures. Some of it's referred to as Faraday, which is Faraday. That prevents any communication through cellular means or Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. It'll block that communication to it. Commonly also, we can place them into airplane mode or remove SIM cards. Any way we can remove any communication or connection to the device.
Why do you do that?
Just to make sure nothing is altered.
Right.
I will say, I can't remember if this was from when we were covering Murdoch or if it might have actually been with BK in one of the documents, but at some point I remember discussing this, that the only way to make sure that a phone is not interfered with at all in any way, shape, or form is to do all three. Airplane mode, take out the SIM card, and Faraday bag. If you do just one of those things or two of those things, it's not guaranteed. It's if you really want to make sure that the phone is not communicating, right? You have to do all three. And if you're let's say that you're like a criminal or something, right? Or you're trying to, get away with a crime without them being able to track your cell phone, which we see this all the time, people not doing this successfully, then you would need to do airplane mode, power it off, and take out the SIM card. Obviously, you probably don't have access to a Faraday bag, but just turning it off or just putting on airplane mode isn't enough. You really have to take out that SIM card because the phone's going to try to communicate. And so that's and it's funny because they still really don't know why sometimes it will still communicate if you just do one or two of those things, and why other times it doesn't. Of course, it depends on the density of how many towers are around and that type of thing. But that's why they say that you really have to do, because the phone really just keeps trying, you really have to go through all of those measures. So, yeah.
Are there ways that an individual who may want to alter the phone can do it, even if they're not right there where you're working on that phone?
That's correct.
And how do they do that?
There's various programs that can be used. iPhones, the Find My iPhone app, for example, can be used to access or send a remote wipe command to a device, for example.
And when you talk about a wipe command, what would that do?
It'd delete all of the data in the
phone.
And
if that happened, would you be able to obtain any data from that phone?
Most likely not.
So now you've protected the phone, you've kept it away from being contacted, you've attached it to Celebrite. Is Celebrite both a hardware and a software device?
That's correct.
All right. So you connect it up to the hardware portion of it. What does the software then do?
So once we've extracted the data from the cell phone, then we can utilize software programs that will take all of that data that was extracted and it'll put it back into more of a readable format for us to view the various artifacts within there.
Now, are there different levels of people's abilities to extract data from phones?
Correct.
All right. So if you have somebody, I mean, I imagine it sounds like it's, you can connect it up to there and probably push a couple buttons and extract the contents of the phone.
Probably more complicated.
It's possible to do that with some phones. Other devices involve a little bit more involved processes in order to get this data.
If you do it in a really simplistic fashion, because you don't have all the training that you do, and you do that kind of stuff, are you going to alter the contents of the phone or alter the contents of the extraction by doing it in a really simplistic, maybe not as advanced way as you could do it?
Correct. Anytime you're accessing a device like this, you're going to be changing the data within it. So,
okay. Is it going to, if you just extract the data real simply, are you going to alter that data necessarily?
I wonder if he's kind of referencing a logical.
If we're doing it in a simple level, which is referred to as a logical extraction,
wow, 2 for 2.
The phone data can,
wait, am I 3 for 3? Something.
The processes can be noted within that phone, but the data itself that we're extracting will be sound.
All right. You may not get all the information that maybe you could get, but the data will be sound.
That's correct.
All right. Great. So once you've connected the phone to Celebrite and you've done your extraction, are there different types of extractions you can do?
That's correct.
What are the types of extractions you can do?
So cell phones, they're commonly referred to as a logical extraction is kind of the most basic, and that would be getting information such as like your calendar entries, call logs, text messages, contacts, and things like that that are just natively pulled from the phone. And then we move up from there, goes into a file system extraction, which is basically the layout of the device. You think of like a computer system that has an operating system within it. So you can access various files and folders. You can navigate through this file system within the phone. And the most amount of data you're going to get is from, it's called a physical extraction. That's basically all the ones and the zeros, the binary information from the device that's user accessible, and then we can put that together with those software programs.
So basically a physical extraction, you get everything that's there.
That's correct.
With the logical extraction is what you get, if I understand it correctly, is basically what, if I was using the phone myself, I could see by using it. Is that a fair summary of it?
Correct.
All right.
I love the way he just said that, because again, we hear these types of people talking about this cell phone evidence in every trial, but the way this prosecutor is asking these questions, it is making so much sense with less time and fewer words than I would say any time I've ever seen this talked about at trial. Now, there's been other, like in Murdoch, I loved the cell phone guy who came in there and talked about the towers and stuff. And we learned a lot about that. But like, that was a different type of cell phone evidence. And it's not like this witness is boiling it down simply, but this is what I'm saying is like props to the prosecutor, right? Mr. DeFore, because he's breaking this down. Like the way he just differentiated that the logical dump, as we have heard it called many times, is really going to get what you could just see if you're looking at the phone and using the phone. That I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe it like that. But man, that's really simple and easy to follow. And I appreciate that, because again, we can use our knowledge that we learn in this trial in other trials, because this will come up in every trial, right? The cell phone shit. So.
Now, if you've got, instead of a cell phone, you have, for example, something like an iPad or an iPod, something like that, or other types of tablets.
I wonder why he's asking this question.
Are you using the same general procedures to extract data from one of those?
For iPads and iPods, tablets, for the most part, we're using those same processes, correct?
All right. And how about if I have, instead of one of those devices, if I have a laptop or a desktop computer or a flash drive or an SD card, something like that? Is it the same procedure, or do you use a different procedure with those types of items?
That's going to be a different procedure.
All right. And by the way, what is it, just in case it's not clear to everybody, and I half the time don't understand what all they are, what is an SD card?
So think of a flash card that you would put into a camera. It says flash memory.
Okay, so that's that little
storage.
card that when I'm using my digital camera, it's that little card that I stick into the bottom of it?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so now you've got, when you're doing one of those types of devices, either the SD card, the computer, the desktop, laptop, or flash drive, are you using the same general procedure for those 4 types of items?
Generally correct, yes.
All right. And what's the procedure then when you're trying to extract data from one of those types of devices?
So with those, what we're going to do is we're going to do a procedure what's called write blocking. So we'll prevent any changes to the data of those devices that using either the built-in, like on an SD card, for example, we'll actually have a switch on a lot of them that will put a write blocking into it. Otherwise, we can use hardware and software tools within the lab in order to write block, which prevents any communication or changes to those devices.
And why do you write block them before you try to get the data?
Just so nothing has changed on it.
Okay, and once it's write block, can anything be changed on the data on that card, assuming it's not physically damaged?
Correct.
right.
Nothing can be changed.
All right. And so then once you write block it, what's the next step in the process?
And then what we'll do is obtain, we can use some software programs, and we'll obtain an image of this, of the device. So for example, a hard drive, once it's write blocked, we can use a software program and creates an image, which is, once again, it's basically a bit by bit copy of all the data that's on that hard drive that's available or accessible to us.
So what you're trying to do is exactly duplicate on another hard drive what was on the hard drive that you want to analyze?
Correct.
Why do you do that?
We can take that data then that we've made this copy of, forensic copy, and we can work with that data without changing any of the data that's on the original device.
Do you do anything to make sure that the image that you created is identical to the drive, be it a hard drive from a desktop or a laptop or a flash drive or an SD card? Do you do anything to make sure that image is identical to what you were trying to make the image of?
Yes.
What do you do?
We'll do what's it's called a hashing. And what that is a
Shane,
alphanumeric
we forgot that here, also.
algorithm that can be matched against one to another. So we can compare the original to the copy we made that can be verified that it's correct and the same.
All right, so if I have a hard drive and you take this hash value, this number, that tells you there's a specific number that creates that relates to all the data that's on that hard drive.
Correct.
All right, and if you have an exact duplicate of it, then it's going to be exactly, the number is going to be exactly the same when you take the hash value of that number, that's one?
Correct.
What if I, on, the hard drive changed on one letter in one of 5 million documents, and I just changed one letter, would you get a different hash value?
It'll be a completely different hash value, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have that hash value, you know it's exactly the same information.
Correct.
It's essentially the digital DNA for that item.
Correct.
All right.
Digital DNA.
And once you have that hash value, once you know that you've got an exact image, what do you do then?
Then we can take that image, the forensic image that we made, and again, we can use various software programs in order to process the data so that we can review the artifacts that are contained within it.
Okay. And then you can use the image and you analyze it to try and find things that are important to the investigation, or an investigator can do that.
That's correct.
All right. All right. In this case, you received a number of items to analyze. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
All right. I want to talk about a number of them. Was one of the items you received to analyze an iPod?
That's correct.
And I
And
Ezra's quote-unquote
did you,
phone.
as I understand it, you received that iPod as part of an earlier investigation, but it was reported at least to be the defendant's iPod. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you received that on or about March 1st of 2018?
The first one, correct, yes.
All right. And once it was received by you, did you follow the procedures that we talked about when you attempt to download information from that type of mobile device?
That's correct.
And were you able to download data from that iPod?
Yes.
Now, in addition to information that was directly on the iPod, were you also able to obtain information from, actually, let me go back a second. An iPod, does that contain a storage device right on the iPod to store data?
Yes, it does.
All right. Is there another way that you can store data that you can access on the iPod besides on the actual device itself?
Yes.
And what is that?
There would be cloud accounts that could be accessed through a device.
And what is a cloud account?
A cloud account is essentially just an off-site storage area that is maintained by a company.
All right. And that's a place where there be computers and hard drives where data can be stored.
Correct.
All right. And then you access it. How do you get at that?
So through your device, you'll be able to log into your cloud account that's established. Through our forensic processes, we can obtain the keys that are used within on these devices in order to potentially access into these cloud accounts as well.
So in addition to the data that was on the device itself, were you able to obtain data from a cloud account that was associated with that device?
Correct.
All right. And is that also on that extraction report that we just talked about?
That's correct.
All right, great. Did you also have a HP laptop that you were asked to do an extraction for?
Yes.
All right. And did you follow the procedures that we talked about as it related to that HP laptop?
Yes.
All right. And that was the procedures where you right block and make the image of the hard drive?
That's correct.
In addition to the hard drive on that laptop, or that, on that HP laptop, were there other drives on that or other storage areas on that laptop?
Yes, there were.
What else was there?
There was a SD card that was inserted into the laptop computer, as well as a DVD of a movie.
All right. So it had a DVD drive?
That's correct.
All right. And you said there was a movie in there?
Correct.
All right. Was it a commercially produced movie, or is it something that someone had just made a movie of themselves?
Commercially produced.
So he's about to ask what movie is in the laptop. So for anyone watching live or on replay crew, while I have it paused before you hear the answer, let me know what movie, if you had to guess, what movie you think he's going to say is in the laptop. What commercially produced movie is in the DVD drive of that laptop, if you had to guess?
And do you recall what the name of that movie was?
It was Big Fish.
All right. And he said there was an SD card as well?
That's correct.
All right. Now, let's talk about the laptop itself. Did you obtain an image of that laptop itself?
Yes.
All right. And that's the hard drive on the laptop?
That's correct.
All right. And Detective, did you also do an analysis of the SD card as well?
Yes, I did.
And you followed the same procedures that we discussed?
Correct.
All right. And we're not going to, at this point, move any, or actually mark or move the admission of anything relating to that particular drive. We'll explain with other witnesses later. Did you also examine a 4 gigabyte flash drive?
Yes.
And that was another item that you received as part of this process?
That's correct.
All right. And did you follow the same procedure that we've discussed to obtain an image of that?
Yes.
All right. And when you did that, were you able to determine when the last activity on that flash drive was?
Yes, I did.
And approximately when was that?
The flash drive, if I recall, it had been about a year prior, I think, to this incident.
All right. And, but you followed the same procedure with that?
That's correct.
All right. And did you also have a 32 gigabyte SD drive that you were asked to analyze?
Yes.
And did you follow the same procedures with that one?
That's correct.
And were you able to determine when the last activity on that 32 gigabyte SD drive was approximately?
Again, it was much prior to this incident.
All right. But you created the report and for that as well as the 4 gigabyte flash drive?
That's correct.
All right. I do not have any other questions for Detective Stedl, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Fishty?
Hi, Candace. Glad you're here.
A few questions, Officer Stedl, or you're
Detective.
detective now? Sorry about that. So let me, 1 minute. They want my mic. All right, so let me just quickly ask you, I understand that there's these 3 kinds of extractions that you can do with a Celebrite: the logical, the file system, and the physical extraction, right?
Generally correct, yes.
Generally speaking.
Yes.
So with the iPod, did you do the logical?
They refer to it as an advanced logical, correct?
Advanced logical. So you didn't do the file system extraction, did you?
No,
And you didn't do the physical extraction.
no.
So the physical extraction would actually give you the most data, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yes, and generally speaking, the physical extraction can not only give you data about what might still be in the phone, it also can potentially get things that have been deleted from the phone in a way that a logical extraction can't.
Not with an iPhone, no.
Not with an iPhone.
Correct.
But it can still give you more data through this binary system as you talked about,
The
physical extraction.
with an iDevice, so
Yeah.
iPods, iPhones, etc., the unallocated space is what we're referring to on a physical extraction, and that space is encrypted on those devices.
Okay. And there are ways actually to get past encryption, aren't there?
On the iDevices,
Yes.
not from our processes that we utilize, no.
Well, it can be done by consent, right?
But you're not obtaining the physical extraction.
She's trying to bring consent into this conversation about cell phone evidence, I guess.
No, then.
It can be done by having contact and sending subpoenas to Apple, can't it?
You can obtain additional data that way, correct?
Right, and that was not done in this particular case.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So in addition to the iPod that you did the extraction from, so you looked at it twice. So once it was given to you, you extracted some data, and then it was returned to the owner, right?
I return it to the investigators, and I'm not sure what they do with it.
Okay. And you were aware that that iPod belonged to Ezra McCandless?
Yes.
And where is the iPod? And it was gold? It had like a gold rim around it, or a gold protective device? It was a gold
We're about to see Ezra's quote unquote cell phone.
iPod, maybe?
We do with many, many devices. I couldn't recall what it physically looked like.
Okay. Yes, I was going to. I'm aware of what my duties are.
Oh yeah, this is hilarious. They have some like back and forth here because they're like talking about, because she's about to open up a piece of evidence.
All right, I'm cutting open what's been marked as exhibit number 243, okay? I'm
gonna put on some
There's
gloves.
some clean gloves. I don't think those are, I think
Oh,
those
this is
might
so
be
funny.
used.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just assume they were clean since they weren't thrown in the garbage.
All right, I think this is probably a good point to advise the jury that Exhibit 243 was received while the jury was outside the courtroom, but received for it being, I guess, what it was, but not necessarily yet the data from the phone, just so the jury's aware of that. But the phone itself has been received into evidence. Yeah, the iPod, I'm sorry. Looks like a phone.
Right, right.
I don't know if he has one in the master.
Oh my God, he's a dude. Well, I have to play that part again. That's fucking hilarious. He calls it a phone because, normally it is. And it's like, oh wait, it's
It's been marked as exhibit number 243, okay? I'm gonna put on some
There's
gloves.
some clean gloves. I don't think those are, I think those might be used.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just assume they were clean since they weren't thrown in the garbage.
All right, I think this is probably a good point to advise the jury that Exhibit 243 was received while the jury was outside the courtroom, but received for it being, I guess, what it was, but not necessarily yet the data from the phone, just so the jury's aware of that. But the phone itself has been received into evidence. Yeah, the iPod, I'm sorry. Looks like a phone to me.
easy mistake to make, Your Honor.
So,
We would all
just so
think
we're
it's
clear,
because, normal.
well, what this iPod looked like, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 243. This was the iPod that you examined, right?
Again, without
Let's all take a moment here to appreciate Ezra's quote unquote cell phone.
reviewing my pictures or that I took of it or anything, I couldn't tell you.
Do you remember at all that the front of it was completely smashed up?
I don't offhand, no.
So you don't remember if it was unsmashed the first time you looked at it and then the glass was all broken the second time?
Again, without reviewing my pictures
Did
of
you-
it, no.
Bring copies of those with you at all? Okay, so we can't have you review them because they're not here, right?
Correct.
I guess if we're leaving dirty gloves here, this is where they'll go.
Attitude. She's got that attitude, man.
Used, not necessarily dirty.
That's true. My hands are clean.
Dude, the judge is such a before about that. She's like, well, I guess since we're leaving dirty gloves everywhere, I guess what she's saying is I'm going to leave these gloves where the others were just to prove a point. And then he's like, well, used doesn't necessarily mean dirty, which was a really good way to handle that moment. And then she's like, that's true. My hands are clean. Anyway, funny.
So
funny
the other question I have is, you did all these downloads,
I
but
will say, like, not every courtroom or counsel would allow, like, all of that commentary she's making about the gloves and shit is completely objectionable. And in some places, they could be like, objection, like counsel's just running her mouth, essentially, right? But I don't particularly mind it. It's not like she's saying anything that is, sometimes when they object to that type of thing, it's because it's comments that are, inappropriate for the witness and stuff. And this is, I guess this isn't really impacting any of that, but still they could make her stop, but I don't mind it. I think and I like that. I like how the judge handles it. I like him a lot. So.
you didn't write any reports regarding the contents of these downloads, correct?
For the most part, correct. It'll be reviewed. We generate reports that are reviewed by the investigators in the cases.
All right. And so you're not, let me just see if I get it right. You're not the person who reviewed, although you extracted the data from the gold colored iPod, you didn't actually examine the data. You don't know what it contained, right?
Right, other than just what we'll see on a summary information related to it, or if we're asked to look for something specific, sometimes we will do some digging into them.
Now, moving over to the HP laptop, were you also told that was given, that was the property of Ezra McCandless?
Correct.
All right. And the HP laptop, again, you did this extraction, but you didn't particularly look at.
It's wild to me that she had a laptop, but she didn't have a cell phone. And she also was like pretty much homeless at the time when this murder happened and was living in her car.
Like all the data or read the documents from it, right?
Correct, yeah. A little bit of digging into it, I think. through the process, but
Well, actually, you were specifically asked if you would search for the terms stab or kill, right?
correct.
Well,
And you looked for those terms, correct?
Yes.
And you did not find anything related, you were looking for them in relationship to the allegation that Ezra McCandless had killed Alex Woodworth, right?
Correct.
You knew that. And you did not find anything in your search of the HP laptop about stab or kill in relation to this investigation, correct?
Correct.
so here's what we can say about Ezra. Okay. She's many things. All right. But at least, contrary to many other people we see in different cases, at least she didn't do a Google search for how long does it take for someone to die of a stab wound, or stabby time, or killing with a knife, or what have you, right? At least she didn't do that.
I don't have anything further.
Can you redirect?
Yeah, just a few things. Detective, you were asked about whether or not you did a file system or physical extraction of the iPod. You recall that?
Correct.
All right. Why didn't you do let's start with a file system extraction on that iPod?
It just wasn't possible to be able to do those types of extraction with those devices.
And what about the physical extraction?
The same.
So you can't actually do that with an iPod?
Correct at the time.
And
As we know
from
from other cases, cough, cough, Karen Reed, cough, cough, Celebrate updates their software regularly, as that was one of the, that was a major point of contention between the state's witness and the defense's expert witness.
iDevice, an iPod, an iPad, and an iPhone, are you able to access deleted items from those?
There's occasion to extract some deleted information, but the majority of deleted information goes into this, as I mentioned earlier, this unallocated space.
Oh no, here we go.
Which is basically goes into an area that it's waiting to be rewritten by new data, and that data cannot be extracted from these iDevices.
Wall file?
No further questions?
Any recross?
Yeah, just real briefly, you have what you do, but there are other technicians who work for other agencies who can do further extractions of devices, correct?
Doing the same, correct,
Yes, like the DOJ in Wisconsin
correct,
or outside laboratories?
sure.
Nothing further.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. You may step down.
So I think the point of that, well, besides getting just, again, the background for that, laying the foundation, but it seems like, the defense obviously is trying to say, yeah, so she didn't make the search. I mean, I honestly don't think she did. But of course, then in response to that on redirect, he's like, well, you don't know if things were deleted, right? Anyway, this dude, by the way, you guys, this is the happiest dude on the planet. His smile, y'all are going to love this. I have never in my life seen a witness so just genuinely happy. Just like, he's like happy to be alive. It's incredible. This is really something else. It really is.
Yeah, my name is Wade Beardsley. Spelling of my last name is Beardsley.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a detective with the Eau Claire Police Department.
How long have you been employed by the Eau Claire Police Department?
Approximately 8 years,
And how long have you been a detective with the Eau Claire Police Department?
2.5 years.
And do you have any specific assignments in the Eau Claire Police Department at this point?
Yeah, I'm assigned to the Chippewa Valley Regional Computer Forensics Lab.
And that's the same lab that we just heard about from Detective Stedl?
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been assigned to that lab?
2.5 years.
All right. So that was your assignment when you became a detective?
Yes.
All right. And do you have any specific training in the area of computer forensics?
I do, yes.
Can you describe briefly for the jury what your training is in the area of computer forensics?
Sure. I've attended courses on the basic data recovery and analysis of digital evidence. I'm also trained up on several different forensic programs within our lab as well. So products that are offered by a company called Celebrate, which is primarily mobile forensics.
They would be nothing without
and then
Celebrate.
also magnet forensics as well.
Right. And I understand you were not present when Detective Stedl testified as to...
Okay. as we get into this question, I agree, Super Planner Girl. I agree. As we get into this question, I want you guys to think about Karen Reed or any other trial, but even just Karen Reed is a great example of how many times they would bring in people that did the same job and they would just describe over and over again the whole, and it was like, we already know, we already know, we already know. Listen to this question from the prosecutor here.
Methods of obtaining information from mobile devices and also from things like hard drives and flash drives, those types of things. But are you familiar with the procedures that Detective Stedl uses?
Correct. Yeah.
You work with him regularly?
Every day.
All right. And do the two of you follow the same general procedures in how you download devices?
Yes, we do.
All right. So rather than have you testify again as to all those different procedures, I would assume you would use the same procedures that Detective Stedl does?
Yes, I do.
So let's talk about what you did in this case. Were you asked to analyze?
As the previous guy who just testified, they all do the same shit that we just heard about. Let's not waste the jury's time and let's just say, okay, it's the same. Let's move on. Dude, I love
number of items that relate to this particular case.
I was.
All right. Specifically, let's start with, were you asked to analyze an LG phone?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the procedure first off on that phone. Were you able to extract information following the types of procedures that we heard about from Detective Stedl that involves attaching the phone to Celebrate, et cetera?
Right. So for this particular device, I did not use the more traditional sense of digital forensics examination for this type of phone.
Why was that?
It was due to the current state that the phone was in.
Okay.
You couldn't do it with that?
Right.
Correct.
What type of procedure did you have to follow to?
Okay. Before he answers this question, you guys, what procedure do you think he's going to have to do? He said that that phone could not be accessed with your standard methods. Think back to the other trials, maybe, for example, Karen Reed. What do you think he might have had to do in order to access the data on this LG phone, which I would imagine belongs to the victim? Do you guys have any thoughts on what he would have to do? Billion squirrel points for the who gets it correct. Who's squirrel? What is it? Whose squirrel is it anyway? Where? What was? Hold on. What was? I have to remember what the actual one was. Where? What was it? Squirrels are not made up, and every squirrel matters anyway. I can't remember now what the actual correct one was. Kit Smith knows. Actually, if I do her command, I think it will actually tell me. Hold on. Because I think she changed, or I changed her command. Let's just see. By the way, where is Kit Smith? We miss you, Kit Smith. I've been thinking about that. I just have forgotten to say something. But each day I'm like, well, maybe she'll be back tomorrow. And then that happened a few days. Let's see if it's going to do her command. Come on, Nightbot. Right, where everything's made up. Okay, so whose squirrel is it anyway? Where none of the squirrels are made up and every squirrel matters. I think that's what I used to say. Anyway, you guys have any thoughts on what he had to do to this cell phone in question? Use your squirrel brains or your human brains, either one or both. We don't discriminate against brains here. We like all the brains. Especially when brains are in short supply these days, in certain specific places. Anybody have any idea what he's going to have to do to this phone? Wouldn't it be funny, though, if Kit Smith joined us now after that? Kit Smith! Woo-doo-woo-goo! Right. Well, nah, I think it's more than that. I think they can't get into the phone. Yeah. Not like Paul Murdoch. I'll give you a good hint. Think Karen Reed's vehicle. On her navigation system and all that stuff. So that's a really good hint right there. That's a good one. With Paul Murdoch's phone, they just had to get the passcode. So they did that thing where they like guessed it, you know, or they were, you know, you get a certain number of guesses or whatever. And then they were like, oh, let's try his birthday. And then it worked or whatever. So I think this is something different. Like in this case, I think they end up saying the phone was compromised because it was in water or something, which is a whole thing. Because how did that? We know there's talk of it being somewhere else in the vehicle at some point, like in the center console. Anyway, okay, you guys don't remember. That's okay. Let's see what happens. We'll see what they say.
Obtain information or do an extraction of that phone.
So I had to do what's called a chip-off extraction on this device.
Does that have something to do with potato chips?
It does not. No.
Dude, I love this prosecutor so much. Does that have? Let's hear that again. Let's hear that again. That's so good.
The phone.
Why was that?
It was due to the current state that the phone was in.
You couldn't do it with that?
Correct.
What type of procedure did you have to follow to obtain information or do an extraction of that phone?
So I had to do what's called a chip-off extraction on this device.
Does that have something to do with potato chips?
It does not. No.
Okay, what does it have to do with that?
So chip-off involves.
If you're on this jury, he's got you laughing, and he also makes you feel like he's keeping this exciting and fun. He's also not wasting your time, and he's making it accessible and easy to understand. You know, I love it. So Candace, I wonder if she chucked it into the mud. We really don't know yet. This is just like thinking about how the heck was it wet. But I wonder if she chucked it into the mud, again, trying to make it look like they had a kerfuffle outside of the vehicle.
The complete disassembly of the phone and the removal of what's called the printed circuit board. It's basically the main circuit board that's inside the cell phone. And from there, what you have to do is you have to very carefully remove the flash memory chip, microchip that's attached on that printed circuit board. And that. So
do you guys remember hearing about this in Karen Reed from the one, if not the only one, I would say probably the only one of the like Massachusetts state police people who was like not involved, knew nothing of Proctor, and also was like smart and reputable and educated and not a douchebag and not a complete tool. He was one of the last people to testify. I'm trying to remember his name. Garino, I think. Trooper Garino, maybe. And he actually like was like a legitimate person, but he was the one that talked about this chip off with her car.
Microchip has all the data on the cell phone.
All right, so that little chip, however big it is, and I assume it's relatively small.
That's
it's probably about
yes.
the size of a nickel.
That guy.
All right, that has all of the data contained on it that cell phone contains.
Correct.
What do you once you carefully remove that from the circuit board? What do you do with it?
Yep. So we take that chip, we put it in a SARIDA reader. It's called SERIDA reader.
That's the other thing, dude. Have you guys ever in your life seen that? Let me replay that and see if you guys do you even know what shocked me? This shocked me when I was editing the video. It shocked me again now. Did you guys see what just happened there? And have you ever seen this before?
It has all the data on the cell phone.
All right, so that little chip, however big it is, and I assume it's relatively small.
It's probably about the size of a nickel.
All right, that has all of the data contained on it that cell phone contains.
Correct.
What do you once you carefully remove that from the circuit board? What do you do with it?
Yep. So we take that chip, we put it in a SARIDA reader. It's called SERIDA.
Do you guys see why I'm just like that floored me completely? I mean, you guys. One more time. I've never, ever seen this before, ever in a trial with anybody, ever.
Correct.
What do you once you carefully remove that from the circuit board? What do you do with it?
Yep. So we take that chip, we put it in a SARIDA reader. It's called SERIDA.
I've never, not even with people who are like, okay, here's the thing. Here's why this is amazing to me, because this dude is young. he's not an expert witness. It's not like somebody, like we see so many experts that really are the top of their field, especially think about like your medical people, and they've testified hundreds of times, right, as expert witnesses, some of them. And they have these words that they know no one's going to know what the fuck they are and shit, right? I have never seen anyone do that, where they just automatically spell it like that for the court reporter. So, and the thing is that's so interesting is it can't be that he's got like somehow vastly more experience more experience as a testifier. Like he's a young law enforcement officer in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, right? He's not like an expert, and I'm sure he's testified before, but not enough to where, my guess is that somebody asked him one time how to spell that, and then ever since then, he just automatically spells it. But it's crazy. It makes you think that, wow, it's surprising that you don't see that more often, right? Like it never really occurred to me that it would be a really nice thing for these other witnesses, whatever their field, in different fields, to anticipate. Like, why is no one else anticipating that when they have these crazy words or acronyms or whatever? I've just never seen that before. So incredible.
Reader. And I attach it to what's called a write blocker that's attached to my forensic workstation or computer. And I do what's called an image. I create an image of that.
But the other thing, besides just being really nice, it's actually a really smart idea, because the thing is that whenever they're saying something and they say the word, right, but they just keep on answering, and then the court reporter has to interrupt them and be like, oh, can you please stop and spell it? And it breaks up. It's not good for anybody, because it breaks up. Sometimes they lose track of what they were saying, and sometimes you don't hear the court reporter, so they have to speak up a couple times. And it's like this, sometimes it's like a whole 30-second or a minute long of this whole thing trying to spell a word. And it's like, it disrupts the testimony. So the way he did that, it didn't disrupt the testimony,
That microchip. So it's basically just a copy of the contents of that microchip.
More people
Okay,
should
so
do that.
basically what you're doing is kind of like the procedure that you'd normally use with a laptop or that type of device.
Correct.
All right. And once you do that, what's the next thing you do after you create that image?
Right. So once that image is on my forensic workstation, I use a different program. In this case, it was Cellebrite's physical analyzer program. And it basically parsed and decoded that raw extraction that I got from that microchip.
All right.
Y'all, his forensic workstation. I can't even that he just called it that. Look at his smile. I've never even heard someone call it that. That is so cute. Right? I know. Right? Super planner girl? 100%. Yep, I agree. He's my fave. He's like my fave.
Do you do something, and I know Detective Stedl talked about hash values. Do you do something like that to try and make sure your image is the same as what was on the chip itself?
Correct. I did compare the hash values, and they were the same.
All right. Yeah. And once you, now you've got your image, what do you do with the image?
Yep. So once we got the image, I parsed and decoded that image using a program called. Once I got the image, I parsed and decoded the image using Physical Analyzer.
And parse is P-A-R-S-E?
That's what
P-A-R-S-E-D.
Okay.
Parsed.
And, all right. And then what do you do with that?
Then I generate a report. So basically what happens is the program will essentially categorize the artifacts within that image. So it'll break it down into images, videos, contacts, text messages, geolocation information,
the word artifact will never be the same for me. It's like forever ruined from the Kieran Reed trial.
etc.
So then you end up with essentially a similar type of report to what you would have gotten if you could have done the more traditional Cellebrite type of.
Correct. It would have been
extraction?
exactly the same. Yes.
All right. Now, did you understand that as it relates to that LG phone, that phone had been found submerged in water?
Here.
Yes, I was aware of that.
All right. And does that create issues for you when you're trying to extract? Or in other words, is that going to destroy the information?
Right. It really kind of all depends on the situation and what type of state the phone is actually in. Unfortunately, in this case, we were still able to recover the data even in its current state.
So despite the fact that it had been submerged in the water, you're still able to obtain
Submerged
the
in water.
information.
Correct.
Would the fact that it's submerged in water, would that change any of the information on it, or would it just potentially make it
So it sounds like when they found it, it was in water. That's what it sounds like to me.
inaccessible?
It would have either made it unaccessible or we would have been able to access it. It really would have been one or the other.
Okay, so it wouldn't, but it wouldn't change if an image was of a tiger, it wouldn't change it into an image of an elephant.
Correct.
All right.
Dude, they are making this information so accessible. Even when you, like for us, we've already heard this a million times in other trials, right? I still feel like even when you already know what some of this shit is, they're making it so accessible. I just love it, man.
And
Right?
the information
I
that you
know.
were able to obtain, is that's contained on Exhibit 251?
Yes, it is.
All right. And did you also receive at some point in time a Samsung model SMJ100 VPP cell phone to examine?
I did.
All right. And
I wonder what that is. Who's
did
that?
you follow the procedures the general procedures using Celebrite to obtain an extraction on that
Oh,
phone?
that's Jason's
Yes.
phone.
All right. And can you tell us what types of extractions you were able to perform on that Samsung J100 VPP?
Yeah, so I was able to do a logical, a file system, and a physical extraction on that device.
All right. So you were able to do all three of the types of extractions that we heard about from Detective Stedl.
Correct.
All right. Did you also receive a Samsung model SMG900A for analysis?
I did.
All right. And did you follow the same general procedures that we've discussed as it relates to that phone to do the extraction?
Yes, I did.
And did you have to do anything different, like the chip off, or did you use the standard procedure?
It was a standard procedure.
And with that phone, what types of extractions were you able to do on that phone?
I was able to conduct a physical extraction on that device.
Were you able to do the logical or the file system extraction?
I don't believe so.
All right.
I'd have to refer to my report, but I don't believe I did.
You don't have to if you do the physical one.
Referring to your report, refresh your recollection on that? Does that refresh your memory as to what extractions you were able to do on that phone?
Yes.
And what extractions were you able to do on that phone?
It was a physical extraction.
All right. And in addition, I believe you also had an Apple iPad that you were asked to examine?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain extractions from that iPad as well?
I was, yes.
And all of the extractions that you did after you completed them, did you provide the reader reports to one of the detectives that was involved in an investigation of this matter?
I did, yes.
Do you recall who you gave them to or provided them to?
I can't recall.
Okay, that's fine, but the detectives that were involved in the investigation?
Correct.
All right. No further questions.
So, okay, as he says no further questions, I'm trying to think, what would you guys, okay, if you're cross-examining this witness, what would be your strategy? Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to try to use this witness in your favor? You know what I mean? Like, because I don't actually remember who crosses him and what they do, because, you know, when I edited this portion, it was such a long time ago. Again, because I'm actually kind of ahead of schedule with having the videos ready ahead of the live streams because of the whole debacle with the storms. So yeah, if you were crossing this witness, well, actually, let's just hear who it is, and then that might help. Let's see.
For Detective Beardsley, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, just very briefly, I wanted.
All right, it's Miss Vish. I also want to say Vishnu. It's Vishni though, I think. So she's a bit ferocious on cross from what we've seen so far, and yeah, so she's really good she's what you want in a defense attorney. She takes a lot, y'all, especially the one video I've been editing on this most recent one. Like, I think it'll be episode 6, and I'm almost done with it. She takes a lot of risks, like but that's what you want, right? Like, she takes a lot of risks in terms of, like, she could maybe get kind of yelled at. And honestly, Mr. Nelson does too, both of them. But anyway, we've seen her be already kind of like fighty as it were, on cross. So yeah, Super Planner Girl saying something about the water would probably be the best way to attack it. Yeah, so let's see what she
Just ask you about the phone that you had to do the chip off method.
Yeah.
For lack of a better. What I have about this chip off is apparently in order to do that, it means the phone is no longer usable, correct?
Correct.
Does it also mean that it cannot again be
Okay, right, yeah. So the chip, yeah. So she's going the route, and this makes sense, that when you do the chip off, the phone's not useful. So my guess is then her next thing is going to be, so what if, some information was changed or deleted or whatever, you can't go back and like double check it or whatever. And he's probably going to say, well, we have a backup. Let's see.
that it cannot be analyzed again by a different analyst because it's no longer in the same condition as when you receive it?
So the image that I extract from the microchip can be reprocessed or can also be parsed or decoded with other forensic programs, but the physical device is no longer operable. But we still have the chip itself. So the chip that actually contains the data, we obviously retain.
And just one other thing, you could talk about physical analyzer. Physical analyzer is not the same thing as what's called a physical extraction of a phone, correct?
Physical analyzer is a program made by Celebration.
I mean, I have to say, I'm just not a big fan of her necklace, just saying.
Right.
Correct. And that program, you were using that program with what's called a logical extraction or an advanced logical extraction.
For the chip-off phone?
Well, for all of the phones.
Well, it depends on what phone. So for the one that was chipped off, that was a physical extraction on that device.
Okay, but the other ones used a logical extraction?
I mean, we kind of went through that already, but the SMG 900A, we were able to get a physical extraction, and then I believe the other one we were too. So.
Okay, so that's not something that's impossible
No.
to do. Okay, nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yeah, just one question relating to that. Does the manufacturer of the phone make a difference on what types of extractions you're able to do?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think she really gained any ground there for them, but this witness, this is a great witness. He just did his job, right? And he's just like an honest dude who just did his job and he did it correctly. And there you go.
So it really depends on the make and model of the device, on what type of extraction we're able to conduct on the phone.
And are Apple devices different on what types of extractions you can do?
Yes, they are.
What's different about Apple devices?
On Apple devices, at this time, we're only able to do what are called advanced logical extractions.
And we know about this. They're a lot harder, these Apple devices, right? They keep their shit locked down.
It's just a logical extraction plus more information that Celebration offers the program as well that you're going to get.
And was that the same in March and April of 2018?
I know.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Nothing else.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Detective Beardsley. You may step down.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Is Jeremy Wilterdink, Wilterdink.
There he
What is your occupation?
Police officer with Menominee Police Department.
Here he is.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
In 19 years.
And do you have any specialized training with respect to computer forensics?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe that?
I'm a certified computer forensic examiner through IASIS and a Celebrate certified physical and logical operator.
And you work for the Menominee Police Department.
Yes.
So does Menominee have a sort of computer lab where you can perform
I think Menominee is such a cool word and name.
some extractions on different computer devices?
Yes.
On July 27th of 2018, did you receive some items of evidence from the Dunn County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, 4.
And did you subsequently create a Menominee Police Department property inventory record listing those 4 items?
Yes.
Were you able to perform extractions on items 1, 2, and 4 that you were provided?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe the process that you followed?
Yeah.
So number 1 was a Asus laptop, so that we followed more of the traditional practices of
Another laptop. So there's a lot of devices here, which is interesting to me because we know so far that from what they've mentioned, Ezra had the iPod and then she had a laptop. But there's been a bunch of other device, we know the LG phone is Alex's, but apart from that, they've not connected any of these devices to individuals yet. But this is a lot. Can't just be like, I'm wondering if these are also Jason Mangle and perhaps even John. Oh my God, what's his last name? Blanking on John's last name. The dude who the other dude she slept with, John Hansen, who somehow apparently doesn't seem to testify in this trial. I still can't understand that. But I'm wondering if they also took those devices. But we may find out at some point. Again, right now they're not getting the data and they're just talking about the devices, and maybe potentially the only ones they're allowed to mention is if it's the victim and the defendant. And so the rest, we'll see. But it is a lot of different devices.
Computer forensics on that, taking it apart, removing the hard drive. We connect the hard drive then to a device called a write blocker. That prevents our computer from writing anything back to that hard drive. We make a true and accurate copy of the data on the hard drive. With that one, then I built case files for the sheriff's department using two different programs. One, Access Data's FTK. Access Data's FTK, a forensic toolkit.
He's no Mr. Beardsley.
And the second one is Magnet Forensics.
Not everyone can be that excellent, right?
Internet Evidence Finder.
Spell things on it.
And then did you put those reports on a disk?
An external hard drive, I believe.
Hard drive.
All of it goes on an external hard drive, and it's ultimately given back to investigator Stalker.
And did you do anything to alter the contents of that device in any way?
No.
Yes, I did everything to alter it.
And then item number 2, an Amazon tablet.
That one was extracted using a Celebrite's UFED Touch 2 device. We use that for mobile device forensics of all sorts, tablets, phones, even does drones.
So it made a copy of that device.
Right.
And was that put on do you know if a hard drive or?
Yes, the same.
And did you do anything to alter the contents of that device in any way?
No.
Item number 3, a Samsung tablet.
I mean, I was going to say it would be funny if someone did that at some point ever in a trial, just to be funny, but it wouldn't be funny. It'd be a problem.
What was the difficulty on that item?
That one was connected to charge, never did take a charge. So that then got beyond the capabilities of our lab, and that was ultimately returned to the sheriff's department with the recommendation that it go to Eau Claire's lab because they have some different tools over there that we just don't have.
And item number 4, a LG cell phone.
Yes, that was extracted as well with the same UFED Touch 2 and the data put on that same external hard drive.
So that.
And did you do anything to change
a different LG cell phone?
Change or alter the contents of that device in any way?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, Cross. What are they going to do with him?
All right, any Cross?
No.
Okay.
No
All right,
Cross.
thank you, Officer Wilterdink. May step down.
Right,
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
It's Justin Greuel, Greuel.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a detective with the City of Eau Claire Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
For 13 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
About 3.5.
And prior to that, what were your duties with the Eau Claire Police Department?
I was assigned to the patrol division.
And were you assigned as a detective as of March 23rd of 2018?
Yes, I was.
On that date, were you?
They all start out with patrol on the road again. Y'all that are here, did you guys see the Squirrel Crew World Tour video? Because we could always watch that again. It's short. And if you guys missed it, let me know.
You assigned to do anything as it relates to this particular case?
Yes, I was.
What was the first thing you were assigned to do on March 23rd of 2018?
At approximately between 2:30 and 3 p.m., I was asked by Detective Sergeant Pieper to assist him and Detective Witchke in checking a residence in the city of Eau Claire. Detective Sergeant Pieper.
So y'all missed it. Do you guys want to watch it? And we're going to hear from Sergeant Pieper. I think that was Sergeant Pieper. Their job was to go look for Alex, right? Because the first thing they knew was once Ezra started talking about him, right? Because initially she's like, I don't know, and then she mentions Alex, right? So then they're like, well, we got to go look for him, right? Because we don't know what happened, and at this time, right, they're investigating a sexual assault potentially or whatever. So they're going to go look for him. You guys want to watch it? Okay, let's watch it. It's really good. I think it's pretty funny. So this is the story behind Squirrel Crew World Tour, and it's from that episode I've referenced with this awesome Squirrel Crew Deep Tour that was amazing and so much fun. But the way it kind of started was I was thinking I wanted to make like a compilation of I Believe I Can Fly every time I sing that in a live stream, and I was like, that's impossible. But I sing it a bunch of times in this one and so a bunch of other songs. So basically it's just a compilation because there's a lot of singing, and it's just like highlights of the tangent, but also the backstory of Squirrel Crew World Tour. So let's take a look, guys. Let me get my banner down. I think you guys will like it. All right, cool. Let's go. Let's go find the road. On the road again. That's what made me think of it. On the road again. So now I feel like singing songs about corn. Corn. Oh, what is that? What is it? There's the dun do 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 do. What is that from? The corn is as high as an elephant's eye. I think it's from Oklahoma. Anyway. All right. Oh, that's the ocean. Oh. Well, see, then you see the lakes compared to the ocean, and it's like, well, Massachusetts being all sus over here. We are squirreling really a lot right now. This is classic squirreling right now. Okay. So how do they handle this, guys? How do they handle this? Like with like passports and shit. Like, let's say you're on a boat and you're going fast and you've got a nautical theme, Pashmina Afghan. Sorry, I had to. You know, some people, they might just be tripping as in like going crazy, or they might be tripping like on drugs. We be field tripping. That's what we be doing. We be field tripping. Here we are on Ocracoke. Do, 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 do. Here we are on Outer Banks. So what I wanted to do is see if we can go on the lake, like the way we can do walking, like street view. They need to do boat view. Boat view? Is that a thing? Can we do boat view? Shout out to boat view. Doesn't exist yet. They need to add that. Seriously. Google, add boat view. Because I need to see what happens if I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat and I'm going fast and right. And then I'm like, let's say I'm here, y'all. Like, here I am, like, picture the squanguin, and the squanguin is over here. And it's like, okay. I'm like, no, it needs to be like right here. It's like, okay, I'm going to stick a toe over here. Uh-oh, now I'm in, wait, what state is that? Some state. What state is this? What state is this? It is Pennsylvania. All right. So I'm like over here, and then I'm like, oh, now I'm in Pennsylvania. And then it's like, oh, now I'm in, wait, which one was this? Ohio. But now, what if you're right here? That's the question that I have. We have to get to the right question. Oh my God, are you serious right now? I can do that? Oh my God. This was so fun. What is he doing? I've never done this. I didn't know this was a thing. He's flying. I believe I can fly. I can, you guys, DP, you're my best friend right now. This is the best thing that's ever happened. I believe I can touch the sky. I'm dying. Look at this. Is he flying? Is he swimming? I don't even know. He believes, and that's what matters. Oh my God. Sorry. That is so cute. Okay, I needed to go down. Okay, we need to go right here. This is the question. What happens when you're here? No. Uh-oh. Why he not go? He doesn't want to go there. You can do it. Come on, let's break all the rules and let's be all three things at once. What are we? Yeah, we're three things at once. We're Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Canada. False pass. What does that even mean? false pass as opposed to the real pass. Take me there. I want to go there. Take me there, little man. I believe I can. Oh my God. He did it. Tiny man, thank you. Now I would have to go when it's hot enough for me to survive. These lucky people are here hanging out, doing some cool shit. Getting on a boat. I'm on a boat. And see, if I were here, I would be like all over the place. I would be scrolling the fuck out of this. I'd be like, I want to climb up here. I want to climb up here. And then when I get to the top of the mountain, I want to sing The Hills Are Alive.
Should be a great boy.
I know, right? That's exactly right. We need to have a squirrely vacation. Squirrel call. Time for the squirrel call. Go-go-go-go. 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 Calling all squirrels. Go-go-go-go. I believe I can drive. Dude, this is the best thing on the planet now, though. I believe I can fly. Look at him. Wait. I believe I can fly. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh my God. I believe I can touch the sky. Woo! Whee! Oh my God. This is my favorite thing in the world. Maybe if we make that trip out to Redbeard and we can dig up all of Alex's hidden money, then we can be rich and then we can go all the places we want to go.
That's what we have to do.
Crew. Squirrel Crew World Tour. Y'all, that was so fun doing our little mini world tour. Someday it'll be the whole world. Here, look out, world! Here we come!
So that's just a little snippet. There's, we got lots of songs. Dude, it was so good. Yeah, let's go to Redbeard first and then Ireland. I'm down. I want to go to that Lake Clark though. That was incredible. We had so much fun though. I wonder where Maisha is also. And Kitsmits. We were missing so many squirrel friends. I need to be doing, dude, do I need to do speaking of the squirrel call, where is everybody, man? Go-go-go-go! Go-go-go-go! Calling all squirrels! Go-go-go-go! I know some people are taking a break from true crime, which sucks because y'all, we miss you guys, Not to mention, we do so much squirreling. It's not just true crime or trial or court documents. There's always lots of squirreling happening. But it is a Saturday night. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, but what better way to spend your Saturday night than with other squirrels, right? That's what I always say. So, I feel like I've streamed on Saturday nights a lot though, and I don't know. It might be that the vacation thing because school's about to start and people are on vacation for that reason. Because I've had a lot of students that were doing vacation stuff too. So anyway, okay. But now let's get back to Mr. Greuel.
Pieper and Detective Wutschke.
And Pieper would be Pieper.
Correct.
And Wutschke would be Wutschke.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. And so you were assigned to go to what apartment?
I believe it was 511 Cameron Street, and that's the residence of Alexander Woodworth.
All right. And did you go to that apartment?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when you arrived at that apartment?
We received permission from the roommates to enter the residence and check for Mr. Woodworth.
And do you recall what roommate of Mr. Woodworth was there when you arrived?
I don't recall the names of the roommates.
And did you go in the apartment?
Yes.
And where did you go in the apartment?
Essentially everywhere to make sure that he wasn't there or to check for him.
Did you go to the room that was identified as Alex Woodworth's room?
Yes, I did.
All right. And I believe we had a witness earlier today who said it would be the middle bedroom on the upstairs. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct.
All right. And when you went to that bedroom, that middle bedroom in the second floor, did you observe any of Mr. Woodworth's specific property located in that bedroom?
There appeared to be electronics in the room, and I believe I recall specifically a laptop.
All right. Did you observe a tablet?
A tablet, yes.
All right. And
Okay.
did you observe a backpack?
One of the tablets was his.
Yes,
then.
I did.
All right.
I know.
After you checked the apartment, did you find Mr. Woodworth, by the way, at the apartment?
No, I did not.
After checking the apartment, what did you do?
It gets really sad. That was it dawned on me as I was editing earlier today, the upcoming video. It dawned on me that he didn't, I mean, we already knew this, but like I didn't really process it, I guess, because like we first saw the injuries to Alex like right off the bat, right? But like he didn't have any defensive wounds, guys. And I think that's also why it's so relevant what they talked about in the last episode regarding Alex's point of views from his philosophies for self-defense, right? And remember, he talked about with his friend, and I think that this might end up coming in. I don't remember what they ended up saying, but his friend who's going to testify much later in the trial about how he felt like self-defense would only be justified either that it would never be justified or only justified to protect somebody else, but not to protect yourself. And like, so I wonder if, right, that's what I was thinking. Like, was it that he was so, I mean, we know he was ambushed. Like, there's no question about that. But like, you know, from what we heard with his injuries, he would have died right away. He could have still walked around. Like, I think he could have still, like, he might have just chose not to defend himself, you know, because it's just not his thing. And I get it. I would have a hard time, you know. That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering. She ambushed him and then he chose not to fight back. That's what I'm wondering. I know. I'm sorry, Candace. I know it's really hard. It's really tough. That's right, Candace. That's what and we're going to get in the next episode. We hear more of his writings and stuff too. And it's the world lost a good person. And honestly, a really brilliant philosophical mind. Some of the stuff that he writes in that we hear, you know, as more comes out, it's like, damn, again, like for me, I really appreciate it, especially because, again, as y'all know, I almost double majored in philosophy, and I took a lot of class, and like I'm just like, man, like he was a good person, and he really had a lot to offer, and I mean, and someone who was such a pacifist too. I mean, even to an extreme level potentially, to where he might choose not to fight back. Right, exactly, right. I know. I feel the same way. Like if somebody was like going to come for Frodo, like good luck to you, right? But like, yeah, yeah. Oh, my Dr. Rubel. That's right. I remember. I think you shared that with the Discord, Super Planner Girl. Yeah. I think it was the quote was like something like he said, philosophy is about asking more questions than answers or something along those lines. Like, it's not about getting an answer. It's about asking more questions. Yeah. Dr. Rubel. Yeah. He was great. Yeah, it is right. That's right. Yes. Thank you. Super. It is really sad. I mean, all these cases are sad, but Alex was really a unique individual in a lot of ways. And in a lot of ways, it's, for me, for some reason, it feels even like, again, maybe because he was such a pacifist and such a good person. And then, and for honestly, just, I mean, of course they're all senseless, but this one tops the charts for me potentially in terms of just the senselessness of it. And anyway, and okay. Oh, we'll miss you, Super Planner Girl. We'll miss you, but thank you for being here. Enjoy. What show are you guys watching? I can't remember what you said you guys are watching right now. So if you're still here, let us know.
At that point, Detective Sergeant Pieper wanted us to go back and check the area that Ms. McCandless was last seen. So that was in that 430th Avenue area in Dunn County.
And did you go to that area?
Yes.
Did any other detectives from the,
And Super Planning Girl, remember, we're going to do the Karen Reed hearing tomorrow in its entirety. I know that there's some people who didn't even bother watching it because they're like, we're waiting for the Squirrel Crew. And I'm like, that's awesome, man. But yeah, we're going to do that tomorrow. And it'll be nice because we'll actually feel like we can pause it and stuff, you know? So.
Eau Claire Police Department go with you to that area?
Yes, they did.
Who else went?
Detective Sergeant Pieper, Detective Prock, Detective Wutschke,
They've got
and Detective Streeter.
And Streeter would be
Get a spelling of Witchkey, or did we get that? Did you get that for the reporter? Okay.
Okay.
Fine. Sorry. Go ahead.
Right. And is Streeter Streeter?
Correct.
All right.
I think they're fine on that.
And how did you go? What route did you travel to get to 430th Avenue in Dunn County?
I rode with Detective Prock, and we drove out Cameron Street or County Highway E from the city of Eau Claire out to 430th Street, 430th Avenue.
Does Cameron Street turn into County Highway E?
Yes, it does.
All right. So to get from Cameron Street to County Highway E, do you have to turn off at all?
430th Avenue.
No.
All right. Until you got to 430th Avenue, did you have to make any turns off of the highway that you started on when you were on Cameron Street?
No.
All right. So you get to 430th Avenue. What do you do when you get there?
At that point, myself and Detective Prock spoke with a resident on that street that had been involved in the initial 911 call or call to police the night before.
That was Mr. Sipple?
Yes, it was.
And as you were talking to as you and Detective Prock were talking to Mr. Sipple, did you receive any communications from the other officers involved?
Yes, I did.
Well, what was the essence of that communication?
Sergeant Pieper advised that he had located a muddy dirt road about one parcel over to the east from our location. He advised that he located within the first section of that muddy road what appeared to be footprints coming out of the roadway.
So this is when they
And at that point in time, what do you do?
We finished our conversation and went with, or drove over to Detective Sergeant Pieper's location.
All right. And as you were, or did you go to that location with Detective Prock?
Yes.
When you arrived there, what do you see?
A long dirt road that was covered in mud due to the recent runoff of snow and water. In that first section of the roadway, it located what appeared to be footprints coming out of the roadway.
All right.
In the mud.
And at that roadway from the road, was it flat? Did it have an incline or did it have a decline from 430th Avenue along that muddy road?
From 430th Avenue had an incline.
All right. And could you see over that incline to what was on the other side of the incline?
No, I could not.
And what did you do now? Are all the detectives, all five of you in that area now?
Yes.
All right. What do you do now?
At that point, we began to approach the crest of the hill to preserve any evidence that was located in the roadway. We went on the east side of the road in the grassy area and began our traversing the roadway.
All right. So the east side would be the side away from the Sipple residence?
Correct.
All right. So you're on the east side. As you're going up the road, are you seeing anything as you're proceeding up that muddy road or up the side of that muddy road?
Some more footprints that were in the mud in the roadway.
All right. And the prints that you're seeing, do they appear to be made by someone wearing shoes or not wearing shoes from what you could see?
From what I could tell, I couldn't see any tread patterns that would be consistent with wearing shoes. It appeared that they were just either barefoot or socked feet.
All right. And what do you do then?
We continued up the roadway until we reached the crest of that hill. Upon reaching the crest of the hill, we could observe a sedan down the roadway further.
All right. And besides the sedan, are you able to observe anything that drew your attention?
As we got closer, I could observe that the back driver's side door was open, and as we approached further, it appeared that there was a head or torso of an individual hanging out of that door.
You want to use the Elmo?
Yeah, no.
Okay, very good.
If we could just turn the lights down a little bit. So Detective, we're seeing what we understand and has been later identified as the body of Alexander Woodworth there. Can you tell us,
I don't remember.
is this the condition of the situation as you
I don't
arrived
remember if they show it again, but just in case, be forewarned, it could be graphic.
on that scene?
Yes, it is.
Did you observe, or did you personally do anything to alter any of the items that we see there? Alexander Woodworth's body, what appears to be some deer horns, the blanket or the cardigan that's shown there?
Deer horn?
No, I did not.
All right. Did you observe any of the other officers that were on scene do anything to alter any of the items or anything at the scene?
I did not, no.
And besides the items that I mentioned, did you alter anything at that scene while you were there?
I did not alter anything, no.
All right. Was anything done to attempt to confirm if the individual, Mr. Woodworth, was deceased at that point in time?
I don't believe anybody went up to Mr. Woodworth at that time. Based on all of our trainings and experience and my training and experience, I could observe that he was obviously deceased.
All right. So it didn't require you to go up and try and find a pulse or anything like that to know that?
Correct.
All right. At that point in time, what do you and the rest of the detectives do?
At that point, all five of us began to back out from the scene to preserve any evidence that would be there and maintain scene security until Dunn County Sheriff's Office arrived.
All right, thank you. You can switch that off now. Thank you.
We didn't have to see it, so that's great.
Now, at that point in time, you backed off to make sure and secured the scene. Do you do anything else to attempt to try and preserve the scene as well?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
Based on a forecast of some rain that was coming in and higher winds, I returned to the Eau Claire Police Department and tried to find some items that could preserve the integrity of the footprints that we located in the mud.
And did you find something?
Yes.
What did you find?
Several cardboard box tops.
Simple as that.
As simple as that.
All right. And did you return to the scene with those box tops?
Yes, I did.
What did you do then?
I located 3 footprints that appeared to have the best detail or evidentiary value. I placed those box tops over the top of those footprints to maintain or to keep water out as best as possible, and then
I wonder if on cross they're going to give them a hard time about those boxes.
secured them from blowing away with rocks or bricks that were in the area.
All right. And did you do anything else at that scene at that point in time?
No, I did not.
All right. And did Dunn County officials eventually arrive at the scene?
Yes, they did.
And when they arrived, what was your role and the rest of the Eau Claire detectives' role?
My role was to maintain scene security until relieved and told I could leave.
And did you do that? Did you make sure the scene was secure until relieved?
Yes, I did.
All right. And from the time of your arrival at the scene until when you left to obtain the box tops to cover those footprints, was anything done to alter that scene that you observed?
Nothing that I observed.
All right. And did you do anything to alter that scene prior to placing the box tops or prior to your leaving to get the box tops?
No, I did not.
And outside of placing the box tops in an attempt to preserve those images, did you do anything else at the scene?
No, I did not.
All right. I have no further questions for Detective Greuel.
Who's going to do cross? Mr. Nelson? Okay, whenever you're ready.
Stand up here, Judge, to ask him questions.
Yes.
If you can turn that, I can't see it.
All right.
Yeah, just try to make sure that you're not blocking counsel's view and the jury's able to see.
Can you see it, sir?
Yes, I can.
Is it possible for you to, would it be more comfortable for you to stand there, or you want to sit there? Your
Nope, I can stand, that's fine.
does this look like the area that you were just testifying about?
Yes, it does.
Have you seen this before?
I have not seen that image before, no.
If I tell you this is 430th and this is the muddy road that we were talking about, does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And this is orientated north is to the top, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And so this, it's already been admitted, but it looks like what you saw when you went out there, again, a two-dimensional, very non-detailed form, right?
Correct.
And so when you were walking up the path, you basically, you were walking on this side of the path, the east side, correct?
That's correct.
And when I say path, I really mean the muddy road, correct?
We were walking in the grassy area that was next to it, but
You were
yes.
east of the muddy road is what I
Correct.
meant to say. And you were concerned because the weather was changing, right?
Yes,
It was March 23rd, right?
correct.
And as you know from being in this area, the weather changes quite quickly at the end of March here in Wisconsin, right?
Absolutely.
And there was rain in the forecast,
There appeared to be rain coming, yes.
sleet, snow, some sort of precipitation that time of year, right?
Yes.
Did it actually come in the next 24 hours?
To my best recollection, I'm not sure. I don't remember getting rained on while I was out there.
Okay, or snowed on, sleeted on.
Precipitated on.
Okay. You walked in the, when you walked in the grass, I imagine you did that because that was a much harder surface, right?
Because I saw the footprints in the mud, we didn't want to disturb anything that would be near them, so.
And as you're walking through the grass, you're looking at the muddy road to continue to make observations of that, correct?
The muddy road, the grass in front of us, the general area as a whole, yes.
And as you're walking, you're wanting to make sure you're not passing over other impressions or evidence, correct?
Correct.
And you noticed as you're walking through the grass in this area, you're not making impressions with your feet, agreed?
To the best of my recollection.
You're not sinking in, making shoe print impressions, correct?
I don't believe so.
It was a hard surface, agreed?
From the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay, and so, and that continues from 430th all the way until you get basically in the area of the trailer or however far you walked. That is, the condition of the path that you walked continued to be hard and you never sunk in and made an impression. Agreed?
I don't recall. I do recall the portions of the grass area being wet. I don't recall if there was muddy or if I sunk in, but I do recall the grassy area at some point being wet.
Okay, and are you able to indicate on this or point out on this diagram where that is, or would that just be a guess?
It would be a total guess.
We don't want you to do that. Do you know how, on here there's a thing that marks tire marks. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember observing marks in the grass that seem consistent with tire marks from a car?
Yes, I do.
Were they in approximately this area?
From my best recollection, yes.
Did you walk, where did you walk in relation to the tire marks?
I don't recall exactly. I know I didn't step on them. I believe I stayed to the east of those tire marks as well.
Okay, so as you continue up, you move farther to the east once you see the tire mark. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
But you walked past the beginning of the tire marks closer towards the green trailer in the car.
Correct.
How close did you get to the trailer in the car?
I believe I walked on the east side of the trailer around to the front. That's when we, I don't recall what other detective was with me at the time, but it was a part of the checking to make sure no other people were within the vehicle.
Okay, and so you walked, if this is north, you walked to the south, past the south end of the trailer, is that right?
Yes.
And then walked west towards the muddy roadway, is that right?
Yes, I believe
So
so.
you got, I'm not saying directly, but south of the front of the vehicle, right?
In that general area, yes.
And how close were you to the vehicle from there?
Enough to safely see that there was nobody else within the vehicle, no other persons or threats,
Okay, 10 feet, 20 feet?
approximately.
Okay, and throughout that area where, from 10 feet in front of the car to the south end, to the front of the south end of the trailer, to around the trailer, along the tire marks, all the way back up to 430th, your feet were not making any impressions in the ground. Agreed?
I can't say that with certainty, no.
Okay. You don't recall making any impressions in the ground. Agreed?
Not to my recollection.
So you agree?
I agree that I don't recall if I made impressions in the ground.
Great. And again, I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, but how much do you weigh?
At that time, about 210 pounds.
Okay. Do you know how much Ms. McCandless weighs?
No, I don't.
You've never, those are the only questions I had about this. Thank you.
You've never met with Ms. McCandless, correct?
Correct.
You never spoke with her?
That's correct.
Prior to your arriving on the scene on March 23rd, you had no involvement in the case?
That's correct.
Again, I realize that you had some involvement on that day around the city of Eau Claire, but prior to March 23rd, you had no involvement on the case?
Correct.
And essentially your only involvement was that particular day, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Just one question, probably. I know council asked if you recalled making any impressions in the ground. Do you recall not making impressions?
I don't recall not making impressions. I do know that my shoes were ruined because of the water, though.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got.
Okay, any recross?
So remember, like, the whole thing with the footprints kind of matters here, right? Because I guess, you know, whose footprints are what, and you know, I have this working theory that potentially Ezra took his shoes off so she could try to make it look like he got out of the car when he didn't. But you know, we see this in so many trials, right, where the foot impressions and tire impressions and shit really matter. And as we heard from the very beginning of this, they don't have anybody there that does like that exact forensics thing where they match it and whatnot, which I think is probably not the worst thing in the world, because honestly, it seems to just cause more trouble in trials when they have that. But so really, I guess that the point of that was just to try to be like, you know, is it potentially, could you have left any of these footprints, right? So.
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, Detective Greuel, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other witnesses, short witnesses the state would like to get on today? Or
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I think the only other witness we would have intended to call would be Officer Reeves, and we need to do a few things before we call him, so.
all right, then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the day. And again, and I think this time, maybe rather than just improvising, I'm going to read a little bit from the instruction that I read to you on that first day. And again, just a reminder, your duty is to decide the case based only on the evidence presented at trial and the law given to you by the court. And that includes evidence actually received in evidence by the court. Anything you may see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. Do not let any personal feelings about race, religion, national origin, sex.
Well, he's going to improvise a little bit here on this admonition, and I freaking love it. It's amazing.
Or age affect your consideration of the evidence. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all of the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene. Do not read any newspaper reports, and that's a little bit outdated, or any web-based reports, again, TV, radio, internet. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, websites, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. And again, a reminder, any information that you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. And relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, Facebook, half a dozen other social media forums that I can't remember, maybe haven't even heard of yet. Just keep in mind that if any of you discuss this case or make a post on Facebook, for example, word would probably get back relatively quickly in this day and age. Again, I realize that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. You may have acquaintances that are following this case on the media, and they may want to talk to you. They may want to discuss the case or give you information. Don't let that happen.
Just say no.
Do not let anyone communicate with you about the case. And again, if anyone does so, you should report that to me. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you will be free to communicate with anyone in any manner if you choose. And this is just until you have completed your service as jurors. And again, these rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should also report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. And again, you are to decide this case solely on the evidence offered and received here at trial. And with that, we're going to excuse you for the evening. And, thank you for your patience.
Well done, Your Honor.
All right, yeah, counsel, any additional issues you want to take up at this time, or just discuss what we're going to take up tomorrow?
Just to briefly I had something to just give them on the Reeves matter, but if there's something you want to do before that?
Yes, Judge, when you read the case at the beginning a couple days ago, I know that the information indicated March 23rd of 2018. The state would move to amend the information in this case pursuant to 971.29 sub 2 to March 22nd, 2018. I believe at trial, the court may allow amendment of the information to conform to the proof where such amendment is not prejudicial to the defendant. Given the fact the information indicated on or about March 23rd, I don't believe that there would be such prejudice, and so I'm requesting to file an amended information, changing the date to March 22nd, 2018.
All right, the state or the defense wish to be heard on that issue?
No, Judge.
All right, the court will allow the state to amend the information to conform to the proof with respect to the date of the alleged crime. I think it does no surprise really to anyone. It's just a mistake. Okay, now as it relates to Detective Reeves or Officer Reeves. Okay.
Just briefly, Judge, I'm handing the state a copy of the transcript we prepared in my office, so it's they should check it. We're not going to be offering it at any point, but I believe here I've marked with pink tabs from page 12 to page 24, approximately 1943 minute mark of that day to the 1958 minute mark is what we think is interview number 1, in which Reeves and Shields are speaking with Ms. McCandless from DOJ, MM, and NN. So I'll hand that to Mr. DeFore. We'll have a chance to review that tonight, and we can take it up in the morning then to see if we're in agreement that that's interview number 1, so that we know what we can deal with regarding the rule of completeness.
All right, and is there any authority that either counsel would like the court to review overnight?
I think probably the leading case on the rule of completeness, Your Honor, would be State versus Eugenio. It's EUGENIO. It's 219 Wisconsin 2nd 391, a 1998 decision of the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
All right, and does the defense have any authority they would like the court to review?
No, Judge, I believe that's the leading case.
Okay. Sure, there aren't any other cases that are...
If we find one,
There are a few others, Your Honor, but I think that's probably the the most, probably the leading case and the one most cited as it relates to the rule of completeness, and does the most thorough job of discussing it.
All right.
And if I
The Supreme Court one, not Court of Appeals one, right?
That's the Supreme Court, yes, as the site I gave.
All
And
right.
if I understand the state's position is, and it may change tomorrow, I understand that, but that interview number one is what they intend to ask Mr. Reeves about, but they don't intend to ask him questions about what they're calling interview number two. So at this point, we're not trying to get into interview number two. I'm just wanting to make sure that we're both on the same page as to what the state and us are calling interview number one.
Okay, that sounds perfect, because yes, that is the only one we intend to ask about. We'll make sure we'll go through with Officer Reeves as soon as we're done here and make sure that that is what he understands was interview number one as well.
All right. Now, what about, what is the plan, if, whatever you're willing to share in terms of the plan for witnesses for tomorrow?
All right, well, we're going to have Officer Reeves, Detective Pieper, all right, we're going to, Jennifer Morris, Kelly Swartos, Officer Vang, Louis Bjork. Okay. Whenever you're ready to go further. What was the last one that you got?
Officer Vang.
Okay. Louis Bjork.
Interesting that nobody wants to ask Officer Reeves about that second interview, because that's really unusual, right? That neither side wants to ask about it.
Officer Feeney. Former Detective Conkey. Deputy Reed, I believe. And I think that should cover it.
Deputy.
And I'm sorry, former Detective Streeter. I believe he actually has a different title now, but it was then Detective Cory Streeter.
Can I?
We might get into a few other witnesses from the Dunn County Sheriff's Department, but it just depends on how things move along.
Who would those be?
Potentially Deputy Christensen, Deputy Mosel, Captain McRoberts. Oh, okay. Scratch Captain Roberts for Mosel. Oh, Mosel, I'm sorry. All right.
So we have Christensen and McRoberts, correct?
And Sergeant Mayer. I think that should probably cover
Okay. Can I ask
all that we would have.
one follow-up question about one of those witnesses?
Sure.
With Mr. Conkey, do you intend to get into Ms. McCandless's statements made on March 23rd, or are you going to do that with Detective Prock?
We're going to do that with Detective Prock.
Okay.
Okay, so are there any videos, anything that might have personal identifying information that you anticipate for tomorrow? Just so, and again, as I understand it, with Court TV, there's a 20-minute delay, and so there are things that they can do to blur images or remove images. So, we need maybe some heads up as to what might be presented that could fall into that category.
I believe, I don't plan on playing any of the interview with the defendant by Officer Reeves, but if the defense does, there is an interview, a recording of that. I'm not sure if they want to play any of that. That's up to them. Officer Vang, are you going to play any of the video with him or recording with him? Okay. But there is also a recording with him. I don't know if the defense would intend to play any of the recordings with him, so there is that possibility. I know with, and it's not my witness, but I know with Ms. Morris, there may be some images that may be shown, but our intent is not to project those images that are relatively sensitive in nature, but rather we've created a binder that we will provide to the jurors so that they can look at them and they're private, they're maintaining the privacy of the defendant so that they're not shown generally to the public. So those would not be able to be viewed anyway for that because they're not going to be up on the screen.
All right, well,
About that, because I might use those in cross-examination, so is that going to be marked as an exhibit or?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll get a copy of the binder so we can use the exact same
Yes.
thing? Okay,
And
thank
I-
you.
And there are copies of there's one copy of the binder for each juror, so it doesn't have to get passed around. And so,
Imagine
and there's a
that,
copy for
right?
counsel.
Imagine that.
We just like
One binder for each juror. I mean, just thinking about Karen reading the jury instructions, remember they had, to quote Judge Bev, 3 or 4 for the entire group of
to
12.
see it for that reason, and it may be that all the images we have may be better quality, and so, no, I would just want to.
Having some idea that there might be something in what you might present, telephone numbers, dates of birth, addresses, and I'm assuming, again, if I think some of the lay witnesses, for example, if they're providing their address, that may be something that we can address. But, okay, anything else that council would like to take up tonight? Any unresolved sidebars or other issues anyone would like to put on the record up to this point?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor, that I'm aware of.
Anything else?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
All right, we're on
Mark
to another
Pieper,
day.
Pieper.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the Eau Claire Police Department, and I'm currently assigned as a detective sergeant.
And how long have you been employed by the Eau Claire Police Department?
19 years,
How long have you been a detective with the Eau Claire Police Department?
12 years.
And as a sergeant, do you have any additional duties?
Yes.
And what are those additional duties?
I'm in charge of reviewing cases that come from the patrol division into the detective bureau and assigning those out to specific detectives.
Right. And were you a detective sergeant in the Eau Claire Police Department as of March of 2018?
Yes, I was.
Now, on March 23rd of 2018, did you have some specific involvement with the case that we are here for today?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe for the jury, please, how you became involved on that day?
Yes, I had been speaking with Detective Ryan Prock, who was the lead detective on some specific cases that we were investigating. Detective Prock came to me and we began discussing the fact that the defendant, Miss McCandless, Ezra McCandless, had been presented at.
It's not introduced for the proof of the matter asserted, but rather to show what his actions were.
All right, now, again, I don't know where you're going, but go ahead.
Commissioner, I would
Well,
not
we,
object to leading questions if that's what it needs to, just make sure it's.
okay, well, if there's some spot here, perhaps you can use some leading questions to get to.
Fascinating, because we have not very often, if all, ever yet in this trial, had such early on objections with a witness, right? I mean, he's already like on top of it, which is
Where
interesting.
you wish to go.
So, did you discuss going to, or did you decide to go back to the scene where the defendant was found?
Yes.
All right. And who was involved in that?
Myself, Detective Prock, along with Detectives Greuel and Detective Streeter.
All right. And did you go to that scene?
Yes, we did.
All right. Was Detective Witchke also involved?
My mistake. There was 5 of us, yes.
Yeah. All right. And how did you drive your own vehicle or ride with somebody?
I drove my vehicle onto 430th Avenue while Detectives Prock and Greuel went up to the residence, the home from which the ambulance had been responded to.
All right. And as you drove the vehicle, were you driving quickly or were you driving slow? And
Slowly, I parked along the side of the road while they proceeded to the residence and spoke with Mr. Sipple.
All right. And when you parked along the side of the road, what are you doing?
Waiting in my car for them to finish the interview and just thinking about some possibilities on where Ezra McCandless's vehicle might be.
All right. And as you did that, did you notice anything that drew your attention?
Yes.
What did you notice?
Off to the south of 430th Avenue, there's I guess what I would describe as a logging road or just a 2-track dirt road that goes off to the south into a woodlot and field area.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. And as you noticed that road, did you make further note of anything about that road?
As I was standing on the blacktop, I could see what were clear to me to be human footprints in the mud.
Right. And at that point in time, what do?
Began looking at the footprints further to make some further determinations about what we had so that we didn't disturb anything. I also looked off to the south and observed one set of tire tracks in the mud going up the dirt road to the south.
All right. And the tire tracks that you observed, did it appear to be from some type of farm equipment or a more normal type of vehicle?
The tires appeared to be small enough to be from a car.
All right. And that mud field road, as you looked at it, is it level? Does it go up, or is it on a decline?
From the roadway looking south, it's an incline going up, a slight rise.
All right. And can you see over that incline as you stand by the road?
No.
All right. At that point in time, now you've seen some tire tracks, you've seen some footprints. And by the way, what type of footprints? Are we talking about shoe impression or foot impression?
They're foot impressions with no ridge detail from a shoe. I was actually to even notice that there was what appeared to be cloth impressions in the foot impression, as if the person was wearing a sock and not a shoe.
All right. At that point in time, were you aware how the defendant had appeared at Mr. Sippel's residence on March 22nd as far as what she had on her feet?
Yes.
And what were you aware of at that point in time?
The defendant was wearing no shoes, is what I knew.
All right. And as you made those observations, what do?
After a few minutes, a couple detectives and I went off of the blacktop into the borrow ditch next to the little dirt trail, I guess, or logging road. We stayed in the grass as much as we could. It was springtime and there was a lot of melting snow and it was pretty muddy. And
All right.
I think some of them even had their work shoes on, so they didn't want to get them muddy anyways.
All right. And so are you proceeding in a southerly direction then?
Yes.
And which side of that dirt road were you on, if you recall?
We would have been on the left side.
Okay.
I think that's the east side.
All right. And what do you do then? You're walking south?
Yes, I led the way. We traveled south along the side of the trail. As we were walking, you could see the footprints at various points in the mud. So we continued walking until we crested the hill.
Right. And as you crested the hill, do you observe anything that draws your attention?
Yes.
What do you observe?
I observe a white Chevy Impala, early 2000s model. Had a lot of stickers on it. I was aware that the defendant's vehicle was a white Chevy Impala with round taillights. This was that same style vehicle.
Right. And what do you do then?
From my position, we couldn't really tell exactly. We couldn't see anything further, so we moved a little bit closer. I would say from the road to the car, I'd be guessing, but I'd say it was a couple of 100 yards. So once we closed at least half that distance, we were able to start seeing some debris on the ground.
Okay. And what do you do then?
Continue walking a little closer to a point where I can see that the driver's side rear door is standing open, and there appears to be a person lying partially
upper torso and head out of the open door.
And then what do you do?
We moved closer towards the scene,
Open-ended questions too, non-leading.
trying to, again, stay off of the mud and in the grass as best we could. We didn't want to linger too long, nor did we want all 5 guys trampling around the area. But as I got closer, I could see that there was a deceased adult, male, lying on the floorboards behind the driver's side seat, head and shoulders out of the open door.
And did you use anything to try and increase your ability to see closer to that area?
Earlier, I had used the optics that I had, binoculars, to see what we had.
And are you able, from your vantage point at that time, to tell whether or not the individual in the vehicle is alive or dead?
It's clear to me that the person was dead.
All right. And why do you say that?
Based on training and experience, as well as the fact that we called to the person, did not see any movement in the time that we were on scene, coupled with just the nature, I guess, or the way that the scene looked and the position of the person's body.
Right. At that point, when you now confirm that, from what you can tell, that this person is deceased, what do you do?
We back out of the scene or out of the area, all 5 of us, get back to the roadway, and I contacted the Dunn County Sheriff's Department.
Right. Prior to backing out of the area, do you do anything to alter or change any of the physical items at that scene?
No, we didn't intentionally do anything like that. I imagine standing in the grass would technically be altering something, but no, we didn't touch anything or do anything in that regard.
Didn't move any of the items around?
No.
All right. So potentially made some foot impressions potentially in the grass area. How close to but nothing else?
Yeah, that would have been it.
All right. How close to the vehicle did you actually get?
10 feet would be best guess.
Okay. And so then you back out. Do you secure the scene at that point in time?
As best we could from the roadway. I couldn't be certain what was beyond the vehicle and the wood line, but we did the best we could from 430th Ave.
All right. And keep that security, at least, again, as best you can until Dunn County arrives?
That's correct.
Once Dunn County Sheriff's Department arrives, what is your role at that point, if any?
At that point, I briefed Sergeant Kurtzals from the Dunn County Sheriff's Department and eventually Sergeant Day from the Dunn County Sheriff's Department. Explained to them the nature of the scene. They began keeping a scene log, and at one point I escorted Dunn County officials into the area again just to show them what we had and where we hid steps so they would step in the same area, not create any additional footprints or leave any evidence of any kind.
And then what did you do?
Maintain scene security, gave a couple directives for guys. I think it was maybe going to start raining. We maybe covered some footprints with a box or a sheet or something. I don't specifically recall what they used, but things like that, and just waited on scene and helped with scene security.
Right. You do any collection of anything at any point during the investigation?
No.
All right. Now, did you have some additional involvement in this case on March 7th of 2019?
Yes, I did.
And what was your involvement on March 7th of 2019?
Objection. Judge, can we approach?
All right. So again, so it's clear, earlier this year on March 7th, did you have some involvement in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what was that involvement?
I traveled with the prosecuting team to Madison. The purpose of the trip for me was to collect evidence from the Dunn County Sheriff's Department for transmittal to the State Crime Lab in Madison.
And what you understood those items to be would be the clothing that the defendant had worn?
Yes.
And how did you collect those items?
On the day that we left, I met with Sergeant Stalker from the Dunn County Sheriff's Department, met him in the evidence room, received a number of packages from him, along with an evidence transmittal, which is specific instructions for the crime lab and specifically what those items were. Collected those items from him and brought them with me to Madison.
And how were the items received by you as far as the containers that they were in?
Properly packaged with evidence tape.
Were they all sealed?
They were.
And did you ever unseal those items during the time that they were in your possession?
No.
When you turned them over to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, was that later on that same day of March 7th, 2019?
Yes, it was.
Right. And when you turned them over, were those packages still sealed?
Yes, they were.
Did you do anything to alter the contents of any of those packages prior to the time that you turned them over to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
No.
All right. Nothing further for Sergeant Pieper. Thank you.
All right, any cross-examination, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir. Morning, Mr. Pieper.
Good morning.
I heard you were talking about what you did on March, was it 9th of this year?
The crime lab trip?
The crime lab trip, right?
Yes.
And you'd said you traveled there with the prosecuting team, is that right?
Those are the words, yes.
You work for the Eau Claire Police Department?
Yes.
As a part of this case, you consider yourself part of the prosecuting team, is that right?
No.
You just used that term in front of the jury accidentally?
Yes.
Okay. So there's times when you think of yourself as part of their team?
No, I'm a police officer. I was simply bringing evidence down.
Okay.
I think what I meant to say was their team. I traveled with their team.
Okay. So you're not on a team?
No, I'm not on a team.
Okay. This day on March, was it 23rd? You were out at the scene, is that right?
Correct.
March 23rd, 2018, is that right?
Yes.
Want to show you some pictures. You were talking about the entryway to, I think you called it a logging road, is that right?
Yes.
All right. I think at least I've been referring to the muddy road. Are we, either of those terms works for you?
Yes.
As you can see, there's a very poor gate, or an attempt at a gate at that entrance, is that right?
I'm having so many flashbacks to Murdoch right now with the tractor on Redbeard. It's insane. This is like so fun. How is it that I always end up doing these field trips and finding, and it's like,
So yeah, so hold on, let me back that up a second. This decrepit gate, oh my God. So I died laughing when he was like, it's an attempt at a gate. Hold on, that's why I put this in here.
You were talking about the entryway to, I think you called it a logging road, is that right?
Yes.
All right. I think at least I've been referring to the muddy road. Are we, either of those terms works for you?
Yes.
As you can see, there's a very poor gate, or an attempt at a gate at that entrance, is that right?
So this is from a couple live streams ago when we found the road, and I commented on that same gate.
I'm having so many flashbacks to Murdoch right now with the tractor on Redbeard. It's insane. This is like so fun. How is it that I always end up doing these field trips and finding, and it's like, it's like all roads lead to the dirt road in the middle of nowhere with some sort of like falling apart, decrepit gate. Really funny. Even in the Karen Reed, when we were looking for her house that she's selling, it was a similar thing, looking for some crazy ass road in it. You guys, what is happening? This is so funny to me. You know, the only difference is like with Murdoch, it's like the swamp, right? But now here it's like cornfield or whatever. That's the road. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to imagine it's winter, there's snow, and there's no gate.
or the gate's open, but I don't think there's a gate. We've not heard anything about a gate. I mean, one could, if one really wanted to go down that road, one could drive around that gate. But again, their odds of getting stuck would only be a lot worse.
As you can see, there's a very poor gate or an attempt at a gate at that entrance. Is that right? Maybe it's easier to see in the next picture and it's not as
I see what you're referring to, but I guess I don't know what those are. I suppose you could put a barbed wire across it and call it a gate or something, but sure.
on this other photo, you can see.
You can actually see it there. Yep.
So there's some fence posts, and well, it's not visible necessarily in the photo when we put it up on the Elmo. There's a gate that could be swung across that. Is that right?
It appears that way, yes.
It's not clear from the photo whether it would cover the entire entrance or not, but there's some sort of swinging mechanism, it appears, right?
Not sure if it's functional, but that's what it appears to be.
Right. And as you'd said, this is looking south from 430th Street up on the photo on the screen as well as the one on your hand. Is that right?
It appears to be from the road looking south, yes.
And you had said that right at the 4 foot in the what we're calling the gate area, it appears to be frozen water, at least in the photo. Is that right?
Yep. In the photo, yes.
And when you were there that day, that water was not frozen, it was fluid.
There was a mixture of fluid and slush and water.
All right. Ice. Mud and dirt.
Correct.
It was not a hard packed surface, agreed?
That's correct.
If you walked through it, you're gonna get wet.
Yes.
But what I was going to ask is at some point, the footpath that you saw disappeared as you got closer to the roadway, correct?
I couldn't recall exactly where the footpath started and stopped. All I can tell you is that there were footprints coming from the wood line towards the road. I couldn't tell you where they started and stopped. I don't remember exactly. I didn't take photos, nor did I look at any photos before today.
You would agree that at some point, when it turns into slushy mud that's fluid, there's no longer footprints, was my point. Agreed?
I would agree that you would not see footprints on ice or frozen mud or in a grassy area that I couldn't see. I saw footprints in mud. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. All right. And then when you saw those footprints, you did your best to, again, not disturb them, as you've said, correct?
Correct.
So you walked to the east of the roadway that we see pictured on there, is that right?
That's correct.
And that would be to the left as I'm looking at it, is that right?
That's correct.
On my red pointer, somewhere roughly in this area?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that so that you wouldn't disturb anything on the muddy road, is that right?
Correct.
And you continued then to walk up to the crest of that hill? Yes?
Correct.
And then as you got to, and you continued to be in the grassy area there, right?
As best we could, yes.
And as you were walking through from this position here all the way up to the car, you did your best to stay to the east of the muddy road, right?
That's correct.
And you did your best to probably walk on surfaces that would not leave foot impressions. Agreed?
We did our best. I think there were points where we did walk in the snow, but yes.
You were walking on the grass that wasn't covered in snow. You didn't leave a foot impression because the surface was harder there than it was on the muddy road, right?
No, you just wouldn't see them is all I was saying.
Okay.
If they were in the grass.
And whether that was you walking or somebody else walking, you wouldn't be able to see those impressions because of the grass, right?
Correct.
So if somebody had walked through the grass earlier the day before, same thing, you wouldn't be able to see those because of the grass.
It would be difficult, yes.
You'd said you got within 10 feet of the car, is that right?
That's my best guess as far as the closest I got to it, yes.
I understand that that's a rough approximation, right?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 284, does that appear to be a continuation of the previous diagram that I talked to you about?
Yes.
And in this diagram, you can now see a representation of the vehicle and the trailer, is that right?
Yes.
Would it be better if I put it up on the easel?
No, it's fine.
Might want to get that anyway, so that we can all see it. You're up there, you're trying to again walk on this side, which is again, the red dot is representing the east side of that Money Road, is that right?
Yes.
And I imagine when you get to these, you observe these, what appear to be tire marks in the grass as well?
I don't specifically recall the tire marks, but
Okay.
they must have been there.
If you had seen them, I'm sure you'd have done your best to avoid them, correct?
Correct.
And then as you came down to the trailer, where were you in relation to the trailer when you got that close?
That's a small picture, but I would have to,
You need to get up and.
I can show you,
Sure.
Your Honor.
Yes, I think we can. You
When I got
stand-
that,
You
yeah.
want to stand up and use the pointer, whatever easier for you.
Nicole, which button's here?
The red button, there you go.
I would say right about the back side of this, so the north side of this trailer,
Okay.
and then maybe the back side of the car. I do recall walking around the back side of the trailer here. There was some debris in this area that looked like property from the car that was laying on the road, on the ground. So tried not to walk between the vehicle and the trailer.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just ask some questions about orientation on that, now that you showed us that. Just to make sure we're all on the same page, I saw your red pointer go again right to the north end of the green trailer marked on Exhibit 284. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And then you, I think, indicated that you walked around the east side of the trailer to the south end of nearly to the south end of the green trailer. Would that be fair?
That would be fair. And again, I don't remember exactly where I walked while I was there. This was quite a while ago.
I understand.
And I didn't record it, so.
I understand. And then in relation to the car, you walked from the trailer, when you were north of the trailer, you walked west towards the north side of the car, which would be the trunk. Is that right? I'm not saying how close, but you just walked in that general direction, correct? Or did I get that wrong? I just want to make sure that we're getting it right.
I probably walked in the area by the trunk of the car, yes.
Okay. And so, and I meant more, you were north of the trunk of the car. I'm not saying you were within hand's reach or 5 feet out of it, but just you were in the area immediately behind directionally.
Just like personal thought, or not that it's personal. Okay, this is my opinion. I have to wonder if these two, Mr. Nelson and Mr. Pieper, have had interactions before. I'm just wondering if, they've done this before, because I just kind of get that idea or impression.
From that car. Agreed? In this, I'm referring to, somewhere behind the car in this.
You said immediately. I don't think I used the words immediately. I was behind the car at some point in the general north direction from the car. I can't tell you exactly where I was.
And I didn't mean to use immediately to explain distance as opposed to orientation. So if I confused you, my apologies. But you were behind the car in that area, right?
In that general area.
Okay. And there was others with you, agreed?
Yes.
Did you see anybody walk between the trailer and the car?
I don't recall anybody doing that.
Did you see?
They may have.
Sure, I understand. Just going on what you remembered, I wasn't there either, or I wasn't there. Did you see anybody walk to the south end of the trailer to the front of the car?
Not that I recall.
Was anybody in south side of the car looking in a position to see the license plate or the hood of the car, or from that angle that you remember?
Not that I remember. It doesn't mean they didn't do it. I don't remember specifically where people were walking.
Sure. All right. And thank you. When you were there in that area, you didn't, like you said, you weren't expecting to find what you found. You were investigating because you were following up on your instincts and your leads, but you weren't expecting to find something necessarily. Agreed? That's probably why you didn't have a camera, is my point. Let me just ask this.
Even if I had expected to find something, that doesn't mean I would have brought a camera with me.
Okay.
I think it would be fair to say that we were following up on some leads, and I felt fairly confident once I saw the footprint that we were going to find something.
Sure. You didn't have a camera with you. Agreed?
Agreed.
You didn't take photos of that initial...
There was no need. We were going to have a crime scene unit in there anyways.
Whether there was a need or not, you didn't do it, was my question.
No.
You talked about vehicles. You're familiar with vehicles. Is that fair to say?
I would say so, yes.
And when you saw the vehicle tracks in the mud, you deduced that it was a car rather than some sort of other vehicle. Is that right?
I deduced that it was a passenger vehicle and not a farm implement with big tires.
Okay. You're familiar with Chevy Impalas?
Yes.
Fair to say that it has a rather low clearance?
Yes.
And that sedan would sit lower than your everyday pickup truck?
Yes, it would.
If somebody was in a pickup truck, they'd be in a higher seated position than someone who's sitting in that Chevy Impala. Agreed?
Yes.
So for anyone who may not remember what the significance is of that question, that is to actually go and impeach Chester, I think his name was Chester Davidson from the previous day, who was the eyewitness who saw Ezra's car. If y'all remember him,
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Sure. You want me to or the court reporter?
If the court reporter could just read back the question, thank you.
If somebody was in a pickup truck, it would be a higher seated position than somebody who was seated in the Chevy Impala. Agreed?
Okay, thank you.
And the answer was yes?
And the answer was yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Are you familiar, if we could turn the screen off, I'm going to eventually probably want you to put on the screen for my computer, but for now, if we can turn it off. Are you familiar with a 1991 Toyota pickup truck?
Yes, I am.
All right. Are you familiar with whether or not a 1991 Toyota small pickup is significantly higher than a passenger car?
It depends if it's four-wheel drive or two-wheel drive.
All right. When you're standing on the blacktop portion of 430th, are you able to see these footprints? Or did you have to get off the road to see them?
Just slightly off the road.
Okay.
I don't know how far, but.
I have no further questions.
All right. Any recurrence? Just briefly.
That's the one you just said. Come on, Jeff. You're on the approach.
Exhibit 561, which was again the picture you looked at from the prosecution team's computer. That appears to be the same muddy roadway that we were talking about.
That is, yes.
In the same entrance with the, again, wooden post there on the side, is that right?
Yes.
Gate.
And this, as you said, I believe was, appears to be taken at night, hours after you were there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Agreed?
Yes.
And you're not sure if the liquid that we appears to be liquid in the between the gates there is in the same condition as it was when you were there at 3 o'clock, right?
That's correct.
And then the picture that I had previously shown you of exhibit 633, again, that's the same area, is that right?
Yes.
And again, the condition of the area between the gates is certainly different than photo 561 that we just looked at, right?
Yes.
And again, you're not sure how, if at all, if that's
Whether
more or less accurate than when you were there on March 23rd at 3 o'clock, right?
Correct.
And part of I think what you're getting at is the weather was changing, and depending upon the hour that you were there, the condition of the roadway varied, right?
Yeah, what you can't see on here is there was like a small stream running through here. It was right around freezing temperature. So at different times, there might have been a flow of water going across there.
Wow.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's the right area. I just don't know exactly when these were taken.
Sure. And what we can deduce from that, and what you deduced, is that, again, depending upon when you're there, that condition is frozen, thawed, and in different levels of that, right?
Yes.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
All right, does the state wish to avail itself of the extra redirect on that photo?
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right.
Any extra redirect?
Actually, Your Honor, just one thing.
Too often. Redirect.
As far as none of the photos that you've seen, would you say they accurately reflect the way that you saw it at the time that you were there on March 23rd?
That's a broad question. Could you rephrase that question?
Sure. Do any of those photos show the scene the way that you believe that they were, the way that you remember the scene to look at that entranceway on March 22nd or 23rd of 2018?
I didn't have a camera. I didn't take a picture when I was there. I couldn't tell you which, none of these have timestamps on them. I don't know when they were taken. It's mud, slush, snow, melting, freezing. That's all I'm saying. I couldn't tell you which one is better or worse than the other.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that was the answer he was hoping
Okay,
for. But
all right, thank you, Detective Sergeant.
Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Jennifer Morris, Jennifer Morris.
And I'm going to pull the banner down because I don't think we're going to have any those keywords for a hot minute. But I'm just going to give you guys a heads up, okay? This is the SANE nurse. And I don't believe they show any graphic images or anything like that. I just because of the category that this is in, I just wanted to give everybody watching or listening a heads up. They're just going to talk about how they go through that whole process at the hospital. So again, there's going to be some talking about, private parts, if you will, body part, but it's just essentially how they conduct the test. This basically, and what she found. So.
What is your occupation?
I'm a registered nurse.
What she didn't find.
Who are you employed by?
Mayo Clinic, Eau Claire.
Can you briefly describe your educational background?
I went to Carroll College, it was called, from 1993 to 1997, and received a Bachelor of Science in Nursing.
And when did you start working as a nurse?
In 1997.
And at some point, did you become trained to be a sexual assault nurse examiner?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
2012, September.
And so for the past about 7 years, you've been a SANE nurse, is that right?
Yes.
And are you a lead SANE nurse?
Yes, currently I am the lead SANE nurse at Mayo Eau Claire, and that involves coordinating the SANE calendar and helping train any new SANE that go through training through the Department of Justice.
Ms. Morris, on March 22nd of 2018, do you recall working with a patient named Ezra McCandless?
Yes.
And as a routine practice, do you chart certain notes?
I guess in order to get approved or certified to do that job, you go through the Department of Justice. That's interesting.
After you examine a patient?
Yes.
And after you, let me ask you, did you examine the patient, the defendant, on March 22nd, 2018?
Yes, as a SANE nurse. I was not her primary nurse, but I was called in to perform a sexual assault exam.
And did you create a chart following that examination?
Yes.
Looking at the top right corner of the first page of that exhibit, what is the patient's name?
Ezra J. McCandless,
What is her date of birth?
10/6/1997.
So at the time of your SANE exam, the defendant was 20 years old, is that right?
Yes.
And on what date was she admitted to Mayo Hospital?
3/22/2018.
And if you turn to page DOJ 1115 of that document, what time did you arrive to do your examination that day?
7:20 p.m.
And when you arrived, who was the defendant with?
When I came into the room that she was in the emergency department, she was with one of our emergency department technicians who was sitting with her.
And do you know if she was accompanied at any time by law enforcement?
Yes, there was law enforcement outside of the room. If I remember correctly, it was Dunn County.
And can you briefly explain for the jury what a SANE exam is?
Sure. So
before she gets into that, I will just say, as far as Ezra being with law enforcement, it's not really entirely clear yet, and I think it will become more clear as we go along in the trial and hear from more law enforcement. But it's not entirely clear yet. Like, okay, at this point, it doesn't seem like they had found the body, like Alex's body. Like I guess in my mind, I'm trying to put together a timeline of when did they think she was a suspect, right? Like when was she in custody versus when was she, so what I'm thinking is, because this was so early on, that when did he say, I'm trying to think. Okay, hold on. I'm going to back it up. I'm going to back it up just to see if they said the times when they arrived on the scene and found the car and shit, like previous officer. I'm going to back it up and then I'll come right back to it, because what I'm thinking is, and the other thing is, even if they'd found Alex, they may not have told Ezra yet. But anyway, my initial thought was just that she could have had law enforcement there with her, because when they found her, she didn't know her name and shit, right? And they were trying to identify her. Second of all, because she's claiming she was a victim of a crime, right? So in my mind, I'm not necessarily thinking already that she's, but let me back it up real quick, and then we'll come right back to her and see if we can, let's hear from this dude when he got there.
Worth was there when you arrived?
I don't recall the names of the roommates.
And did you go in the apartment?
Yes.
And
after this,
County Highway E?
Yes, it does.
All right. So to get from Cameron Street to County Highway, Mr. Sipple, to what was on the other
muddy road, what appeared to be footprints coming out of the roadway.
All right. And at that point in time, what do you do?
We finished our conversation and went with, or drove over to Detective Sergeant Pieper's location.
All right. And as you were, or did you go to that location with Detective Proc?
Yes.
When you arrived there, what do you see?
A long dirt road that was covered in mud due to the recent runoff of snow and water. In that first section of the roadway, it located what appeared to be footprints coming out of the roadway.
All right.
In the mud.
And at that roadway from the road, was
maybe I'm past it. Hold on, let me
No.
All right. So you get to 430th Avenue. What do you do when you get there?
At that point, myself and Detective Proc spoke with a resident on that street that had been involved in the initial 911 call or call to police the night before.
That was Mr. Sipple?
Yes, it was.
And as you were talking to as you and Detective Proc were talking.
So okay, let me go back to Pieper. I mean, it's the way he's asking questions is great because it follows really logically and naturally. But the thing is that it's not. They're not asking about a time.
So involved.
My mistake. There was 5 of us. Yes.
Yeah. All right. And how did you drive your own vehicle or ride with somebody?
I drove my vehicle onto 430th Avenue while Detectives Proc and Greuel went up to the residence, the home from which the ambulance had been responded to.
All right. And as you drove the vehicle, were you driving quickly or were you driving slow? And
slowly, I parked along the side of the road while they proceeded to the residence and spoke with Mr. Sipple.
All right. And when you parked along the side of the road, what are you doing?
Waiting in my car for them to finish the interview and just thinking about some possibilities on where Ezra McCandless's vehicle might be.
All right. And as you did that, did you notice anything that drew your attention?
Yes.
I mean, I don't remember them saying a time. I just feel like they have to, right? And then I must have missed
You
it.
notice?
Off to the south of
It was crazy.
Began looking at the footprints further
What time is it?
rise.
All right. And can you see over that incline as you stand by the foot impression?
They're,
all right.
I think some of them even had their work shoes on, so they didn't want to get them muddy anyways.
What time is it?
All right. And so are you proceeding in a southerly direction then?
Yes.
And which side of that direction?
To start seeing some debris on the ground.
Okay.
Behind the driver's side seat, head and shoulders
Time is it?
back out of the scene or out of the area. All 5 of
I mean, so far, all I can gather is it's not dark yet, right? And this is March. So
us get back to the roadway, and I contacted
what time is it?
the Dunn County Sheriff's Department.
Prior to backing out of the area, do you do anything to alter or change any of the physical items at that scene?
No, we didn't intentionally do anything like that. I imagine standing in the grass would technically be altering something, but no, we didn't touch anything or do anything in that regard.
Didn't move any of the items around?
No.
All right. So potentially made some foot impressions potentially in the grass area. How close to but nothing else?
Yeah, that would have been it.
All right. How close to the vehicle did you actually?
Or a little bit more.
Evidence of any kind.
And then what did you do?
Maintain scene security. Gave a couple directives for guys. I think it was maybe going to start raining. We maybe covered some footprints with a box or a sheet or something. I don't specifically recall what they used, but things like that. And just waited on scene and helped with scene security.
Right. You do any collection of anything at any point during the investigation?
No.
All right. Now, did you have some additional involvement in this case on March 7th of 2019?
Oh, dear. See, I don't know. Okay, on cross, does it come out? I don't know that it comes out on cross.
Officer, I was simply bringing evidence down. Okay. I think what I meant to say was their team. I traveled with their team.
Okay. So you're not on a team?
On the A team.
No, I'm not on a team.
Okay. On this day, on March, was it 23rd, you were out at the scene, is that right?
Correct.
March 23rd, 2018, is that right?
Yes.
Want to show you some
Wait, March 23rd.
pictures.
Was it really?
That's you were talking about the entryway to, I think you called it a logging road, is that right?
Yes.
All right. I think at least I've been referring to the muddy road. Are we?
Well, that settles it. So, assuming that he has the date correct, which they've made. Okay, he said the 23rd. So, assuming he has that correct, then this is the next day after the murders, And then this answers my question. In fact, the time doesn't even matter, because if Ezra is on in the hospital and being examined by the SANE nurse on the 22nd, this is hours after the homicide, right? But they haven't found Alex yet. If he's got the date correct, he says he was there on the 23rd. So that means it wasn't until the next day that they found him, which I don't think I realized. I thought it was the same day. That's wild. They did not find him until the 23rd. Wow. Because Mr. Sipple, the farmer, didn't go out on that property and find the car, obviously, right? He didn't go out there. He didn't know. He had no idea. Wow. So that was the next day. Dude, that's insane, isn't it? Okay, now let me find where we were here. We were 155-ish.
Mayo Hospital.
3/22/2018.
And if you turn to page DOJ 1115 of that document,
So this is where we were.
what time did you arrive to do your examination that day?
Because this is exactly what got me thinking about it. The time she arrives, and then they ask her about law enforcement.
7:20 p.m.
Yep.
And when you arrived, who was the defendant with?
When I came into the room that she was in the emergency department, she was with one of our emergency department technicians who was sitting with her.
And
I'm going to double check just to make sure she says the 22nd. Because again, assuming everyone's saying the date's correct, this is, in other words, this would confirm my thought that the law enforcement in this case would not be there for a murder because they hadn't found a body yet, right? They would be there for other reasons. So
Form a sexual assault exam.
just make sure.
And did you create a chart following that examination?
Yes. This.
Back up a little bit.
Ms. Morris, on March 22nd of 2018.
That confirms it. 22nd. So they did not find Alex till the 23rd. So the law enforcement that's there with her, then this confirms what I'm thinking, in that they must be there simply because she's alleging she's the victim of a crime, really. And because also she couldn't remember her name and shit.
With a possible sexual assault.
Okay, anyway, but we're back to where we
So
were.
we basically go in and talk to the patient. We interview the patient as much as we can in regards to any sort of trauma or event that might have taken place to help facilitate evidence collection in regards to a sexual assault. So as the SANE nurse, we do a head-to-toe assessment, talking to the patient the whole time about what could have occurred, anything that will help us determine where we would collect evidence from. So we start basically from the top and go to the bottom, utilizing a SANE kit to collect evidence.
So what specifically is your role during a SANE exam?
When I come in for the sexual assault exam, that's my job. I'm not the primary nurse. I'm there to try and collect evidence and preserve that evidence so we can give it to law enforcement if the patient wants to report that event.
And that matters, right? Because so we've heard from her, right? Like these SANE nurses, I didn't realize they were trained by the Department of Justice, so that's pretty sick, right? But they are there to collect evidence. In a way, you have to think of it, they're kind of like law enforcement in a way, right? In the sense that they are there to collect evidence. So, I mean, as much as it might seem shitty, they're not there to comfort, right? They're not there to really care. I mean, not there to provide comfort or care per se to the patient, but they're there to collect evidence. And it makes sense, right? Because if you tried to have somebody do both things, it wouldn't work. And of course, the regular nurses are there to provide comfort and care or whatever. And then of course you have your doctors who are there to treat any injuries. But the same nurse, from what I can tell from everything watching this testimony here and just, what she says and then common sense, they are really there to collect evidence because there's a crime that's been alleged. And as we know, these kits are then sent off. So, and not, unfortunately, they aren't always processed. There's a backlog, as we know. Most of us, I'm sure, know, but they should be processed. But yeah, anyway, it's similar to like if you think about somebody collecting a buccal swab, right, of a suspect. It's similar to that, where it's like that shit is like really carefully done, and it's really and oftentimes, right? Actually, that's a good comparison. Oftentimes, the person who comes in to swab the hands, right, to take gun like GSR residue. Think about that, or a buccal swab. Oftentimes, the person that comes in to do that shit they literally just do that one thing. They don't know anything about the case. They're not involved at all. They literally just come in and collect the evidence from the person on the person, right? And then they leave, and that's it. So it's similar, right? So it's an interesting concept that it's a nurse, but really they're really more like a crime scene technician, or not. I guess you could say that, or the type of person who would law enforcement would go in and just collect a buccal swab and then walk out of the room, kind of like that. But they're just dealing with this sensitive topic with things that are intimate in nature and whatnot, But yeah, they have to be able to do their job, and they have to be able to do it in a very uniform fashion, right? Because it's just like with anything else. It's going to get examined, right? If somebody's alleging sexual assault and they've got a SANE kit that's been done, the defense attorneys, right? If the kit's ever processed, right? The defense attorneys are going to pick it apart just like they would anything else, right? DNA. So
I'm not really there to provide, there's a difference between the primary nurse and the SANE nurse.
I should
So
have listening.
my job is to help facilitate the sexual assault nurse exam.
Yep.
And are you trained to follow a particular protocol when you perform these examinations?
Yeah, the protocol we follow, we're taught in our SANE training that is given by the International Association of Forensic Nurses. And it's a protocol that we follow. It's also in the kit there, doing a head-to-toe assessment to, first of all, evaluate any medical needs and collaborate with the doctor and the primary nurse to help facilitate those medical needs. And then treat them if we need to treat them with help of the doctor and the nurse. And then we collect evidence and maintain the chain of custody to help facilitate any evidence that we may find.
And did you follow that protocol when you examined
She's all happy. Wow.
Ms. McCandless on March 22nd?
Yes.
I think this is the best outfit so far. I really hated the fucking the light pink shit she's been wearing. This is better colors for her. But I have to say, think about Amber Heard, right? Had she gone into the hospital after her issues that she, her whole story, right, in Australia, this is what she would have been met with. Because so we just heard it's an international association, which is good. They've all decided we're all going to follow these guidelines with the SANE kit and whatnot. So she would have been met with somebody perform. So as we hear what they do, right? You can think to yourself that this is what Amber Heard would have maybe faced had she gone and sought help. And remember, we're thinking to ourselves things that they can find or things that they don't find, right? So evidence or lack of evidence. And what she was just explaining, right? If they are examining and they see that there's life-threatening injury. So imagine if Amber Heard had gone after what she said Johnny Depp did with the bottle and whatnot, broken glass and shit, right? They would have been yes, immediate life-saving measures need to be, you know what I mean? That's what would have happened. But they would have seen that, oh, wait, those injuries aren't present. So you can just keep that in mind in terms of what Amber Heard would have been facing had she gone to the hospital.
So let's talk about your verbal evaluation. That's part of your SANE exam. Is there a form that you follow when you obtain verbal information?
Yes, we do an interview process. We ask questions, hopefully helping the patient recall anything that might have happened to them. There's specific questions we try to ask in regards to any type of injury, because our first concern is if they're hurt or have any sort of trauma.
And so looking at page 1115 on exhibit 173, did you ask the patient if she lost her memory?
So one thing I'm sure she's going to talk about, one thing that's really interesting here is, she's well aware of that, because one of the things that makes it so difficult, people who've been through potentially sexual assault, right? If it was real, they might have such trauma that they can't actually remember. And so I think it's interesting. A part of their job is to help them remember what happened, but also because not just so that they can then, figure out and then bring charges, but also because they can be injured and not know it. Right. And so part of their concern is that there could be these life-threatening injuries that they have to know about. Now, You know, sometimes you might obviously see a life-threatening injury, and I guess other times you wouldn't, but that's where you need to sort of be able to figure that out. So, but yeah, that's the thing. It's like they need to be able to treat them as well. So again, thinking about Ezra and thinking about Amber Heard, these are both great examples of where they take this so seriously and want to help them, right? But yet it's really just kind of pisses you off if you really think about it, right?
Yes.
Compare, you know, when
And how did she respond?
She replied yes.
And did you ask whether the patient lost consciousness?
Yes.
How did she respond?
No.
Did you ask the patient what she remembered regarding any physical surroundings?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
I was sitting in my car with Alex. That is the last thing I remember.
So she's now mentioned Alex.
Did you ask the patient, what do you remember about the incident?
Yes.
And how did
What's
she
so
respond?
interesting is how this has changed, right? Because initially when people kept asking her questions, she didn't know anything. So now she remembers that she was sitting in her car with Alex. Like you can hear how her story is evolving over time.
Respond.
Patient states, I don't know. I just think I was raped. It hurts.
Did you ask the patient who the assailant or assailants were?
Yes.
And how did she?
If it's of any comfort, this is all, in my opinion, more than likely bullshit. But, you know, again, just like with Amber Heard, it still can be tough to listen to. But, you know, again, she's really, if anything, to me at least, the part that is more triggering is the part that this is bullshit and she's making it up about the deceased, right? But anyway, that's
respond.
What I charted was patient unable to give any description because she can't recall anything. She was with Alex last. She remembers, and before that, Jason.
And if you turn to the next page, DOJ 1116, did you ask the patient whether there was any injury to the assailant or assailants?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
Unknown. Well, I clicked unknown because she could not recall.
Did you ask her whether there was a strangulation?
Yes.
How did she respond?
Unknown.
And you asked a number of other questions regarding any sexual contact, is that right?
Yes.
Like you asked if there was any kissing, is that right?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
Unknown.
And did you ask if there was any assailant's mouth, contacted the patient's genitals?
Unknown.
And you asked whether there was any penis contact with the patient's external genitals, and how did she respond?
Unknown.
Did you ask whether any fingers contacted the patient's external genitals?
Yes.
How did she respond?
Unknown.
Did you ask if a foreign object contacted the patient's external genitals?
Yes.
And what was the response?
Unknown.
Did you ask the patient if she voided?
If she what?
Voided.
Peed, guys.
Yes.
And what does voided mean to you?
Urinate.
Sure. And what was the response?
Unknown, I think. Oh, sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. The voided one was yes. So she did urinate after.
And did you ask if she defecated?
Yes.
And what was the response?
No.
Did you ask if she vomited?
Yes.
And what was the response?
No.
Did you ask if she ingested any food?
Yes.
What was the response?
No.
Did you ask if she ingested any medications or drugs?
Yes.
And what was the response?
No.
Turning to the third page, DOJ 1117. Did you provide any additional details regarding your verbal evaluation of the patient?
Yes.
And what did you write?
Patient tearful states, I remember being at Owen Park with Jason. Then he left and I was hanging out with Alex. Alex said he wanted to talk. Then he kept calling me a boy and carved the word boy in my arm. I remember crying when he called me a boy. Patient unable to recall how she got to a stranger's house covered in mud with multiple superficial
She's even
lacerations.
trying to bring in her, like, you know, past of being like gender fluid and stuff like that. Like, she's even trying, dude, it's like so crazy, right? Like, she's trying to bring that into the whole thing. It's wild.
People then called 911. She was walking through a field and doesn't recall how she got there with no car. Patient's last memory was around 12:30, then was brought to the ED by EMS around 6 p.m.
So when you do this a verbal evaluation with a patient, do you conduct any independent follow-up to either confirm or deny a patient's statements to you?
Can you explain that a little more? Sorry.
Sure. So you ask these series of questions and then do you write down the response? Is that right?
Right.
Do you do any investigation of your own to either confirm or deny what a person's telling you?
So when I do the interview, the answers on when it says unknown, there's a yes, no, and unknown. And those ones I checked unknown because she was unable to recall. So if somebody is saying that they have an injury somewhere or that they have pain, they answer yes, that they're having pain in a certain area. I will check that area for an injury. We do, when they give us information in regards to a sexual assault, my job is to try and gain evidence or find evidence in areas that there could have possibly been, contact with somebody else. So when they don't recall, my job is to try and collect evidence just to help them because they have no recollection. But yes, we do follow up if they're complaining of an injury or pain somewhere.
And were you able to observe some writing or words on the patient's left forearm?
Yes.
The word boy, is that right?
Yes.
And did you ask her how that boy got into her arm?
I did.
And how did she respond?
She said, from what I charted in the details, Alex carved the word boy in her arm.
Okay, so let's move to the physical examination of the patient. So 568, Ms. Morris, what is that box?
One thing that's going to become important as we go along is this whole idea of like, what she's telling people is that Alex is responsible for the cuts on her, right? Like, he cut her. She's not saying that she did it. She's saying he did it. Even she's saying, I can't remember, but I remember that he did it, right? Or after she gets asked another time, which is important because there's this whole concept of like the whole like, self-harming issue or whatever, of where the defense is going to try to really use that to say that Ezra self-harmed, and that's almost proof that she went through a traumatic event. However, we have to, this is where it's interesting because Ezra is telling everybody, once she starts talking, she's telling everybody that Alex is the one who carved the word boy into her arm, and Alex is responsible for all those wounds. She's not saying that she did it. So it's just another facet. Iowa, happy to see you, my friend. Shout out to Iowa, backyard cam. Excelente, love it.
This is the Wisconsin State Crime Lab medical forensic evidence collection kit.
And what is that kit used for?
So these are the kits that we use as SANE nurses to collect evidence.
And is that an unused kit?
Yes, it is unused. I opened it before.
And does it contain all of the items that you generally use when you conduct a SANE kit?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the Crime Lab information sheet you completed on March 22nd, 2018?
Here's her face.
Yes, the first 2 pages.
You guys look here. I'll show you again. Like, what? She's not happy with this right now, Ezra.
So 568, Ms. Morris, what is that box?
This is the Wisconsin State Crime Lab medical forensic evidence collection kit.
And what is that kit used for?
So these are the kits that we use as SANE nurses to collect evidence.
And is that an unused kit?
Yes, it is unused.
Watch for Ezra.
I opened it before. But
And does it contain all of the items that you generally use when you conduct a SANE kit?
yes,
Okay. And is this the crime lab information sheet you completed on March 22nd, 2018?
yes, the first 2 pages are.
Just say, so far in the trial, that's probably one of the biggest responses we've seen from her. That is like, because that's different than the teary eye or fake teary eye, whatever. That's different. That's like she's trying to stop herself from having some sort of extreme reaction. Like that's like a deep sigh, closing her eyes. Like that's, I don't know, I'm curious what you guys think, but that to me is this maybe the biggest reaction that I think is also, that's like a genuine reaction. And it would make sense, right? Because it's something that's about her, right?
And what about the third page?
The third page is the evidence collection sheet inventory.
And did you complete that?
Yes,
And that's your signature at the bottom?
yes.
Okay, so Ms. Morris, if you can take 568 and open up that kit and explain what's inside that kit for the jury.
Okay, so this is our evidence collection kits. The first page is provided by the State Crime Lab, and it is the order in that which we collect evidence, and it gives you step-by-step guide to how to, where to collect the evidence from. And it goes all the way from step 1 into step 18. And each of those steps has its own envelope or piece of paper, if that. And then, so it starts with step 1, which is the crime lab information sheet, which we fill out to the best of our ability for the patient gives information. This is a swab dryer. And this is the drying rack that we put the swabs in. It goes into an actual swab dryer where the swabs will dry. They're all labeled, so we're able to put the swabs into each specific area. It goes vaginal swabs, cervical swabs, any dried secretions, skin to skin, and then mons pubis. And these all correlate with the envelopes that are in the kit. So it starts with step 1, which is the crime lab information sheet, and then there's a pre-void external wipe. We label everything with the patient's name, the date it was collected, and who it was collected by. And then these are sealed once we put the evidence in.
So, Ms. Morris, that pre-void external genital wipe, if I'm looking at Exhibit 567, that was not collected in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And was that because she had already urinated before the exam? If I look at page 3 of Exhibit 567, there was an optional toxicology, and I believe you circled blood.
Yes.
Why did you circle that?
So we also have, with the sexual assault nurse examiner kits and the evidence collection kits, we have the ability to send a drug facilitated sexual assault kit, which is also sent to the crime lab, and that is used to detect any sort of medications or drugs that might be in the patient's system without her knowledge. So it's one of our DUI kits. We don't have one of those here. So, but it's drawn by lab, and that
Like if somebody's given you something, right? Slip something in your drink, what
is
happens?
sent to the crime lab to, like I said, to collect for any possibility of drugs that the patient may not known that she was given or taken.
So during your examination of the defendant, you did take some blood?
Yes, the lab actually draws the blood.
Sure.
Yes.
And then, but you included it in the kit when it was sealed?
Yes.
And why did you do that in this case?
I did that because she didn't have any memory of what had happened, according to the interview and according to when I was talking to her. So for any patient that comes in with a lapse of memory, if the patient allows us to and gives us consent, we recommend drawing blood or sending urine if they meet the time frame, because that could indicate that there could have been some sort of drug given or intoxication that she was not aware of.
And step 4 in the kit is oral swabs, smear, and floss. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury how you collected that?
So the oral swabs, we actually want the patient to floss their teeth because that can bring out other DNA. So we have the patient floss their teeth, and they do that on their own, and then we put it in the envelope that's labeled floss. And then I use a long Q-tip to swab their mouth with this and just try to extract her DNA. And we dry that just like we would dry the other swabs. So
just let the record reflect Ms. Morris took out a long Q-tip and sort of demonstrated how she would be swabbing the patients.
Swirled it around a bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Record will so reflect.
And then your 5th step would be a buccal cell standard for DNA, and that was collected?
yes.
Can you describe how you collected that?
So this one is also a in the mouth, and we're just trying to extract the actual patient's DNA. So instead of swirling or circling, it just sits in the cheek to try and extract or get her cells from her mouth. I'm not swabbing all the way around, and we do that one on each side.
And you did that when you examined the defendant?
Yes.
And then you obtained some fingernail evidence on both hands, is that right?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Swabs just make me think of those COVID tests.
So fingernail evidence, we have a pointier, smaller Q-tip. You want me to show that?
Sure.
Okay. So it's a little bit
You have a little tiny Q-tip for the fingernails. It's so cute.
smaller and pointier because we want to try and get under
Wow.
the fingernails. We moisten one of the swabs with sterile water, and we go under each fingernail of the patient, first with the moist swab. And while we're doing that, we have the patient hold her hand over a sheet of, not a big sheet, but a piece of paper.
Wow.
One for the left hand. So if it's the left hand we're swabbing, we want them to hold their hand over this in case anything were to fall out from the fingernails.
Amazing.
So we do each fingernail, and then we do a dry one to try and get any more DNA. And if anything falls in here, even if it doesn't, I always collect it and put it in with the
Yeah, 'cause you wouldn't
appropriate
know.
hand.
And then the next step would be to obtain clothing.
Yes.
And what did you do to obtain that clothing from the defendant?
I recall with this patient, the clothing had already been bagged by our emergency department staff when she came in. So I did not bag her clothing. She was in a patient gown.
Okay.
But
The gown.
it had all been bagged in brown paper bags.
And then the next step would be skin-to-skin contact, and that was not collected. Is that right?
Correct.
And can you explain why?
I didn't do any skin-to-skin contact because at that point I didn't have any information on where there was possibly skin contact.
And then some debris was collected. Can you explain that?
Yes, the debris was collected from her hand. There was some, if I recall, dirt from her hand.
And then I think then you went into the next step would be dried secretions. And I believe you wrote on the right thigh.
Yes.
Can you explain what you did for that?
Yes, I observed some fluid type substance on her right inner thigh. And we also use a light source that can detect that. And I was able to see that with the light source. So I used the method of use the moistened sterile swab to collect that evidence, and then the dry swab.
And you did not do a pubic combing in this case, is that right?
Correct.
And then what do you I think you did some Mons pubis swabs next.
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury how you did that?
Yes, still using the same technique with the moist and sterile swab. The Mons pubis is the pubic bone. When people don't have pubic hair that we can't comb, we swab that area. And same way with the moist and sterile swab and then a dry one.
And then you put it in that little drying rack and then eventually it goes in the envelope?
Yes.
And did you do external genital swabs as well?
Yes.
And where are those?
External genital swabs are all on the outside. If it's a female patient, so it's the outside of the vagina, usually the labia, and sometimes in like the crevices in between the,
Sorry,
like
guys,
the pubic bone and the thigh.
One thing, but you know.
Makes sense.
And then you did a vaginal swab and smear?
Yes.
Where is that?
When we do the vaginal swabs, we use a speculum exam, or we use a speculum that is lighted, and it goes actually into the vagina. We use the light to look for any injuries, any signs of trauma, and then we use 4 swabs in the vaginal area because if it is a sexual assault, that's usually where they would maybe find the most DNA. So we use the 4 swabs and we swab inside the vagina.
And what about a cervical swab?
Yes, the cervical swab is done with the speculum also. So we want to visualize the female's cervix and swab all around that. And I was able to do that.
And then did you also do an anal swab and smear?
Yes.
And how do you perform that?
In this case, it was all on the outside. We did not use a scope to go look inside the anus. It was just on the outside.
And so you didn't find that there was a need to do an inside the anus swab?
Correct.
Ms. Morris, when you performed your examination, did you indicate any observations on this body chart?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury what you did?
All right, now we're getting to
Yes, and so number 1, you want me just to go through the...
Yep, let's start with number 1. What did you indicate you observed body part number 1 where the circle is near the jaw?
Yep, number 1 was a superficial abrasion.
And in your line of work, what does a superficial abrasion mean?
So superficial would mean that it's a little disruption of the skin. It's not fully into the layers of the skin where it would be like openly bleeding. There is some blood that can, or some bleeding that can occur, but it's not through all the layers of the skin.
And what was the second area of the diagram that you observed?
That was on her left forearm where it was the word boy looked like it had been carved into her arm. And that was not openly, that was just superficial also.
And you indicate that's a superficial laceration. Can you explain
so soon too after the incident too?
And what that means?
So laceration is more of a disruption of the opening of the skin.
Look at that person. You know, it's so funny because we all see these different, these nondescript humans that are like asexual and whatever. Anyway, but of all of the ones, that's like a real unfortunate looking one, isn't it?
Not necessarily like filleted open, like a deep scratch.
And what's the difference between a superficial abrasion and a superficial laceration?
Abrasion is just like the top of the skin. Laceration would be more of a cutting.
And the third item on the diagram?
Those were on her right thigh, and I noted about 4 to 5 more superficial lacerations, so more of the cutting.
And the fourth area?
The fourth area, those were the abrasions in the upper, kind of closer to the pelvic area, and those were light pink in colored.
And those are also categorized as superficial abrasions?
Yes, so not necessarily that cutting, more of a scratch.
And so when you make these classifications, are you making these determinations, or is the ER doctor telling you how these should be categorized?
No, I'm doing them myself.
And this is, again, 4 different viewpoints of a head, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you indicate on your chart for under item number 1?
That was a superficial abrasion.
And that was a pink linear?
Yes, oh, sorry, pink linear mark on the right side of her neck, under the mandible.
And what is a mandible?
That's her jaw.
Did you observe anything on the left side?
No.
If I go up to this diagram.
Sorry, guys.
At the bottom of the page, what is that diagram?
That is 4 to 5 superficial lacerations.
And what side of the patient's body?
The right side.
And those sort of squiggly marks, is that something that you drew using a computer program?
It's a legend, so when we have the diagrams open, you click on bruise and it gives you like a gray dot. The laceration one is just those squiggly lines, so it's a legend that we follow.
And you had indicated on that chart that there were the superficial lacerations with the word boy on the left arm. Did you observe any other abrasions or lacerations or injuries on any other part of the right or left arm?
No.
What are these diagrams?
Those are the patient's hands.
And it has different views of the hands, the front and back and
Yes.
sides?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury what you observed on the defendant's hands?
On the right hand, I noticed 2 abrasions.
And again, what are abrasions?
Just a disruption of the top layer of the skin. And the left hand, 2 superficial lacerations on the palmar part of her hand.
So cuts.
Yes.
Also, as part of your SANE examination, do you take photographs?
Yes.
And why do you take photographs?
Photographs, if the patient allows us to take photographs. Some don't give us consent, but and that's to help document any injuries that we find.
And do you recall taking photographs when you examined the defendant on March 22nd?
Yes.
And prior to coming into court today,
So
did you get?
thing that's interesting is notice how many times she's just referenced that, they're not going to force them because they're a victim of a crime, right? So they have to consent to these things. And they have to consent to have the exam, and they have to consent to have these different things done, and they have to consent to have their pictures. So it's a good way of implying that Ezra consented, right? Without having to flat out say she consented to this, she consented to that. It's kind of just naturally built into the testimony because of the fact that, she's just trying to make clear that they don't force this on people, right? But inherent in that is it's also showing the jury that Ezra consented. So
to observe an electronic copy of those photographs?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, to maintain the privacy of the defendant, we have 3-ring binders with the photographs taken. So I'm going to provide them to the.
So we heard about these at the end of the previous day. So this same episode, right? But it was earlier in the live stream, the end of day 3. And remember, they talked about the binders, and I even commented, "Oh, one for each juror. That's better than they did in Karen Reed with the jury instructions." But it sounded like they were all on the same page. But what's going to happen is he's going to say any objection, the judge will, and then the defense is going to kind of change their mind, and then they have a whole thing about these binders with the pictures, and it's interesting, and it's in a way it's kind of funny because there's a technology element involved, but you guys will see.
Jury bailiff, if she could distribute them?
Has the defense had a chance to review those?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
All right. And is there?
You see, she goes, "No, yeah, we because we knew they reviewed them. They said that," and then she goes, "Nope," but then she changes her mind.
A minute, actually,
All right. All right,
I don't know.
your microphone's off, so.
I honestly,
Okay, I just wanted.
I honestly don't know what the fuck, because they could have, I don't know why they consented the previous day to it and they were all on the same page. And then also again today on the same page. And then now all of a sudden she's noticing an issue. It's a bit odd.
Just cover a couple things for the record. There was, again, this sidebar just before 10 a.m. and the state has.
And also, by the way, all of this much ado with these binders is just simply because there's going to be a portion of this picture showing these injuries that are, from what we understand, self-inflicted, right? But Ezra's saying she was not, she's saying she was assaulted. And there's a tiny portion that it would show of part of her, private areas, what have you. And for her, it's for her own privacy or her own, whatever, that they would block any of that out. Just, but you're going to hear them argue about it. So.
Prepared this folder with photographs from the SANE exam. And it has
dignity is the word I guess I was thinking about here. Because that's what that's it. You're going to hear a lot of arguing about this, and it's very indicative to me that this was really a priority for her, was making sure that the jury saw as little as possible of her private area. Like, despite the fact that she's on trial for murder, it's like you can tell this came from her. Like, they make a really big deal about this because it's important to her, that's my take on it. So
agreed during the sidebar that some unnecessary images in those photos of the genitals will be blacked out before it's given to the jury. And in my request to counsel is that you kind of do that together, so you do it the same for each one, and you do not block out anything you believe is relevant evidence.
Judge, my only concern is, like, how are we going to do this consistently? The scratches are so close to the vagina that, I worry we are going to be potentially limiting evidence. They're in a binder for privacy reasons.
Do you have a black marker that could be used?
And is it going to be consistent for all of them? That's what I worry.
But I know I used a photo during my opening in a digital version, which in the digital version that I have, I blacked it out. I'm happy to send that to the state.
There's two different pictures.
And then it could be printed, and then that version would be consistent across the...
I mean, I don't know, man. What do you guys think? She does not want, again, this is only for the jury. They're in binders. She doesn't want the jury to see any portion of her private parts, is what I'm getting, because it's not even going to show the whole thing. It's just like a portion of it, because it sounds like they had already agreed, right, on what was going to be shown. And it was as little as possible. When, because she's the one that put these cuts in order to allege sexual assault. She's the one that put these cuts where they are close to her private parts, but then she doesn't want those to be shown. But you can see how what the state is saying is, well, they need to have some idea of where these cuts are, right? The jury does, right? In order to even understand. But to me, it's like, well, I don't know, maybe you should have thought about that ahead of time. I mean, it's like, well, yeah, how am I going to allege sexual assault if I put the cuts further away? Well, I don't know. It's a catch-22, right? But like, here you are. So I don't know. Sorry if that sounds harsh, but dude, she's on another level, I will say.
Across the way.
No, I don't believe that is appropriate, because it's trying to blocking out more than it's kind of distorting the picture and what the evidence is. I mean, the evidence is, she's claiming she was sexually assaulted. I think where these cuts are is a huge part of this case. So
I don't know that anyone. I'll let the addition. Sorry.
Judge, we preserved the privacy and the dignity of the decedent by covering up his genitalia when a necessary part of this case was to show a cut to the scrotum. The same privacy and dignity should be preserved for Ms. McCandless. Ms. McCandless did not claim.
Look at her face. Oh my God. Oh my God.
A sexual assault. She said she didn't know if she'd been sexually assaulted. That's actually what was.
That to me is really interesting because what the fuck? She's now saying she never claimed it. I feel like she's changing her tune because the jury is not present. Because I feel like in front of the jury, she's always going to say that that's what Ezra thought happened. This is really interesting because now that she has to argue in front of the judge, she realizes that it might benefit them more to say Ezra didn't initially claim that. She said she didn't know what happened. This is let me back that up again because that's wild to me. Go on.
Where these cuts are is a huge part of this case. So
I don't know that anyone. I'll let the addition. Sorry.
Judge, we preserved the privacy and the dignity of the decedent by covering up his genitalia when a necessary part of this case was to show a cut to the scrotum. The same privacy and dignity should be preserved for Miss McCandless. Miss McCandless did not claim a sexual assault. She said she didn't know if she'd been sexually assaulted. That's actually what was stated to the SANE nurse when she talked to her and when these photos were taken. It is very minimal for the state to take one copy of each of these photos, black it out electronically to cover what is a relatively small part. It can be covered with my smallest finger, and to make them all identical for the state. I see no reason for Ms. McCandless's privacy and dignity not to be equivalent to the decedent in this particular case, and it can be done with showing every single scratch or cut that is in the mons pubis, labia, and inner thigh. It really is not that big of a deal, and that's why I objected, and that should be done.
And Judge, the state's point is though the lack of injury on the labia is what is also very important in this case. So not only the injuries themselves, but where the lack of injury is. And as far as when Mr. Woodworth, his genitalia was blacked out because there's no injury on the penis. The injury was to the scrotal sac, so you could still see it. And here, I mean, it's kind of in the very near area that when you black it out, it takes away the area where there isn't injury, which is also just as equally as important as where there is injury.
Well, I saw it didn't look like it would be that difficult. And the area that's blacked out, obviously, you know, in one way or another, either by stipulation, it could be stated there's no injuries observed. The witness can say no injuries observed in that particular area, and they can refer to what that is. But I think just at least some blackout of that area so that, again, it's a matter of, respect and dignity here. So I think sustain the objection to it being shown the way it presently is.
So I found that kind of surprising. What about you guys? He's siding with the defense. I mean, I shouldn't say siding, but he's a very, this just speaks to the fact, again, I keep saying, I really love this judge. And one of the things about a good judge is, right, they're balanced. And I think that it's smart. And here's why. Because it's clear to him, like I was just saying, right, that this is really important to Ezra. That's why it's important to her attorneys. That's why they're making this, this whole fuss about it, if you will. And it's in other words, it's going to go a long way to build trust and just in terms of being fair, right? Because this matters a lot to them. And I think it also is, I don't know, and it's almost like a gesture of kindness, if you will, to Ezra, that, obviously it's really going along the lines of the presumption of innocence, right? Like that it is important to protect her dignity. I just think it shows, I mean, I can't imagine, I feel like a lot of judges would maybe not have gone, again, because it's really just for Ezra. Like, that's it. Like, it's not like there's a legal, thing happening here, that there's no discrepancy about something. It's literally just for Ezra's own privacy and dignity. That's it. So that's why this, I think, is a gesture that would, it's really more for the gesture, if you will. But it does show you know, a good amount of kindness and fairness to Ezra. Like that's how I think this would have meant a great deal to her, just based on, again, her whole reaction to this thing. So
I don't think it's that difficult. Now, how we do it, how you do it, so it's consistent. What is the quickest way that we can do that?
I mean, you could just as easily have imagined a judge, any judge, saying like, yeah, it's evidence. Like that's where the cuts are. You know, this is important. I mean, you know, you could see that being like, yeah, this is like her dignity doesn't matter nearly as much as like the evidence in the case, right? Like you could see that being a really easy way to just shoot down what the defense is saying. But he's like, no, we're going to go with it.
It would seem to me that the quickest way is to go in a computer, block it out, and make 12 identical copies. And
Somebody have the capability of doing that in the next 10 minutes?
we will send a member of our team.
We'll do it as expeditiously as we can.
Okay, and again, you know, my understanding is the area that we blocked out would basically to obscure the vaginal opening and not obscure areas where injuries are evident, and not obscure it in a manner that you can't tell where the injuries are. The witness can still explain where the injuries are. You have a diagram already. How much time do you need to do that?
I think 15 minutes.
Okay, so why don't we do that, and assume if anyone needs to use the restroom, this is a good time to do that. This is just two photos.
Two photos, and then Judge, if Your Honor could inform the jury that there's no injuries in the area in which there's blacked out, I think that would be appropriate.
Well, we can do that. You can do that.
The witness should do that.
Pardon?
I think the witness is the person who should do that. She can look at the full photograph, and she can look at the blacked out, and she can say that she's compared the two and there's no injuries there. It seems like appropriate for the witness to do that.
I think that is the more appropriate way to do it. So, you know, in addition to that, you know, the court can just tell the jury that there's a stipulation that part of that is blocked, you know, for privacy and respect to the defendant. Okay, so what we'll do is
I think it's the right decision, because honestly, it's like really, like, again, you could see it being super reasonable to just have shut that down. However, in the grand scheme of things, this really isn't going to make a big difference in the prosecution's case, but this is a big deal to Ezra. So I think that's why it's like this decision was the right call. I think, you know, like this isn't going to make or break it for the state. So, but it is going to build a lot of trust and faith in Ezra.
if you would let the clerk know when you're ready, and I'll wait until you let me know. Okay, thank you. Go back on the record. It's 10:28 a.m.
Yeah, it's amazing how much ground they cover so quickly. Like, it's like, you know, day 4, mid-morning housekeeping. You're like, my God, they've already been through so many witnesses and they've already done so much. It's like, it feels like it's the end of the day and it's just the beginning. It's crazy, right? They don't waste any time.
State has done some blacking out of DOJ picture 1128, 1127, which are both contained in proposed exhibit 174. Which is going to the jury. I'm going to hand them to the court. First show you 1127. I'm sorry. Closer. First showing you number 1127. We are requesting that the blackout go down to the bottom of the lower left labia because there's no real reason to show it. And on number 1.
What happened was, you know, he made his ruling and then the state, you know, did what they thought was complying. And now the defense is seeing their product, their finished product, and they're saying it's not good enough, essentially.
128, we would also we think that the black mark should go up a little bit higher on the top of the photo and to cover a little bit more. It just seems very sparse. The state does not want to do that, so we just thought we would bring it to your honor and you can make a decision. We think that it would more adequately recover the genitalia and preserve privacy.
And would this,
And then they're going to make 12 digital copies or 12 color copies on a photocopier and put them in the books.
all right, and the state wish to be heard?
Yes, the state believes that the blackout marks already protect the privacy. They're already in binders, still cover the genitalia, which also allows the jury to see, where there isn't scratches, but still protects her privacy. I think that is certainly adequate.
All right, well, with all due respect to the defense, the court believes that this is adequate. The jury's going to see these in a folder. They're not going to be published up on the screen.
And see what I mean about the balance, though? Like, it was smart. It was smart. He gave them the big win before. He said, yeah, you can black some of it out, right? And siding with the defense. And then now they're saying it's not enough. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm going to go with the state now. Because, so you can just see how, like, it was smart.
And this does, in the court's opinion, is sufficient to black out that. This is evidence where these scratches are. I think significant evidence, and so I think once these are copied, it provides sufficient privacy. So, but these again, the defense objection will be preserved because this is what they will be. So then those copies can be made of those two, and they will be in the numbers sufficient so the jury each have one. And then what will be the actual exhibit introduced to
The binder will be exhibit 174, and these will be the first 2 pages. So we'll just replace those first 2 pages.
And how long will that take?
5 minutes.
Okay. Then is there someone that can do that while we just clean up those sidebars?
Judge, I need to use the restroom so Mr. Nelson can do his own sidebar. I think I only need to be involved in one.
Yeah, we'll just note the last sidebar is what we have taken up with the jury excused related to DOJ 1127, 1128 that are part of Exhibit 174, and that was the sidebar with Ms. Vishny and Ms. Nodoff. So
There was also a brief sidebar before the testimony began of Ms. Morris, in which the state advised me that Ms. Morris had by accident briefly stepped into the courtroom during the prior witness, and I did not object.
Now they're just going over the sidebar.
Inadvertent brief violation of sequestration.
all right, and Ms. Nodoff, anything further you'd like to say about that? Which I'll just note that was at 9:16 a.m. When Ms. Nodoff and Ms. Vishny came over for a sidebar, and that was just that Ms. Morris had inadvertently come into the courtroom, and as soon as that was noticed, the state victim witness staff had Ms. Morris leave the courtroom. So anything further anyone would like to say on that?
So as soon as she walked in, she was directed out.
Okay, very good. And again, I appreciate
Sergeant Piper's testimony.
all right, I appreciate counsel
what
again
happened
keeping
there-
an eye out for any of their witnesses that may inadvertently come.
I love this. So what happened was, during Sergeant Piper's testimony, Miss Morris, the nurse who's on the stand right now, SANE nurse, accidentally came in the courtroom or walked in or almost walked in, and in order to handle it appropriately, they immediately, escorted her out, and then they went ahead, I guess, had a sidebar about how that they weren't going to go and be like, oh, she violated the sequestration rule because it was just an accident, right? Because as you know, in most trials, there's a rule where if you're a witness, you can't watch the other witnesses until after you've testified, assuming that you're not going to be called again. So, so they're just putting all this on the record as they do with their sidebars, which I love. So
Into the courtroom. Okay, then going back to believe that the sidebar before that was about 9:10 a.m. and Mr. Dufour had objected to Exhibit 561, which was a relevancy objection, and
pictures with
again, as Mr. Dufour put it, he objected to the relevance as the witness had testified that the photograph did not accurately show the appearance of the muddy road looking south when he saw it. It was a picture that was taken later in the evening. It appeared to be
Well, and then what's funny, he ends up
A,
saying,
crime-
he ends up saying none of the pictures look accurate, including the state's. So
lab photo. Mr. Nelson was a proponent of that exhibit. It ultimately was received by the court. Frankly, again, I'm not sure what the relevance is. I have, the reason that I allowed it, number one, I don't think there's any harm to it. It is a photograph. It was taken by the crime lab, and frankly, I think the purpose was to show how different that could appear given the date in March with the freezing and thawing and so on and so forth. And it can, that roadway and the surface could change depending upon the time of day and the temperatures. And Mr. Nelson, anything you wanted to say about that?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Then there was another sidebar, which I think was really, that was at 8:45 a.m. and was during the testimony of Detective Sergeant Pieper, and
I believe that's when I misheard, and I thought they were talking about March 7th, 2018, and I was corrected that it was March 7th, 2019.
all right.
And
That's when he got the year wrong, like.
then we just said, oops, sorry, and we went back to Rome.
all right, yeah, and I don't think there's any more that needs to be made of that because it was, again,
I love it that we just watched all this happen, and I love then seeing how they describe it, and in their opinion, what was the big deal and what wasn't. It's so I love it.
March 7th, 2019, and then the testimony went on after that point, so there was no real objection or significant issue with that. Okay, so any other matters during the testimony of Detective Sergeant Pieper that either Mr. Dufour, Mr. Dufour, or Mr. Nelson would like to make a record of?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
This judge,
all right.
that's another thing. This judge, right? So look at, dude, I love it. It's like, Judge Newman was like this too. I mean, there's been other judges, but just so patient and so much time. Compare again, I hate to say it, but to Judge Bev, where it's like hops off the bench, doesn't even let them finish jury instructions or read the verdict slips, and just literally can't wait to get out of there early and can't wait to have, they don't put anything on the record, right? And it's like, and then in other cases where there are great judges, sometimes they do a lot of talking and stuff, but it's all, at sidebar, right? For example, Duffy Heard, they do all this type of talking, but it was all done at sidebar. I just love that this is all on the record. I love it. They're talking about their sidebars. And this judge is just, even after they've said, oh, just this one quick thing, right? And then it's like an hour later, I'm exaggerating, but all these different things. And then he even says again, okay, anything else? Like, he's not just like saying, oh, you said one thing, time to go take our break, so this mid-morning housekeeping happened in several chunks just because, they had to go back and forth making these copies and stuff. I don't think that the judge even steps off the bench for a break, but it just shows how dedicated he is.
Coloring, it changes how things look. It just doesn't copy well once you try to.
So what happened was, the defense brought in an alternative, right, with a digital copy of this picture, and the state had theirs. The state had their version, which I think they used a marker, and the defense was like, this isn't enough, and then the judge was like, that's enough, that's fine, but like the defense was already making their extra copies or whatever of their digital version, and so now they're presenting that to the state, and the state is like saying, like, nah.
Make copies of them.
Is there a way you can just do that?
We've tried making multiple.
And how about making using a black marker on each of the pictures then? And I know they aren't all the same.
All right.
But
They can block it out digitally very easily.
It's the printing that's the problem.
Oh, I was wrong.
That's why.
Sorry, I was wrong. I thought that was the defense that was presenting them with an alternative. That was actually, I guess, some court staff presenting them with photocopies of whatever they were able to do with a marker or something, right? And then showing them the quality of it. That's what, so I take that back.
No, because the reason the printing is a problem is because a marker is being used. So you probably scanned it in and then.
But I feel like what I said happened, what I was incorrect about in saying that happened. I think that actually does happen, which is why I was confused. Because I'm pretty sure they do try to get their digital copies in again.
No, it was like Mr. Nelson blocked it out digitally.
Yeah.
He's not in the room right now, and I can't access his computer. Oh, you are. I would have gotten up and left, so it's like not my line of vision. All right. First idiot statement of the day. But beyond that,
We're off the record.
Mr. Nelson, but
We're off the record, by the way, so.
oh, I thought you said so noted. No, that was the second idiot move of the day. No, I'm just kidding, actually. In any event,
Y'all, Ezra's laughing is so gross. I don't know if you guys like, dude. It's I don't know, man. Let's watch that again. I mean, I don't really want to, but like it's I mean, we don't see much from her, right? I mean, we had her on the opposite end of the spectrum when initially with the SANE nurse, right? And she looked like she wanted to just jump off a cliff. Now she's laughing.
That's why.
no, because the reason the printing is a problem is because a marker is being used. So you probably scanned it in and then
No, it was
like Mr. Nelson blocked it out digitally. He's not in the room right now, and I can't access his computer. Oh, you are. I would have gotten up and left, so it's like not in my line of vision. All right. First idiot statement of the day. But beyond that,
We're off the record.
Mr. Nelson,
We're off the record, by the way, so.
oh, I thought you said so noted. No, that was the second idiot move of the day. No, I'm just kidding, actually. In any event, since Mr. Nelson did it digitally, I don't see why the state can't do it digitally, block it off, and then print it. It should be an exact print of the
program doesn't allow me to put the blocking out in the fashion that we have it on the photo. I would have to do a
That-
much larger area.
That person, I believe, is the court staff who was the one who was showing them what they were able to do.
That the state does not want to cover.
Oh, right. And I can appreciate that the cuts need to be shown.
So for me to do it digitally doesn't work the same as using a marker. So I can marker each one, they just wouldn't be exactly identical. I will get it as close as we can get it.
Well, okay.
Right. And the problem is the juries don't, they have to have the exact same thing. I mean, you guys can understand, right? If they use a marker and scribble it out, like is that really good enough? So.
For the record, we've had a discussion here regarding the efforts to black out the photographs as previously discussed, and the blacking out and copying is not working for reasons stated by counsel. And the court is satisfied that, again, you're going to have to just take, I guess, each one and do it manually with the marker, try to do it as, again, as close to the same on each one as possible. There will be one that actually will be in the record, so would that be the first one that I looked at then?
Yes.
Okay, so then, again, and just let the defense see each one before we give them to the jury. But if you can do that, again, as close to the same as possible. So go ahead and.
Thank you.
Do you have all the binders? Okay, we're back off the record. Back on the record, looks like it will take 10 to 15 minutes to complete the hand redaction, and state has suggested taking up a witness that can be done in about that period of time, Ms. Swartos. So the defense objects to that, and Ms. Fisher, you want to respond to that? You have to turn your microphone on.
Yeah, I've never been in a trial where we had a witness within a witness previously. And, you know, for 10 more minutes worth, I don't think that we should interrupt one witness's testimony for another. I think it creates confusion.
All right, well, I think what we'll do is, I would like to keep this moving along. The time is an issue, but he'll give it, only being a few minutes, I think we're just going to hold off and we'll finish up with Ms. Morris. Okay, so
Judge, there is one more issue on Ms. Swartos' testimony that Attorney Vishny and I have discussed. I don't know if she's prepared. I know she's in the middle of something, but if she's prepared, we'll just address that quickly now.
Yeah, we can address that now.
There is a question, and I just know Ms. Morris just left the courtroom. There's a question that was presented to the defendant by Ms. Swartos along the lines of past self-harm, and she indicated that she acknowledged past self-harm and then gets into specifically the questions about the injuries in this case on the arms and thigh, and then denies that that was self-harm, but says that was by somebody else. The state would like to, through this witness and then potentially through others, address the, in a limited fashion, presence of past self-harm by the defendant. And I guess it could be considered somewhat of an other act. And the purpose of the introduction of that evidence is knowledge of what it is like to do that, which would no longer be a barrier, arguably, in her alleged actions by the state's alleged action of her inflicting the injuries to herself on March 22nd, 2018. So it wouldn't have presented a barrier because she knew what it was like. So it's a knowledge component that the state would be introducing that testimony.
I have to say, I would be careful because I think that the defense could use that, right? Like I was saying, remember, we just heard Miss Vishny say that just earlier in this mid-morning housekeeping about how, oh, but Ezra never said right off the bat that it was sexual assault. She said she didn't remember, right? It's like the smart thing to do if you're them is to set it up to where Ezra did that herself, right? You know, because of the trauma of being sexually assaulted. Now, again, there's a lot of problems with that, but that's really maybe your best bet versus trying to, like, in other words, there's no way with the evidence that you can be like, yeah, Alex did that to her, right? Like, there's no way they can stretch that to make it, to try to argue that those weren't self-inflicted. Like they're going to have to concede, and I think they're already conceding that they're self-inflicted, right? So I don't know. I wonder if by bringing in more evidence about prior instances of that, if that's really the best way to go, but we'll see.
Again, in a limited fashion to support.
Right. Ms. Vishny?
Well, Judge, that sounds an awful lot like she did it before, so she could do it again. In terms of presenting other acts evidence, or in other words, it's propensity, that she has a propensity to engage in self-cutting. So I would make my objection on that basis.
All right. Well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we've discussed this previously. I think it has already come out during the trial that there has been previous cutting.
It has.
And I think it also goes to, you know, the issue of who did the cutting. And I think that's a hotly contested issue in this case. So I do believe that it goes to a legitimate purpose. I believe that it's relevant. Obviously, that can be argued. And in the court's opinion, that probative value does not outweigh the prejudice. Any unfair prejudice does not outweigh the probative value. So I'm going to allow those questions.
Thank you.
Anything else that you want to take up on the record?
Judge, regarding that matter as well as other panorama evidence, obviously we haven't had the jury instruction conference and that'll come at some time, but the defense will be submitting a limiting instruction regarding the introduction of that evidence so that your honor can instruct the jury. The purpose of that, I think that's all.
All right, and and that's something to think about at this point. Well, all along, there may have to be a number of those sorts of instructions given the number of other acts, panorama type evidentiary issues. So, and I'd ask the state to give that some thought as well to the instructions. Probably a McMorris evidence as well. I mean, it's not on today, obviously, but again, we will have to have jury instructions for the jury on how they may use that evidence, purposes allowed, and so forth. I think there is a pattern instruction, but it doesn't say a whole lot.
And the state has submitted a proposed McMorris instruction.
Okay.
Defense, I know now is not the time, but just so it's clear, we object to the version that they have submitted because for many reasons, including the inaccurate description of the law, especially the law in self-defense.
Okay, well, we'll have a chance to argue those things, but again, I have proposed instructions from each party. It's helpful. So,
Thank you, Judge.
okay, then we'll just go off the record then until we're ready.
One second.
Okay, Ms. Noto, then you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Before we broke, you talked about how you took photographs during your SANE examination. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 174. It's a binder that I believe contains printed copies of those digital photographs that you looked at. Ms. Morris, if you can turn to the first page of 174B. Can you explain for the jury what this is a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the patient's perineal area.
And is this first page, DOJ 1127, depict the superficial lacerations that you described in your chart?
Yes.
And if you turn to the next page.
Judge, I'm going to object to just the form of the question leading and ask her to ask what it depicts as opposed.
Sorry.
I'm objecting to the form of the question as being leading for the future questions, that they should be done as open-ended, asking what does this depict instead of does it depict.
Okay, I'll sustain on the form of the question.
Turning to the next page, DOJ 1128, what does this photograph depict?
This photograph is just a different angle of the same shot of the patient's perineal area in the groin and her right thigh.
And what, if any, injuries are depicted in this?
Those are some superficial lacerations.
Turning to DOJ 1129, what is depicted in this photograph?
Those are the patient's hands, and the right hand shows some abrasions, and then the left hand looks like it's dirty, but abrasions on the right hand.
This photograph is taken and before the or during the SANE exam, the patient had not taken a shower. Is that right?
Correct. She had not taken a shower.
And so this is how she was presented to you when you examined her on March 22nd.
Yes. Okay. This is the patient's arm, her left forearm, and in that picture, it looks like there's an IV, like that would be in the antecubital area, and then some superficial lacerations with the word boy, and then a larger laceration on the top. This is the patient's left arm again, just a different angle. It looks like upside down boy. The IV is still in place, and then I just used a ruler again to try and gauge the size of it.
And during your examination, the patient told you that Alex had done these injuries to her arm?
Correct.
What does this photograph depict?
That is the right thigh, and there's two superficial lacerations there, and then the other lower part is the left thigh.
What does that photograph depict?
That is the outer portion of the patient's right thigh, and those are lacerations to the right thigh.
And do you see some darker circular spots in the middle of those superficial lacerations?
Yes.
Do you remember what those were?
That was an area of blood that looked like it came from a smaller one up higher. It was just dried blood.
Okay. What does that photograph depict?
That is the right side of the patient's neck and like the mandibular, under the mandible area with a pink abrasion.
And again, mandible is the jaw? Is that
yes, right underneath that jaw.
And then turning to DOJ 1139, what is that photograph?
That's a picture of the patient. We're always recommended to try and take a picture with her, with the patient's sticker, just to verify that's who it is.
Some previous witnesses described blood around the mouth, and do you know if the patient was cleaned before you met with her?
I didn't see any blood. I know that they had started to try and get her to clean up, but then they stopped, knowing that someone was going to be coming in to do a SANE exam.
And who are you referring to as they?
I'm sorry, the emergency department technicians and the primary nurse who were taking care of her.
Okay, so before you arrived, they started to clean her body and then they stopped?
Yes.
Okay. And then turning to DOJ 1140, what does that photograph depict?
Just a different angle of her face, it looks like, with her holding up her patient sticker.
And then DOJ 1141, what is depicted in that photograph?
This is the picture of the abrasion on the right side of her neck underneath the jaw and with the ruler.
Okay, thank you. Did you only take photographs of any alleged injuries that you observed?
Yes.
So if there's no photographs of the left leg, you didn't observe any injuries on that side?
Correct.
And if there wasn't any photographs of the right arm, you didn't observe any photographs there, or excuse me, any injuries there?
Yes.
And the decision to do a SANE exam, what was that based upon?
Based on the patient's, when I spoke with the patient, that she had no recollection of what had happened for a couple hours, and her presenting to, I guess, a person's house full of blood. When people have a lapse of memory and they have unknown injuries, how they got them, we're always trying to do what's best for the patient if they can't remember, to try and collect evidence, to give them a chance if their memory does come back, or we find other injuries. But the SANE exam is done, only with consent of the patient. We can't just go in and collect evidence. She was agreeable to that because she didn't have any recollection of what had happened to her.
And were any tests performed to determine whether there was an actual loss of memory or just an unwillingness to communicate?
Objection. It assumes facts, not an evidence, it's speculative.
It implies something that's not true.
All right, well, I guess the question is there any tests? Are there
Judge,
tests?
also, I don't believe such a test even exists, so I.
All right, well, I'm going to overrule your objection, then perhaps that would be the answer.
Were there any tests that were performed with respect to the patient claiming lack of memory?
No.
And how long were you with the defendant on March 22nd?
I got there around 7 and I was there till about 11.
So approximately 4 hours you were with her?
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Ms. Morris, before you examined Ezra McCandless, she was in the custody of law enforcement officers? That's what you said, right?
I don't know if she was in custody, but law enforcement was present in the emergency department.
Right, in custody would imply she was under arrest. She wasn't under arrest.
No, she wasn't.
But they were seated with her.
They were in the emergency department. When I went into room 8, the room she was in, there was no law enforcement in the room. It was emergency department technician sitting with her, and law enforcement was outside in the hall.
Okay. Were you aware that law enforcement had brought her into the hospital?
The report that I had been given was that she came in by emergency medical services, by ambulance.
And were you aware that there had been either law enforcement officers or emergency medical technicians or nurses or other hospital personnel with her constantly from the time she had come in to the hospital until the time of your examination?
Objection, speculative.
I asked if she was aware. She can answer yes or no.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead, you may answer.
Yes, I was aware there were people with her.
Okay. The law enforcement people that you saw there, they were all male, correct?
Objection relevance?
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead, you can answer.
If I remember correctly, yes.
But there were also women hospital personnel who had been with Miss McCandless, for example, when she went to remove her clothing and put on a hospital gown. She would be accompanied by a female, not a male, of course, from the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. And she also had seen a nurse, a female nurse, before you conducted your examination.
Correct.
Now, when you examined her, you asked her if she had used any alcohol or drugs, correct?
Yes.
She told you she had not?
Yes.
She reported a high level of pain to you.
She reported being sore in her bottom.
Correct.
Yes.
And specifically pain associated with the lacerations that were near the vaginal area, right?
Yes.
But she did not want pain medications.
She did not ask me for pain medication.
Okay, and of course, you've seen people who are drug addicts come into a hospital and ask for narcotics because they're trying to get drugs.
Objection relevance?
Well, I don't know what the relevance is, but
I think it'll be clear with the next question.
okay, I'm going to overrule the objection.
You've seen that happen in your job as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And, you know, people trying to manipulate people by trying to get drugs, right?
Yes.
But she didn't do that. In fact, the opposite occurred. She reported pain but declined pain medication to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also said you collected blood to see if there would be, that can assist to see whether or not a drug has been given involuntarily to a person, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that once the blood is in the vial, it can be tested for voluntary or involuntary substances.
Yes.
And certainly the crime lab has the capacity to do that.
Yes.
Now, when she talked to you about the pains and cuts that were near her vaginal area, it's fair for us to say this is a really sensitive area of the body.
Yes.
And it's not surprising that this would be reported by a patient as being painful.
Yes.
And even what you call a superficial laceration, simply because it didn't go deeper, doesn't mean that it wouldn't hit the nerve endings on the skin and be very painful to somebody in that sensitive area, right? I'm going to now show you some exhibits, and we're going to put them on the screen, Madam Clerk. So we're going to start with number 630.
It's interesting that the prosecution didn't put some of these exhibits up on the screen, you know, not the sensitive ones, but the non-sensitive ones, like of her face and what arms and shit, right? But the defense is doing it.
35. These are part of what was previously marked as exhibit number 174, the CD. These are all photos from the hospital, and 174B. Some of these photographs are in 174B and some of them aren't, but they're similar. So the picture I'm showing you is marked here as exhibit number 635, and that is a picture of the side of Miss McCandless's, the right side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
And that picture that we're seeing up there, that red mark that you see, that's the red mark you're talking about when you said it was below the mandibular, or in other words, the jawline, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And that's not a thin line, it's much thicker, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've had a number of different patients who've come in at different times, sexual assault patients you've examined, who have advised you that an assailant attempted to strangle them, or they frequently use the word choke, even though that's not really technically correct, right?
Correct.
I mean, choking is something that happens on the inside of your throat. But many times when that happens, when a patient reports that, there's no mark necessarily left. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. But in this case, we have a pretty clear, distinct red mark, right?
Yes.
And that's why you took a picture of it.
Yes.
All right. So even though the patient can't tell you something that happens, that's an important piece of evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to next move on to what's been marked as exhibit number 636. And Judge, this is also from exhibit 174, the CD. And this is the picture you previously talked about that shows her holding up her name, and that's for identification purposes, right?
Yes.
Just kind of like hospital bracelets are for
Right.
identification purposes. And looking at this picture, if you look at her lip on what appears to be our left, but would be her right side, you can see a small cut or laceration to the end of her lip on the right side, correct?
Yes.
And there appears to be another laceration to the right of that, which would be to her left, also like what you might call a superficial laceration, correct?
Are you talking on the lip?
Yes,
Right.
on the lip.
It does, yes.
Okay. There's also a small area which is kind of dark colored. I don't know how to use them. Here. I'm terrible at these things. I'm going to ask Mr. Nelson to help me. A little mark right there, that looks like a small scab as well, correct?
Yes.
And you can also, on the bottom side of her chin, very close to the paper, it's a little hard to see, but you can see a red line there as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. So fair to say that, you know, these could have been bleeding earlier and been cleaned up by the time you actually saw Miss McCandless.
Yes.
Okay. I'm next going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 637. This is a close-up of what you previously described as the marks to her leg. And this is particularly to her right leg, correct?
Yes.
And there's an area that you described as dried blood.
Yes.
Was it dried by the time you saw it?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so if these were noted by somebody as puncture wounds, that would be consistent with puncture wounds, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there seems to be some other discoloration on the leg there as well, in the area of the top scratches.
It looks like it could be blood, but I'm not sure. I didn't chart.
Okay, because that wouldn't necessarily be something you would chart, right?
If I saw it and it was pretty obvious, I should chart it.
Well, I mean, small mistakes happen, right? Blown up photography can sometimes show you more than you're going to see with the naked eye.
Correct.
Okay, so it's, all right. So number 638, I'm going to go to that picture next. And looking at picture 638, this is a picture of the palms of her hands, right?
Yes.
And looking at the palms of her hands, you specifically noted the lacerations, which were to her left hand.
Yes.
It's fair to say that both of the hands show quite a bit of redness as well.
Yes.
And those are consistent with perhaps falling on a hard surface like a road or gravel.
Yes, it could be, but I don't.
You don't know?
No, exactly.
Okay.
I don't know.
But you notice there's definite redness there.
Correct.
Now, you were not shown pictures of Miss McCandless's clothing, right?
I was not.
You never saw the clothing because before you got there, it was marked in bags.
Yes.
So if the clothing corresponded to certain injuries that might cause you to look for other things, you really didn't have an opportunity to see those things, right?
Yes, I did not see the clothes.
Okay, picture 619, please. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 619, which has previously been introduced in evidence. This is a gold sweater, and you can see that it's cut all the way through on the front of the sweater.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, but you never saw that before your examination.
No.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 640. And this is I guess, a blue and white button-up shirt. Is it fair to say that? Blue or grayish? It's a little hard to see the color.
Yes.
And you can see that shirt on this photograph has been cut in the center area.
Yes.
Of the shirt, right? And there appears to be what could be, and I'm not saying you should say it should be, but like mud or blood on the shirt.
Yes.
And you never saw that either?
I did not see that.
And now I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 639. And fair to say that's a t-shirt?
Yes.
And that was also an item of clothing you had not been shown?
Yes, I had not been shown that.
And on that item of clothing on the t-shirt, under the tiger, there's a kind of a reddish mark, which could be blood, but you don't know, right?
Right. I don't know that.
Also see the little area that's circled?
Oh, yep, I see that.
Okay, and if it's going to help you, I'm going to just show you the actual picture because it's pretty hard to see on the screen. In the area that's circled, actually it's much easier to see here than where I was. The area that's circled appears to be a defect to the material or a small cut into the fabric, right?
Yes.
But you weren't aware of that either.
No, I was not.
So finally, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 641. And this is a picture of Miss McCandless's abdomen. Do you see a small scratch on her abdomen?
Yes, I do.
And that appears to be in the same position or is close by where the defect was to the fabric on the previous picture of the t-shirt, right?
That could be.
Okay. And you did not note that in your report?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's pretty small, right?
Yes.
Fair to say, if you had been aware that there had been a cut to the t-shirt, you might have noticed that as well, even though you did not.
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, I might have looked a little harder, but I know I visualize, with her consent and with being appropriate, the whole body. We're constantly looking for injuries.
Sure, and I'm not trying to be critical or anything. Sure. It's very small, and that's something that can be easily overlooked if you don't have information about the potential for some kind of small scratch there.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's not a laceration like the other things that hasn't necessarily been cut into. It's more of a scratch, right?
Correct.
So just like you didn't particularly note scratches on the lip, but they were there, it's like that you didn't note the small scratch to the abdomen.
Yes, I did not note that.
Okay, thanks. Now, when Ms. McCandless spoke with you about what occurred, you've already recited that she said she was sitting in her car with Alex. She didn't remember, right?
Yes.
She didn't know if she'd been sexually assaulted, but she was guessing as to whether or not she had been.
I don't recall her ever guessing. She just didn't give me much information, and I tried to get more information, but.
Well, in your report, you noted that when asked if sexually assaulted, she said both, I don't know, and also, I guess I was raped at Hertz.
Yes.
So that was guesswork on her part.
Exactly, yep.
And she couldn't give you any description, but she said she'd been with Alex the last she remembered. Before that, she'd been with Jason, right?
Correct.
And she said she had been at Owen Park with Jason, and then he left and she was hanging out with Alex. She told you that?
Yes.
But she didn't give you specific details about whether she was in fact at Owen Park with Alex or not. That wasn't something she said. She just said she'd been there with Jason and then later she was with Alex.
Yes.
So her inability, and of course she could not recall how she got to a...
That's going to come up again later with other law enforcement. She's trying to front this off at the head of that Ezra wasn't lying about the park, but...
Farmer's house covered in mud.
Yes.
Right. Now, you have specific questions you ask when a patient comes in for a SANE exam that are done in an effort to help the person recall, right?
Yes.
And I think you said when the person doesn't recall, their job is to follow up. Your job, I'm sorry, not their job. Your job is to follow up.
Yes.
And this is something you've been specifically trained on, correct?
Yes.
I see that you've gone to a number of different trainings to become a SANE nurse, and it's because the training has to be specialized as compared to other particular jobs that an RN may do in a hospital setting.
Correct.
And one of the things that you have learned is that it's not uncommon for sexual assault victims to not recall what's happened.
Correct, yes.
And it's very common for them not to remember the order in which things have happened.
Yes, it
and
is.
It's very common for them to not recall, but later be able to reconstruct their memory a couple of days later. Right. And that is not an unusual response to trauma.
Correct, it's not.
And you would agree with me that different people handle trauma differently,
Yes.
right? It all just depends on who the person and the patient is.
Yes.
And you give them the same care and consideration regardless of whether they can recall or not recall what specifically happened.
Yes.
You're going to give them the exact same treatment, the exact same examination, because people do recall things later, right?
Yes.
And just because somebody doesn't recall something doesn't mean they're not a victim of an attack.
Correct.
Now, when you examined Ms. McCandless, Dr. Tillotson was in the room at the outset of the examination?
Yes, he was in when I did the vaginal area and the peri area, because some of the doctors want to be in there to make sure there's no trauma, bleeding, and he is one that always wants to be in there when we're doing the actual pelvic speculum exam.
Okay, so he wants to be in there, and he is there in his capacity as an emergency room physician.
Yes.
For an internal examination.
Yes.
But he didn't stay in the room the entire time.
No.
He was just there for a rather brief period of time?
Yes.
I mean, a typical pelvic takes, 10 minutes at the most?
At the most, yes.
Okay. Fair to say that that is not the most pleasant part of a SANE exam?
It would probably be the worst part of it.
Yes. And also looking at the anus as well would be an uncomfortable part for a patient.
For the patient, yes, definitely.
Yes, and when we said the worst part of exam, by the way,
I meant for the patient.
Yeah, I meant the patient too. Okay.
Yes.
So we're on the same page there. Now, were you aware of her being given any prescribed medication in the hospital?
The report that I had received was she had the IV in place and that she had been given Zofran for nausea, but that was before I got there.
Okay, so that's the only medication you were aware of that she had received prior to your examination?
Yes.
And is it typical that other medications may be given after a SANE examination?
Yes.
And that's because that medication can eventually end up in the blood, and one might not know where the medication came from when a toxicology exam is done later, whether a medication was given at the hospital or prior to coming to the hospital. That's a possibility, right?
Yes, hopefully they've charted the medication they've given too, so we have it on record.
Of course.
Right.
Of course. But what you do know is there was an IV inserted into her and that she'd been given this one anti-nausea medication.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Zofran is very effective as a medication to prevent nausea and vomiting in a patient.
Yes.
And that's why it's given, and it's particularly effective if you give it intravenously.
Yes.
So you don't have to wait until it goes from the GI or gastrointestinal system into the bloodstream that way.
Yes.
Now, while Ms. McCandless did not remember what occurred to her, it's fair to say she was cooperative with the examination.
Yes, she was.
She gave you consent to do everything, which was her choice, right?
Yes.
She signed medical releases so law enforcement could get all of her medical records, right?
Yes.
And that was her choice.
Yes.
You certainly didn't pressure her into that.
No.
And she also consented to having all these photographs taken, right?
Yes.
Including to sensitive and personal areas, private areas of her body, right?
Yes.
And you didn't pressure her into that either.
No.
So she was cooperative to the extent that she was able to be during the examination.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes. Ms. Morris, when you had asked the patient if she had been strangled, what was her response?
Unknown.
And did you examine the patient's eyes?
Yes.
And what do you look for strangulation when you look at a patient's eyes?
We look for bleeding, their little petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, so the whites of the eyes would become red and bloodshot.
And did you notice any petechiae in her eyes?
No.
And also, when you look at the neck for potential strangulation, do you look at bilateral, both sides of the neck?
Yes.
And did you notice any red marks on the left side of the neck?
No.
Did you notice any finger marks or hand imprints?
I did not.
All of the, injuries you examined on the defendant, did you need to bandage any of them?
I did not. All the bleeding was controlled.
Were any stitches needed or glue?
Not that I am aware of. When I was there, we didn't do any stitches or glue.
You were shown a picture of the right outer thigh that had some linear lacerations. Do you recall that picture? Do you want me
Yes.
to? No, that's all right. And you were asked whether those were puncture wounds or dried blood. Remember that?
Yes.
What did you believe that to be when you examined her?
When I was looking at it, it appeared to be dried blood.
You were asked a number of questions about. Let me go back to you. You were shown a picture of a small scratch on the, abdomen area. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know when that photograph was taken?
I don't. It didn't look like I took it. It didn't have the same ruler.
And as far as you recall, when you examined the patient's body on March 22nd, 2018, do you recall observing that little scratch?
I do not.
You were asked that you arrived around 7:20, is that right?
Yes.
And would it have been possible for the defendant to be alone at any time before you arrived?
It could have been possible. I wasn't there, so I can't definitely answer that question if she was alone in the room at all.
You were asked some questions about clothes that may have been the defendant's?
Yes.
Do you know how those clothes got torn?
I do not.
So it's possible for a person to cut those clothes themselves?
It is possible, yes.
But it's also possible for someone else to cut them?
Yes.
You just don't know?
I don't know.
And that's not your job?
No.
What was your job?
To help the patient navigate through this process and collect evidence, determine if there were any injuries.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Yeah, I have a little bit. You were asked right away about strangulation. Now, we all agree that strangulation doesn't necessarily leave marks, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just as it doesn't necessarily leave marks, strangulation doesn't always cause petechiae, and I think I should probably spell that. P-E-T-A-C-H-A-I-E. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't always cause petechiae in the eyes, correct?
I'm not an expert at what the ones that I have seen have caused petechiae.
Okay. So you're not an expert, but have you ever been advised that it may or may not?
Yes.
Depend on the amount of force that would be used, correct? That's been in your training.
Correct.
So what you've seen, let me just say this, if you think this is fair. When you go to training, you have the accumulated knowledge over a large body of patients who you will never see that many patients in your life, right?
Correct.
And so the person who does the training has accumulated all this data and all this knowledge about stuff, and they're passing the information on to you so you're aware of it.
Yes.
And what you personally see in your practice is a much smaller subset of what occurs, right?
Yes.
So when you've been taught that there's not necessarily, when you've been taught at a training, that there's not necessarily petechiae, that comes from that much wider body of knowledge of people who've studied many more patients than obviously you're ever going to get the chance to do, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have no reason to disagree with what you've been taught in your training. Fair?
Yes, that's fair.
All right. Now, you also know strangulation is actually kind of what's called a form of asphyxia, correct?
Yes.
And that can cause, while it's happening, problems for the patient in terms of more than just leaving a red mark on somebody's neck. Fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
And that can include potentially inability to breathe,
Yes.
hyperventilation, right?
Yes.
It can include vision changes while it's going on, such as blurred vision.
Yes.
It can include what one might call tunneling, or, one doesn't like see peripherally while it's going on.
Yes.
That's fair to say, right? It can cause dizziness.
Yes.
It can cause memory loss, short term,
Yes.
and long term as well for some people, right?
Yes.
And it can cause lightheadedness, right?
Yes.
Because when that's happening, basically what's going on is there's a lack of oxygen to the brain.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what causes all of these symptoms that we're talking about.
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Ms. Swartos, can you state and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
All right, we made it through it, guys. We made it through the scene nurse. We're done with her.
Kelly Swartos, Kelly Swartos.
Ms. Swartos, where do you work?
I work at Mayo Clinic Health Systems in Eau Claire,
How long have you been there?
2 years.
What's your title?
I'm a social worker.
Have you been a social worker anywhere else prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a hospice social worker at a local hospice agency.
Were you working March 23rd, 2018?
I was.
Did you have an opportunity to treat Ezra McCandless?
I did.
And the purpose of that was to do an initial assessment, correct?
Correct.
And that was at Mayo Hospital?
Correct.
Is part of that making sure that a patient in general, or in this case, Ms. McCandless, is comfortable?
Yes.
Did the patient that day provide you information about actually the day before? So March 22nd, 2018?
Not to my recollection.
Did she provide you information about what led her to being at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you where she started the day that led her to the hospital?
She reported to me that she started the day at her dad's house.
Did she tell you where she ended up?
She reported that she ended up on a farmer's property.
Did she tell you how she got there?
She indicated that she had driven. It was implied, can I correct myself?
Sure.
It was implied that she had driven there.
And what do you mean by it was implied?
Because one of the questions I had asked her was where her vehicle was at the time we were speaking, and she didn't know.
Interesting.
So she told you she didn't remember where her car was, or didn't know where her car was?
That's correct.
Did she tell you what she told the homeowner at the farm where she ended up?
She told him that she was raped.
That's what she told you that she told him?
That's correct.
There you go. There you go.
Did you ask her if she
That right there kind of flies in the face of what the defense was kind of trying to argue, saying that she never said that, right? But that she just didn't know what happened.
or did she tell you what happened between the time that she implied that you assumed that she drove there and when she ended up at the farmer's house? Did she tell you what happened in that meantime?
I don't recall.
Did she acknowledge past self-harm?
She did.
Did you specifically talk with her about injuries specific to the time that she was in the hospital? Injuries that she currently had at that time?
She reported to us that the injuries that she had, that were the current injuries, were from a recent sexual assault.
And when you say recent, does that mean right before she entered the hospital?
Yes.
Specifically, let's talk about, she had injuries on her thighs, is that correct?
That is correct.
And did she tell you who made those injuries, or who was responsible for those injuries?
That would be the person who she told us attacked her.
Did she have injuries on her left arm? Or on one of her arms, if you don't know
Yes.
specifically? And did she tell you the same thing? It was the person who attacked her?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that she self-inflicted those injuries either to her thighs or to her arm?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Vishny?
Ms. Swartos, when you did an assessment of Ms. McCandless, you ended up having some kind of electronic medical record or report that was created?
Correct.
And that information that got typed into that record, is this something that you typed yourself?
It is.
All right, I guess I'll get this marked. One of the things that you noted in the report was that Ms. McCandless was very easily tearful.
Yes.
And was she tearful when she talked to you?
She was.
Okay. Now, the other thing that she said to you, well, let me just ask this. What you just testified, there's a section of your report, and I can show it to you if you need me to refresh your memory. It's called impressions, right? Mm-hmm. And you have to say yes for the
yes.
report. Sorry. So in the section that you call impression, that's your memory of what she told you, right?
Correct.
So it doesn't mean it's a word-for-word transcription of what Ms. McCandless said?
That's correct.
And are you sitting at a computer typing while you're talking to her, or are you interacting with her and typing this up later?
I'm interacting with her and typing that up later.
Right, not very friendly to be sitting staring at a computer screen while talking to a patient, right?
Correct.
And in fact, fair to say that's kind of a common complaint about going to the doctor these days, is they're more involved with their computer screen than with you as a person, right?
Correct.
So that thing that people sometimes do of looking at a computer screen is not the way you would interact with another human being in your job as a licensed and trained social worker.
Correct.
You want to make the person feel comfortable with you, right?
I do.
But nonetheless, you're not able to then go, because you're not taking notes contemporaneously, you're not able to go and put in your computer exactly word for word what the patient said, right?
That is true.
So when you say that the person who attacked her, injured her, that doesn't necessarily mean that she used the word rape with you at all, right?
Correct.
You can't say that. But she did, right? You can't say that she used it.
I can't say today that she used the word rape that day.
Okay. But you do know that she definitely said she had been attacked by somebody.
That is true.
That you're sure about, right? She also talked to you, I mean, she told you she had a loss of memory, right?
She did.
And, but at this particular juncture, were you aware that there were more details she was remembering than what she had said the day before in the emergency room, or you just didn't know anything about that?
I didn't know very much about that at that time.
And these injuries to her legs that you're talking about, you didn't like have her disrobe and examine them, did you?
I did not.
That's not your job. You're not a doctor.
That's correct.
And that's, the medical people take care of that. That's not what you're supposed to do, right?
That's correct.
You are a social worker, right?
I am.
So you've learned about trauma, certainly.
Yes.
And in your job, as you've learned about trauma, you learned that different people respond to trauma differently.
True.
And that some people, in fact, have amnesia with trauma, right?
Yes.
And there's even different kinds of amnesia that people get. Some is permanent, some is temporary. Is that right?
That's true.
And often people who've been through trauma and have had amnesia or have had a certain response to trauma do recover their memories later, right?
Yes. Yes.
Have you gone to advanced training about that?
Not in particularly, no.
Okay, so you didn't go to the training in Wisconsin that was done by a Dr. Hopper from out east, did you?
I did not.
And you're also aware that sometimes people who've had trauma don't necessarily want to talk about it, right?
Correct.
And it can be kind of difficult for people like that when they're in the hospital. They're being asked lots of questions by lots of people, right?
Correct.
Is Mayo in Eau Claire a teaching hospital?
It is not.
Okay, so at least you don't have to talk to the medical students coming in, right?
True.
But there's interns and residents who sometimes come through with doctors, right?
Sometimes.
There's nurses, correct?
Yes.
There's medical technicians.
Yes.
There's physician's assistants.
Yes.
There's all kinds of people talking to you when you're in the hospital, right?
Yes.
And also when you're in the hospital, a lot of times people wake you up in the middle of the night to take your vital signs, right?
They do.
And although this is all good and necessary from the medical point of view, in fact, when you're a patient, it can seem very intrusive.
Yes.
Right? So even though I'm sure you were really nice,
in all of your dealings, from the point of view of the patient, sometimes the questioning could be, they may feel that it's intrusive, and that's
Objection
a normal
calls for
feeling.
speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, so in any event, you do know that it's not uncommon for patients who you talk to not want to always tell you everything, right?
Yes.
And many people will decide, look, I'm just not ready to talk about this, and they're not going to tell you, right?
Correct.
Now, one of the things that Ms. McCandless did tell you was that she had some history of post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Yes.
She told you she'd gone to a counselor for post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's correct.
And she said this all came about when she was much younger after being in a serious car accident where a horse bolted in from an Amish buggy and flew through the window of her car.
Okay, I'm going to replay that part because that's, guys, I will say I did some research to try to see if I could find anything about this, like in the newspaper at the time. Like I couldn't, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I couldn't find anything to confirm this story.
She had some history of post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Yes.
She told you she'd gone to a counselor for post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's correct.
And she said this all came about when she was much younger after being in a serious car accident where a horse bolted in from an Amish buggy and flew through the window of her car, right?
That's correct.
And although luckily she wasn't seriously physically injured, emotionally that left her with certain scars.
Correct.
And she had post-traumatic stress disorder as a result, right?
That's what she reported.
Right. And she also told you that those memories can make her anxious when she's driving.
Correct.
She said also that she was involved in something in February where she overdrank at a friend's house.
That's
right?
correct.
And when she drank to excess, she told you that she had actually woken up and was in the middle of sexual intercourse, right?
That's correct.
Now, you know, sometimes when people use alcohol, they also have blackouts, right?
I do know that, yes.
And they can appear to be completely conscious to another person but have no memory of what's going on, right?
Correct.
So even in sexual assault cases, sometimes that person can appear to be conscious and consenting, but not have any memory, and later wake up and think that something happened to them that shouldn't have.
Correct.
Right? Now, she's not the one who used the word post-traumatic stress disorder. That's your word in the report, isn't it?
I don't recall if she used the word. I know I did chart the term PTSD.
Because that's a diagnostic term.
It is.
And so being a diagnostic term for you, that's basically a term of art, so to speak, or a scientific term.
Correct.
Okay. At which the common ordinary person may not know that term, right?
Correct.
And I guess, just to be clear, so everybody understands, that means post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Any redirect?
Briefly, at first, I think I failed to move in Exhibit 184. I do that now if I did fail to do that.
No objection.
All right, 184 will be received.
You have some training in trauma, correct?
I do.
Does that cause people to lie?
It does not.
Good question.
You said that the word raped may not have been what was specifically said to you. Did the defendant tell you that the attack was sexual?
Yes.
Now, there was some question about people being woken up in the middle of the night and poked and prodded. Your interview didn't happen in the middle of the night, did it?
It did not.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
I think that was a good redirect.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Swartos. You may step down and.
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Cory Reeves.
So
First
this,
is C-O-R-Y.
This is the guy he's been the topic of many sidebars, right? When we hear them talk about after the sidebar, what they talk about at sidebar. And part of the things that they had been talking about was the recordings that were made of the different interviews with him. And from what we've heard so far, neither side wants to use anything from the second interview with Ezra. We don't know why. That's just what they've said. And also, there was a law enforcement officer from the previous day in terms of trial that has already testified. And one of the things that the defense really grilled him about was if he had knowledge that there was a recording made of their discussions with her. So apparently that officer was present with this officer who's on stand now. And I can't recall that officer's name, but he was from the sheriff's department. And he was saying how he didn't record it and the recording thing stopped working because he was out of range or whatever. And then they asked him like if he knew that there was a recording, and he was like, I'm not aware, but if there's a recording, it would have had to have been made by Officer Reeves or whatever. So anyway, this is that officer who's come up quite a bit already.
Last is Reeves.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work as a patrol officer for the City of Eau Claire Police Department.
How long have you worked for the City of Eau Claire Police Department as a patrol officer?
Just over 5 years.
Right. And were you working for the City of Eau Claire as a patrol officer in March of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And on March 22nd of 2018, were you assigned to any matters relating to the investigation that we're here for today?
Yes, I was detailed to assist a Dunn County deputy at Mayo Hospital. That deputy was Emmer Shields, and he was requesting some assistance with an investigation.
All right. And did you go to Eau Claire Mayo Hospital on that day?
At one point, yes, I did.
All right. Was one of the things you were asked to do to meet with Jason Mengel?
Yes, it was.
And did you meet with him?
Yes, I did.
Where did you meet with him?
I met with him at a picnic table just outside the police department.
All right. And that's located in the city of Eau Claire?
Yes, it is.
All right. And after you met with Mr. Mengel, were you assigned to do anything else?
Yes, I was asked to try and locate a subject.
I'm sorry?
I was asked to try and locate a male subject.
And was that male subject Alex Woodworth?
Yes, it was.
What did you do to try to locate Alex Woodworth?
First, I tried to locate him at his residence. I believe it was on Cameron Street in Eau Claire.
And did you go to that residence?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, what happened?
I made contact with one of his roommates.
Do you recall who that was?
I believe his first name was Matt. I do
Okay.
not remember his last name.
All right. And when you met with Matt, did you ask if Alex was there?
I did, yes.
And was Alex there at that point in time?
He was not.
And did you ask Matt to do anything to try and locate Alex Woodworth?
Yes, I did. I asked him if he had a phone number and if he could give Alex a phone call from his phone.
And did he try to do that?
Yes, he did.
And when that happened, did he, from your knowledge or from what you could observe, was he able to reach Alex?
He was not able to reach him, no.
What did you do then?
After that, I tried to locate Alex at Racy's coffee shop in Eau Claire.
Racy's.
Did you go there?
I did, yes.
And were you able to find Alex there?
He was not there, no.
After that, did you go to Eau Claire Mayo Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And when you went to the hospital, did you meet with anyone?
Yes.
And who did you meet with?
I met with Deputy Shields.
And did you also meet with the defendant at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
All right. And where was the defendant when you met with her?
She was in emergency room number 17.
Can you describe what you observed, or strike that? Did you go into that emergency room 17?
Yes, I did.
And when you went in there, can you describe what you observed?
I observed a female curled up in the bed. She had the blankets pulled up to her face, around her chin area. She looked like she had been crying. Her face was red. Her eyes were swollen and glossy.
Right. And when you talked to her, did you talk to her about where she had been earlier in that day?
Yes, I did.
And where did she say she started out that day?
I asked her to describe her day from the moment that she woke up. She said that she woke up at her father's residence.
Did she say anything about her father when she said she was at her father's residence?
She did. She mentioned that her father was nice and that she missed him.
Right. And did you ask her where she went or if she went anywhere after waking up at her father's residence?
Yes, I did. She said that she had taken a shower and gathered a few things and planned to drive to Racy's coffee shop in Eau Claire.
And did she say if she did she say where her father's residence was as far as what city it was in?
I don't remember if she said specifically, but to my knowledge at that point, it was in Stanley, Wisconsin.
Okay. And did she say where she went when she got to Eau Claire from Stanley, where the first place that she said she went was?
I believe the first place that she said she went was Racy's.
Right. And did she say if she met with anybody at Racy's?
Yes, she said she met with a friend named Max.
Did you ask her what Max's last name was?
Yes, she told me that she could not remember.
And did she say why she met with Max or what happened when she met with Max?
We're going to get our
She said that she wanted to bring Max a painting.
Right. And did she say if she actually gave that painting to Max?
Yes, she did. She met with him at Racy's and gave it to him.
And did you say if whether or not she went anywhere with Max?
Yes, she said she drove Max to his residence.
And did she say what happened when she got to Max's residence?
I believe she said that they maybe exchanged some paintings.
Okay. And did she say if she went anywhere after Max's residence?
She said that she drove Max back to Racy's coffee shop.
Did she say where she went? Did she say if she went anywhere after she was at Racy's the second time?
Yes, she said that she left there and she went to Alex's residence.
And did you say why she wanted to go to Alex's restaurant or no, Alex's residence?
Yes, she had mentioned that she had like a heating pad that she wanted to give back to him. She also said that she had to she had a hat and maybe a cup that she left over at his house.
And did she say if she wanted to talk to Alex about anything?
Yes, I believe she said that she went over there to talk to him about an investigation.
And did she say what investigation that was?
She said.
She mentioned the name John Hansen.
Interesting.
And are you familiar if there?
That's what she told him, because we know that she also told other people that she was going over there. Well, the point was just to return those things, right? And then I guess according to the defense opening statements, she really wanted to talk about, their relationship or whatever. Interesting that that's what she told this detective.
Was an investigation relating to John Hansen that was currently pending in the Eau Claire Police Department?
Or John.
Yes.
All right. So did she say if she actually arrived at Alex's residence?
Yes.
All right. And did she say what happened when she got to Alex's residence?
Yes, she said she went inside and met with Alex.
Did she say if anybody else was there?
Yes,
she mentioned that his roommate Dave was there.
That's interesting.
Did the
We heard from that other roommate who was there, and he said that his third roommate, I guess Dave, was not there. So I guess she intentionally named the roommate that wouldn't have seen her, maybe?
defendant tell you if she actually talked to Alex about any matters while she was there?
Yes, she did.
What matters did she say she talked to Alex about?
She talked to him about the Hansen investigation.
Did she tell you what Alex's response was when she talked about the Hansen investigation?
She said that he was upset and angry.
Did you ask her what she was upset about? In other words, was she upset about what the investigation was about, or was he upset about her?
He used both he and she, so it's unclear, I think, in the question who he's asking about.
All right. I'm going to overrule. You can go ahead and answer if you can.
Okay, I believe he's asking if Alex was angry, is that?
Yep. She said Alex was angry.
Correct.
All right. Did you ask her if Alex was angry at her or at John Hanson?
She said it was difficult to tell.
Right. Did she say that Alex said anything else about the situation, though?
I believe she said that he made a comment. He was concerned that John might try and hurt somebody else.
Right. Did she make some comments about who was doing most of the talking during this discussion about the Hanson matter?
Yes, she said that she was doing most of the talking.
And did she say, that's fine. Did she say if anybody else showed up at the residence?
Yes, she said at one point Jason Mengel showed up.
And did she tell you what happened when Jason Mengel arrived at the residence?
He spoke with both her and Alex.
And did she tell you what they talked about, that being Alex, the defendant, and John Mengel?
I believe she said that they talked about the Hanson investigation.
The Hanson matter?
Yes.
All right. Did she say what happened after Mr. Mengel arrived at the residence?
Shortly after he arrived, a police officer arrived.
Right. Did she say what happened after the police arrived at the residence?
She said the police officer checked on them to make sure that they were okay, and that Jason left.
Right. And did she say if she and Alex stayed there or if they left as well?
She said that they left his residence.
Did she say who was driving and what vehicle they were driving in?
She said they left in her vehicle and that she drove.
She was driving?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her where they went?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She told me that they went to a park.
Did the defendant provide you with any further description of the park that would allow you to try and identify what park they went to?
Yes. She said she remembered a frog.
Right. Are you familiar with various parks that are located in the city of Eau Claire?
Yes, I am.
Is there a park in the city of Eau Claire that has a recognizable frog, or at least did as of March of 2018?
Yes, in Owen Park, there's a fairly sizable frog statue near the parking lot, near the entrance.
So what's interesting, oh, there's the frog. By the way, for anyone who's paying attention to the thumbnails as they're ever changing, this frog is now sitting in the jury box like he's a member of the jury. It's this exact frog. This is the frog. Now, here's what's interesting, is that Ezra never went to Owen Park that day, which we are going to learn very shortly here. I think it's in this exact same episode. But she told some people, I believe it was the lady we were just hearing from, Miss Swartos. And others probably. She's told several people so far that we know of that she went to Owen Park with Jason, right? But now she's saying that she went to Owen Park with Alex. And again, it's just she's not doing her due diligence here because she didn't go with either of them. But if you're going to lie, at least make it the same person, right? So yeah, it's kind of a mess. And the other thing I will say is that, even though she's claiming she doesn't have memory because of the trauma and stuff like that, blah, 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 like that's not how it would work, right? You wouldn't remember it one way and then remember it another way. Especially and the other thing is like the frog. She's like, I remember the frog, right? It's like, I don't know. To me, it seems like it's clear of someone trying to imagine what it would be like if you have this like selective memory, or trauma memory type stuff happening, trauma response, and trying to imagine what it would be like. But it doesn't, to me, it's not very plausible. So.
And did you ask her where in the park she was when she arrived there?
Yes, I asked her, but I think she had some difficulty remembering.
Did you ask her specifically, I think, is there a couple different ways that you can be facing when you're at that park?
Yes, I asked her if she remembered if she was facing towards the playground or if she was facing towards the river.
And what did she tell you?
I believe she said she was facing towards the playground.
Right. Did you ask her what happened when they were at the park?
Yes, she said they continued talking.
Did she say what they were talking about?
I like this guy's tie.
I believe she said that she couldn't remember, but they talked about her feelings.
Okay. And did she say what Alex's reaction was when they talked about her feelings?
She said that he was, again, upset.
Okay. And did she say if Alex was calling her by any particular names or using any terms to relate to the defendant?
Yes, she said that he kept calling her boy or little boy.
Right. And did you talk to her about any situations where between her and Alex in the past?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say as far as, did she tell you if there had been issues or been some problems in the past?
Yes, she said that he treated her poorly.
Right. And did you ask her if Alex did the same types of things that caused her to believe he treated her poorly in the past on that day, that being March 22nd of 2018?
Yes, I did.
What did she say?
I believe she couldn't remember. She kept saying that it was dark and scary.
Did you ask her about the word boy that was cut into her left arm?
Yes, I can't remember if I specifically asked her or if that was a question that Deputy Shields asked her.
While you were present?
While I was present, yes.
Okay. Did you hear her answer, again, whether it was you or Deputy Shields, did you hear the answer that the defendant gave as to who cut the word boy into her arm?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say?
She said it was Alex.
And did you ask the defendant where Alex was now?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say?
She said that she could not remember.
Now, are you familiar with the location of where Owen Park is?
Yes, I am.
All right. And did you, by the way, did you ask the defendant how she got from Owen Park to the Don Sipple residence where she was found on March 22nd?
If you're referring to the Sipple residence, I'm assuming that's in Menominee?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I did ask her.
And what did she say?
She said she could not remember.
At some point in time, did you continue to ask questions, and did she decline to answer further questions?
I did try to ask further questions. At some point towards the end of my first contact with her, she started showing signs that she was going to get sick. She picked up a vomit bag that was next to her bed in the ER.
And did she actually vomit into that bag?
I don't believe that she did. I believe she made some like dry heaving type noises.
Okay. Did you ask her about taking photographs?
I don't remember if I specifically asked her if I could take photographs at that point. I can't remember.
Okay. Would a review of your report refresh your recollection on whether or not you asked her to take photographs and if she had a response to that?
Yes.
After you were done with the interview with the defendant, did you talk to any other individuals at Eau Claire Mayo Hospital?
Yes, I did, by phone outside of the hospital.
All right. And who did you talk to?
I talked to the defendant's father and mother.
Okay. And that would be Joe Shane Carlin and Rose Gunnelson?
Yes.
All right. Now, You testified that you're familiar with the location where Owen Park is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. So on Exhibit 419A, can you show us where Owen Park is?
It would be right here.
And for the record, Your Honor, he's pointing to a location that's actually marked on there as Owen Park, and it is towards the bottom center of Exhibit 419A. Now, are you familiar with a system known as Milestone in the city of Eau Claire?
Yes, I am.
Can you just briefly explain to us what Milestone is?
Milestone is the name of the public space cameras that are set up around Eau Claire.
And are some of those cameras located at intersections in the city of Eau Claire?
Yes, they are.
And were you familiar with the vehicle that the defendant was driving as of March 22nd of 2018?
Yes, as it was described to me, it was a silver later model Impala with some distinctive markings.
Right. And were you aware approximately what time the contact was with the defendant and Alex Woodworth at his residence?
I believe that the time frame was somewhere between 1 p.m. and 4:15 p.m.
Okay. So the contact at Alex's was around 1.
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware approximately when the defendant was showed up at the residence in the Menominee area?
I believe it was sometime around 4
Okay.
p.m.
And with that information, first off, are you aware if there are any of those Milestone cameras which would show the entrance to Owen Park where that frog is?
The frog.
Yes.
And which camera is that?
It would be a camera at Lake Street and First Avenue.
And did you then have a chance to review that the video from that camera for the afternoon of March 22nd of 2018?
Yes.
Did you see that distinctive markinged Chevrolet Impala of the defendants enter Owen Park?
I did not.
If it had entered Owen Park from whatever direction it may have entered, would you have been able to see it on that camera?
Yes, I would have.
I have no further questions for Officer Reeves, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Officer Reeves, is it Reeves or Reeves?
Reeves.
Mr. Reeves.
Y'all are going to hear him do that. He does that like a lot of witnesses. He gets their name wrong. And, there was that one lady who had a crazy last name, and that was one thing. But, I mean, this is not that hard. And he does it with other witnesses as well later. But what's interesting is there was so much talk about these recordings, right? And the state had said in these other, housekeeping sessions that they were going to use, I guess, asking questions about the first recording, and then both sides said they weren't going to talk about the second recording. But what's so crazy is that didn't happen. They didn't bring up any recording. So let's see what happens on cross.
You've been an officer, you said, for 5 years?
That's correct, yes.
So in March of 2018, you'd been an officer for about 3.5 years.
Yes.
Can you just tell us a little bit about your training post high school? I imagine you graduated from high school, right?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
I went to college at the University of Wisconsin-Platteville.
And how long did you go there?
For 4 years.
Get a degree?
I did, yes.
What was your degree in?
It was in criminal justice.
And after you got your degree in criminal justice, what did you do?
After I got my degree, I worked for the City of Eau Claire Police Department.
And that was 5 years ago now?
Yes.
So your entire career as a law enforcement officer has been with the City of Eau Claire?
Yes, it is.
And it was immediately after college?
I believe there was maybe a 6-month period between college and when I got hired, yes.
Sure. And so when you, so you're about 30?
Objection relevance.
I think it is relevant, Judge.
Well, what is irrelevance?
How
I mean,
long-
this question's fine. How much further are we going to go into this?
Maybe 2 more questions, but basically, I'll tie it up pretty quick.
Well, I think it's irrelevant, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Do you know how much, if at all, older you are than Alexander Woodworth at the time of March 22nd, 2018?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
You, in your training, you just had essentially the basic training to become a police officer, correct?
Correct.
You haven't had any specialized training, correct?
I guess that depends on how you define specialized training.
After you began working as an Eau Claire Police Department, have you had any special training?
Yes, beyond the scope of normal patrol, yes.
What was that training in?
Firearms, further instruction on DAT, defense and arrest tactics.
Okay. And DAT, defense and arrest tactics, that's use of force, correct?
Correct.
That's something that you're trained in as a law enforcement officer, correct?
Correct.
When it's permissible to use force, correct?
Correct.
When, what factors you should consider as a trained police officer in deciding when to escalate or to de-escalate, correct?
Your Honor, I'd like to approach on this.
All right. Counsel approach. Okay, objection overruled.
You have, you'd mentioned the word, the acronym DAT, is that right?
Correct.
And that was for defense arrest tactics?
Correct.
And that, the policies from the Eau Claire Police Department are that they adopt the Department of Justice's DAT, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And as part of that DAT training, again, you're, as a trained police officer, they give you extensive training about when you can use force, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the factors that you can consider, correct?
That's correct.
In assessing what you see with your eyes, right?
Yes.
What prior knowledge you may have of the person based upon the situation that you're in.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think we're going a little too far now.
Well, overruled. And again, Mr. Nelson, let's you can just get to it. And
it's relevant, so I appreciate that. Some of the things that you need to assess are, again, what prior knowledge you may have of the person or the situation or the place, or
I feel like that was kind of snippy with the judge.
all of those matters, correct?
Correct.
In any of your other senses, what you see, what you hear, what you smell, probably not what you taste, but what you touch, right?
Correct.
Take all of those things into consideration, correct?
Yes.
And if you're assessing threats that are made to you, correct?
Myself or others.
Correct. And I imagine those are pretty stressful situations, right?
Yes.
Have you been in one of those? And I don't want to get into the detail, I'm just asking this question only. Have you been in one of those situations where you've needed to pull your firearm under the DAT policies?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
So here I have thoughts on this. Here's my thoughts. This officer is not wearing a uniform. I could be completely wrong. This is just my speculation. He's not wearing a uniform. He's wearing a suit. And we know with these law enforcement officers, they come in and they wear their uniform, right? And I think they have to, right? However, potentially not if they are on like administrative leave. So this whole DAT thing that the defense is getting into, I have a theory. Again, I could be totally wrong. I have to wonder if he's on administrative leave because he had to use his weapon on the job, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he did it wrong, incorrect, right? Because as we know, whenever you do, well, for anyone who doesn't know, or even if you do know, when an officer has to use their weapon on the job, right, regardless of if it was, they're following protocol or not, they're put on administrative leave. And it's not necessarily like a punishment or investigate. It's like for their own. It's like just procedure. It's a protocol rather, right?
But it's interesting because he says that he's, when he asked the question, have you had any other specialized training? And what does he say? Well, I've had extra classes on DAT or whatever. So that makes me wonder if maybe something he did was, he was in the other realm of like, he used more force than was necessary or whatever. So he's on administrative leave. Therefore, he's not in uniform and he's having more classes on DAT potentially. Now, the way that the defense is making this seem relevant, because remember, it was objected to and they went to sidebar and the judge sided with the defense. I think what Mr. Nelson is doing here is he's trying to make it seem potentially like he's trying to kind of hint at that this officer, violated the protocol and used his deadly weapon as to make him seem like he's intimidating and tough, because as we know, he ended up talking to Ezra when Ezra was at the hospital, right? And sort of like making him seem like he's like this big tough guy or whatever, like would use more force than necessary type. But he's trying to kind of, I think, put it under this guise of like these questions along the lines of, oh, well, if you've had to do this and that and the other thing, this means that you're really good at perceiving trauma, or you're really good at, perceiving a threat or whatever, right? So it's almost like, but I don't think that's his actual point. But those are just my speculations, and we'll see where all this goes. So.
Been in a stressful situation where you need to use some of your training like that?
Objection, relevance.
Again, I'm not going to get into it. I'm just laying the foundation to ask the next question.
The fact that there's so much discussion about this makes me think there's something that happened,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Which I think is his point. That's his point, right? He wants people to think something happened. So
I'm giving you some latitude here, but I think you're going too far.
Those stressful situations ask for split-second decisions. Is that right?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule that.
Sometimes, yes.
Firearms, DAT, any other specific training that you've had?
Are you talking before that time or after?
Between your start of your employment 5 years ago and March 23rd, 2018, those first 3.5 years of your career as a law enforcement officer with Eau Claire.
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, but nothing that comes to mind right now, correct?
I would have to review my training file. Nothing that comes to mind right now specifically, no.
And so you haven't had any specific training on how to deal with trauma victims, agreed?
I believe there is a portion in the police academy that I went through that talks about traumatic experiences.
But again, my question, in your training as an Eau Claire police officer in the 3.5 years, you've had no special training about trauma, agreed? That was before that, just general education. And my question to you is, in your employment as an Eau Claire police officer, in that 3.5 years leading up to March 23rd, 2018, you had no specific training regarding how to deal with victims of trauma. Agreed?
It's hard for me to answer that question.
As you sit here today, you have no memory of any specific training, correct?
Unless you refer to training that would have been during my field training process, then yes, I would have had some training from a field training officer.
So, like in the field, whatever the other police officers tell you, correct?
What they tell me and what I experience.
Sure. But I want to ask you about actual specialized training where you go to a class, you meet with instructors, they tell you how to deal with that. Sounds like you have not had that training. You agree?
If it was before March 22nd of 2018, I do not believe I had any specific training where I went to a class.
Okay. Before you arrived at the hospital, you got some background about the case. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And basically, you collected that from Dunn County Deputy Emmer Shields. Is that right?
Yes.
You had learned that Ms. McCandless had met a male farmer at Mr. Sipple's house. Mr. Sipple, correct?
I believe that was his name. I can't remember if I was told his name that day.
the farmer was a man, agreed?
Yes.
And that you met with a man named, from the State Patrol, Mr. Knudsen, correct?
I don't know.
And a man named Emmer Shields, correct?
Yes.
And then a man named Matt Feeney from the Dunn County Sheriff's Department.
I don't know. The only
A man named Greg Moan from the Dunn County Sheriff's Department.
I don't know.
2 men from the Menominee Fire Department and ambulance team.
So you know what he's trying to do here? I think he's trying to just he's trying to have a reason, right, to list off all of the men that questioned Ezra or were around Ezra or whatever after this event happened. I guess probably trying to insinuate that that would be even more traumatizing. There's a slew of men, right?
Again, I don't know.
And then she was brought to the hospital to get care and treatment, is that right?
Yes.
And when she was at the hospital in the emergency room to get care and treatment, you came and spoke with her, correct?
Yes.
And when you spoke with her, when she's in the middle of that care and treatment, that's the first time she's ever met you in her life. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And one of the first, this whole interaction is recorded. Is that right?
Here we go. So the defense
I believe so, yes.
And so, have you had a chance to review the transcript of that recording that we provided to the prosecution team?
Yes, I have.
And if you're
Now, this is another question I have. I don't know why. What we're going to end up having is this transcript, but not the actual recording. I don't know. Because again, when they talk about it, first of all, it sounds like, again, like the state is going to be using it, but it sounds like they were going to use the actual recording. And instead, the state doesn't do anything. And then the defense says we got this transcript, basically. So.
a review of that, I want to ask you as we go through this then, okay? And if you need to be refreshed, we can certainly refresh you, right? But according to the report.
Actually, sorry, I can answer my own question now. I remember why I was thinking. I think because what would happen, what's going to end up happening is Mr. Nelson is just going to basically read this transcript into the record. So I think that's why. Rather than play the recording, Mr. Nelson would rather do his own reading so he can kind of maybe color things how he wants, as you'll see. That's what I think.
Essentially, your first words out of your mouth to her were, no. At what point did you and Alex part ways? Did you?
Because see, the thing is he could have said that and it might not have sounded in the way that Mr. Nelson just read it. You see, I think that's why. Because he wants to be able to characterize what this police officer said into a certain way.
Walk out of the vehicle, or did he drive away? Did he get out of a car? Do you remember? Those are the first words that you said to this young lady who was in the hospital for care and treatment, correct?
Without looking at the transcript, I would say that's probably correct.
Sure. You, prior to your saying those words, you were there when Officer Reeves had asked her some questions, correct? Shields, I apologize, you're Officer Reeves, I got mixed up. I'll start over. Prior to that, you were in the room when Officer Shields had been asking her questions for about 30 to 60 seconds, is that right?
That's correct. I walked into the room after him. He had started asking her a few questions, and then I sat down next to her bedside and tried to assist.
Right. And you were assisting law enforcement, right?
Yes.
You weren't there to assist the hospital.
No.
And when you sat down next to her, you didn't tell her your name?
I don't believe I did, no.
You didn't say hello?
No, I don't think so.
There was a young lady in the hospital for care and treatment, and you didn't ask, how are you?
I'm sorry, no, I don't think I did.
The first questions that you asked is essentially about the arm, correct?
I think I asked her about if she had driven her vehicle anywhere, if she could remember.
Okay. Actually, if I apologize, what you first asked, other than the question I said, is what happened to your knuckles? Is that right? And she said, I fell down. That was the beginning of your part of the conversation.
I think that was one of the first few questions that I asked, yes.
And then you asked, what had you been doing earlier in the day over at Alex's house? Is that right?
Something to that effect, yes.
And it's during that part of the interview in the beginning where she's crying as well, right?
Yes.
So when the state prosecution team was asking you questions about what happened, fair to say they didn't go in a chronological order about the order of the questions that you asked, did they?
No, not as the transcript shows that, no.
And the transcript is, you've listened to the recording, right?
Yes.
And the recording accurately reflects what happened in that room, right?
Well, if that were the case, Mr. Counsel, Mr. Nelson, then why aren't you playing the recording? I mean, I think what he's trying to do here is I think what he's trying to do here is look like to the jury, like we're the good guys. We're bringing in the evidence that that state's not bringing. Which, I mean, I have to say it's a good strategy, right? Every time, for example, that the state doesn't show the pictures, but they talk about the pictures with the witness or whatever, and the defense is like, here, we'll show you the pictures, right? I mean, because it's obvious sometimes, right? Sometimes it's less obvious, but but here he's like, I think he's trying to do that whole thing of like, yeah, look, we're the ones that are giving the transcript, but at the same time, it's like you're saying there's an accurate recording and you're not playing the recording because you want to be able to characterize it. So you're like trying to seem like you're the good guy bringing in the evidence, but really you're only doing it in a way that's going to allow you to, which I know obviously it's their job. I don't fault them. I mean, it's clever. It's just that it's kind of, kind of slimy in a way.
Yes.
Let me just back up so we can take this in chronological order, and I'll try to go through it quickly. But when you walked into the room, Mr. Shields' first question to her was, do you think that Alex is the one that cut you?
It's possible. I believe at that point he had extensive contacts with her. I wasn't sure if he was just starting from a point where he last left off. I was uncertain about where he exactly was at that point in his contact.
You understand my question is about the time when you and Mr. Shields walked into the room together to sit down and ask Ms. McCandless questions, right?
Yes.
So we understand that Mr. Shields may have done other things before, but I'm asking you questions about the time frame when you entered with Mr. Shields. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
You two entered together, right?
Yes.
You were there when the first question that he asked to her in your presence was, do you think that Alex is the one that cut you, right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Shields continues to ask her some questions about Alex and where he grabbed her and cut her. Is that right? And then he asked her where that was, and she says, no, it wasn't at his house. Is that right?
Yes.
He asks, it wasn't at his house, question mark. She says, no, I don't know. It gets really dark and scary. It just hurts.
Yes.
And then Mr. Shields asks her if she remembers any sounds or anything else to try to trigger her memory, is what he says, right?
Yes.
And she doesn't respond. Agreed?
I believe she just shook her head. I don't think she verbally responded.
And then Mr. Shields said, no, question mark, okay. To which Ms. McCandless responded, it's just dark. Is that right?
Yes.
While she's crying.
Yes.
And then Mr. Shields asks her in particular about the knife, whether it was a razor or a folding knife, and Ms. McCandless describes a folding one that her dad always says to have in her car just in case someone hurts her, right?
Yes.
And during that portion of her statements, she's again crying.
Yes.
Mr. Shields asks if she was cut on the arm or on the leg as well, and she does not respond. Agreed?
Ezra's dad does testify, so we will find out if that is true or not.
Yes.
Mr. Shields then asks, did he cut you down there? And there's no response, and Mr. Shields says, okay, what happened after he cut you?
Yes.
And then Ms. McCandless says, it just got dark and scary, right?
Yes.
And then I believe actually that's where you then step in and ask about, did you drive your vehicle anywhere?
Yes.
And then it's after that where you said, at what point did you and Alex part ways? You ask him multiple questions. What time did you part ways? Did you walk out of the vehicle? Did he drive away? Did he get out? Do you remember? Right?
Yes.
And she says, while crying, I don't remember, it hurts so much.
Yes.
And then you begin asking her about her knuckles, where she tells you she fell down, which we went through before. Agreed?
Yes.
And then you start trying to begin to go through the chronology of the day, where she talks about waking up and showering, being at her dad's house. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then she goes through the chronology that I believe you went through on direct about Racy's, Max, back to Racy's. Is that right?
Yes.
And then from there, it's on to Alex's to give him the heating pad and have contact with Alex. Is that right?
Yes.
And she tells you she had contact with Alex and his roommate, right?
Yes.
And she asked, what does Dave look like? And she says, I don't really know. He's just got tattoos, right?
Yes.
Asks if Dave stays there, and she says, yeah. Agreed?
Yes.
And then she again talks about being there, talking to Alex about John Hanson and Ezra McCandless's feelings about that, right?
Correct.
As well as her feelings about Alex, right?
Yes.
And then she tells you about Alex being upset. Is that right?
Yes.
Angry.
Yes.
And then that Jason interrupted that. Is that right?
Yes.
And then that eventually Jason leaves and Ezra and Alex leave in her car with her driving, right?
Yes.
And then you ask what happens from there, and she says, I just remember a frog. Is that right?
Yes.
At that point, she told you several times, it's just dark and it's scary, correct?
That's correct.
She told you, I don't remember, correct?
Yes.
She told you, it hurts so much.
Yes.
She's crying,
Yes.
sobbing.
Yes.
At that point, did you ever reach out and physically or verbally to tell her, you don't have to talk about this right now? Did you ever tell her that?
Y'all, anyone watching this knows full well, if he reached out physically to touch her, can you imagine the field day the defense would be having with that? Like, that's why I think he changed it to verbally, because that would have been a problem, right? Like, it's a good thing he didn't. Verbally, yeah, maybe whatever, but yeah, I don't think it's interesting that he just fucked that question up and said physically first, right? I mean, because like that's not.
I did not know.
Did you ever tell her, we want to make sure that you're safe and you're protected and we can come back and talk to you at another time?
Did not tell her that directly, no.
You just kept asking her questions.
Yes.
And that's when she talks to you again about playground, and you keep asking her follow-up questions about that. Is that right?
Yes.
And then at some point you say, did you just continue your conversation for where you left off at the house? And Ms. McCandless tells you, we were talking about my feelings and stuff.
Yes.
And then after she says, we were sitting there talking about the feelings, you turn and say, you guys are sitting there talking at the park. At what point did he cut your arm? You went back to the arm. Is that right?
Yes.
And she didn't respond to that, did she? There's no verbal response on the recording. Agreed?
Agreed, yes.
And you followed up with that. You don't remember what point. You asked that question, and again, she did not verbally respond. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And then you asked, what was he saying? And she said, I don't know.
That's correct.
Again, you didn't pause to let her know that she could have some time to gather her thoughts.
No.
Do you at that point know if she'd received any care at the hospital?
One would assume.
I don't know.
If she'd received any treatment at all at the hospital?
I did not know. No.
If she'd had any ability to have contact with her mother?
I don't know.
Or her family?
I don't know.
Or anybody that she knows and loves?
I don't know. No.
You just kept asking questions.
Well, that's his job.
Yes.
And at some point, she told you, he just kept on saying I was a boy. That's what she told you, right?
Yes.
And then you ask why, and she says, because when me and Alex used to be involved, he used to call me a little boy. She told you that, right?
Yes.
And that's when you asked, why does he call you that? And she didn't respond.
That's correct.
You asked, does he treat you poorly when you guys are together? And she told you, sometimes.
Yes.
You asked if he threatens or calls her other names, and again, she didn't respond. At least not verbally, correct?
That's correct.
Because the next words out of your mouth were, he does. That's what you say, correct?
That's correct.
And you say that because while she didn't give you a verbal response, she gave you a non-verbal response indicating, yes, sometimes he threatens me.
That's correct.
So she wasn't perhaps able to talk about it, but she was able to communicate to you what had happened in the past.
Yes.
You said, what other things does he say? You asked her that, correct?
Yes.
And it's unclear from the recording because she's crying, but at some point you hear her say, when I don't want to do stuff.
Yes.
And you ask, what kind of stuff are you talking about? And again, Ms. McCandless doesn't give you a verbal response at that point, correct?
I believe her response was, it's sensitive or something along those lines.
Okay. And whether that was...
It's like she's still trying to figure out her why. She's trying to just keep it vague. It's a lot, you know what it's like? It's like Alex Murdoch with like the trying to insinuate that the boat crash people were involved, right? But like not say it. Just like, and also just like with Paul, you know, with the threats, right? People making the threats, and it's like, yeah, they weren't in person, they were online, but then it's like, well, they weren't really online. They were just, it was just general people, you know, blah, blah. I mean, it's like this whole thing of like this, what's the term that they have for it? Like the, what is it? The disappearing perpetrator or something like that. I can't remember. But like, yeah, it's just this so vague, right? Just keeping it so vague. It reminds me a lot of that, of like, you know, he makes me do stuff. I mean, it's just like, come on now.
Physical or emotional, you didn't know.
No.
But could have been both.
Yes.
And then you follow up by saying, are you talking about like sexual things? And then you said, you asked that question, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And then you must not have got a response because the next thing you say is, okay.
Yes.
Did she again communicate to you non-verbally with a nod of her head in agreement that it was about sexual things?
I believe she did, yes.
And then she actually was able to...
Well, I don't trust it because she could have answered that question and then he still could have responded with, okay. That doesn't mean she didn't answer it verbally. The only way we were able to say whether she did or didn't answer it verbally is based on what he's telling us, he as a defense attorney. But what he's saying here doesn't actually make sense, right? Like if you listen to his words, he's like, oh, well, it means she must have not responded verbally because you said, okay, that doesn't make any sense. She could have said yes, or she could have said no, and he could have said, okay, as a response to that. I mean, that it's just a bit frustrating.
To speak, and what she told you with her words that she was able to say to you was, he makes me lay down and do stuff.
I believe that's what she said, yes.
And again, you asked, does he like physically grab you, make you lay down and do things? And again, there's no audible response from the woman in the hospital bed sitting next to you, right?
Yes.
But your next words were, he does. Okay? Those were the next words that you said to him. Her. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And the reason that you said those words is because she, once again, while she wasn't able to speak, she was able to communicate with you non-verbally in agreement to your question, does he physically grab you and make you lay down and do stuff?
Yes.
And then you asked, did he do that today?
correct?
Yes, I did.
And she says, I don't remember much, it was just dark and it was scary. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you again go back and ask her, was it at the house or were we at the park? And she says, I don't know.
Yes.
She's crying.
Yes.
Fair to say, if we listen to the recording, you'd hear her sobbing.
You could hear her cry, yes.
Cry loudly, correct?
I don't know that I would say it was loudly, but she was crying.
Okay. And again, at that point, after she says, I don't know, when she's crying, and she's told you that it's dark and scary, do you tell her, you know, we can come back at another time?
At that point, no.
Did you tell her, look, I want to make sure that you get the care and the treatment that you need, and we'll come back and talk to you a different time?
At that point, no.
You just kept asking her questions, right?
Yes.
And it's at that point where she says to you repeatedly, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
Well, I guess I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's in response to a question, and I...
Again, that's not a legal objection. I'm asking the witness a question. He gets to
And
choose.
he's asking a question
Well,
that's...
you can't have more than one person talking at a time, so.
The transcript is, I'm asking him a question. Is there a legal objection to the question?
The objection is, the question is misleading.
That's not a
Well, I don't
legal-
have a transcript, so I have no idea. But go ahead, I'm just going to overrule. Go ahead and ask your question, then you can handle that.
Let's just make it clear, all right?
Redirect.
Again, I'd gone chronologically through the recording pretty accurately, right?
Yes.
And this is after the point where she had just described to you it was dark and scary, then you asked her about whether it was back at the house or the park, and she says, I don't know. We're just putting you into context. Are you there?
Yes.
And then you asked, do you know where Alex is now? You asked her that, right?
Yes.
And that's when it's obvious that she's crying.
Yes, it is.
Her response is, no, I don't know, don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
Yes.
And then you keep asking her questions. And you ask, did he mention to you what he was going to do or where he was going to go the rest of the day? You asked that. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she says again, no, no, I don't know, I don't know. Is that right?
Yes.
And you keep asking her questions and you say, did you drop him back off at home? And she doesn't respond. Agreed?
Agreed.
She's crying.
Yes.
In fact, at some point, she grabs the blanket and pulls it up over her head, does she not? Or at least up over her face?
She had the blanket up to her face during the entire contact.
I was going to say, even on direct, he said that when he walked in, she had the blanket up.
Fair to say she didn't look comfortable at all.
No.
You agree with me? You agree she did not look comfortable? She was crying, she had a blanket up against her face.
I would agree she didn't look like she was comfortable, no.
But you kept asking questions.
Yes, I did.
You were trying to get information, right?
Yes.
But you didn't necessarily tell her that, other than you just kept asking her questions, right?
That's correct, yes.
You didn't tell her that she could decline to answer?
No.
You didn't read her rights?
Objection, Your Honor, of relevance.
Sustained.
You gave her no information or knowledge about what options a 20-year-old woman in the hospital seeking care and treatment could do other than to sit there and answer your questions, right?
That's accurate, yes.
And then at some point, she grabbed a vomit bag, is that right?
Yes.
And began dry heaving into that bag.
Yes.
And it's at that point that you left.
I believe a nurse had stepped in. I believe it was a SANE nurse was preparing to start her examination.
A female walked in, is that right?
Yes.
A woman.
Yes.
And she came by Ezra's side.
She went to the monitor that was next to her bed,
Let's
yes.
go to her SANE nurse.
And she was there to provide care to Ms. McCandless, is that right?
I believe she was there to conduct a SANE
I
exam.
mean, technically, she's there to collect evidence. I mean, in her own words, she's there to collect evidence. So, you know, again, she's not the nurse that provides care. So,
You weren't there for that SANE exam, were you?
I was outside of the hospital.
This was a trained nurse who did that, right?
Yes,
And that nurse then, you don't know if she did or didn't give her care, do you?
oh my God.
I don't know.
You don't know if she did or didn't give her treatment.
I don't know.
We
But
know,
when that
and the
nurse-
jury knows, because we just heard from her, and she literally said that's not her job. So.
Walked in, you then left.
Yes,
And at that point, Ms. McCandless hadn't showered, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know did she appear as if she had showered? I'm gonna withdraw the question and start over.
Okay.
Sorry, Ed.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop when there's an objection instead of just plowing on. So,
Understand.
go ahead.
It did not appear as if she had showered. Agreed?
agreed.
And she hadn't yet received any treatment as far as you know, right?
As far as I know, no.
And then the nurse walked in, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then you left.
Objection asked and answered at least three.
Sustained, asked and answered, I heard at least 3 times.
That's fine. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I want to start out, Officer Reeves. Can you tell the jury, how you were asking questions? I mean, what kind of demeanor you were having as you were asking her questions?
Not unsimilar to how I'm sitting now. I was sitting on a bench next to her bedside, talking in the same tone of voice that I'm using now.
Right. Ever raise your voice, ever act like you were upset or perturbed with her answers?
No.
What was the reason why you were interviewing her at that time?
At that time, based on the information that I had, I believe that I was interviewing a victim.
Right.
And are you trying to get information so you can work on a case?
Remember, they had not found his body. They did not find his body until the next day. At this point, they believe she's the victim and he's the assailant, I guess, suspect, right? So it's not until, they start looking into this stuff. But again, they didn't find him until the next day, right? So, yeah.
To help her?
Yes, seeing as the first part of it was to try and locate the male subject that was allegedly involved.
All right. And at that point in time, did you believe the male subject to be a victim or potentially a perpetrator?
Potentially a perpetrator.
Right. And so your purpose in talking to her was what?
I was trying to gather information potentially about his whereabouts to try and prevent him from having any further contact with her so that law enforcement could interview him so that we could prevent him from having any further contact with her.
All right. Since we've heard a lot about this, I'm going to have this marked as an exhibit.
Objection, can we approach?
Oh, I bet that was the audio recording.
Officer Reeves, you had a chance.
I bet that was the audio recording. Fuck, is that what happened? They were going to do it and then the defense objected it? Fuck. And if the defense, okay, I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. And then the defense succeeded. There must have been something in there that is not good for Ezra that maybe was, this is just me speculating, but potentially 403, 404 type shit of her doing something that, would have been more prejudicial than probative. I wonder if that's what it is.
I think you said on cross-examination to read over a rough transcript of the your interview.
And so that's why I'm saying that, because the transcript, he's already, I guess he didn't admit it into evidence, right?
With the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Right. Did you also have a chance yesterday to listen to the actual recording of it as well?
I did, yes.
All right. And so I'm going to ask you some questions about what you recall from your reading it and from reviewing the transcript. You were asked about a question about if there was something that could trigger her memory or where she was at when this took place. And you were asked if she had an audible response, and she didn't, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did she have a nonverbal response to that?
I believe she did, yes.
And what was that nonverbal response?
I believe it was a nod.
A yes or a no gesture?
I believe it was a yes.
Okay. If the next line, or if the next statement, do you recall if the next statement was something like no, okay? What would that refresh your memory as to whether it would have been a yes or a no?
Objection, didn't say his memory needed to be refreshed. He answered the question yes.
All right, never mind. That's fine. We'll leave it at that. You asked.
If I'm me, which I am, I would be like, why can't we just use the freaking recording? This is so silly.
The question was asked before about whether or not, and it was asked by Deputy Shields, whether or not the defendant or whether or not Alex cut her on her arm or on her leg as well. And again, you were asked if there was an audible response. There wasn't one. Do you recall if she gave a nonverbal response to that one?
I believe her nonverbal response was also a nod. Yes.
A nod, yes. Okay. Now, when you were asking questions about what she did earlier in the day, that is, before she met or before she left from her from Alex's residence after the police had come, did she have any problems remembering what those events were?
Are you referring to the events before she left her father's residence?
No, after she left her father's residence and until she until she left Alex's residence after law enforcement, the Eau Claire police had been there.
She seemed to be able to remember those things fine.
So she was able to describe all those events to you with no problems?
Yes.
All right. And during the course of those events, did she ever tell you that while she was at Alex's residence, that they discussed the relationship that they had had?
I don't believe she did, no.
Now, were you aware or did you understand that there was, or that Deputy Shields had previously talked to the defendant about the events of March 22nd?
Yes, I was aware that he had talked to her prior to my arrival.
All right. And while you were talking to the defendant, along with Deputy Shields, did the defendant ever say anything like, hey, I really can't talk to you now, or I don't feel comfortable talking to you?
I don't believe she did, no.
All right. Did she ever do anything non-verbally to indicate that she did not want to talk to you anymore?
Not to my memory, no.
There had been some questions about having this blanket up by her face. Did she ever put it over her face in an attempt to, to hide from you or do something like that?
Good question. It's a good question.
Right. Did she move the blanket from where it was during the course of the interview, or did it pretty much stay in the same location the whole time?
It stayed in the same location the whole time.
Right. Prior to or during the course of your interview with the defendant, did anyone from the hospital indicate that there was an issue with you being able to talk to her?
No.
Right. They ever tell you, no, don't talk to the defendant, she's not in any shape to do that?
No.
There were some questions about, actually, right at the start of the interview, did Deputy Shields say something to the effect or something similar to, I'm going to ask you some questions, is that okay?
Yes, he did.
And what was the defendant's response to that?
I believe it was another nonverbal nod, yes.
And at any point in time during the questioning, did she change that and say, no, I don't want to answer any more questions?
No, I don't believe so.
And there were some questions about, that were asked about, whether Alex was upset when, or angry when the subject of the John Hanson matter came up. Did she say anything specific about what Alex said in response to her bringing up the John Hanson matter?
She said that his response was he was concerned that he might try to hurt somebody else.
I'm sorry?
He was concerned that John might try to hurt somebody else, or who will he hurt next?
Alex was concerned about that?
Yes.
All right. Did she tell you what John Hanson did to her that was the subject of that investigation?
She did not tell me specifically what he did, no.
When you asked about the investigation that it was, and she told you that it was something about John, did you ask her?
Objection leading. He answered, she did not tell me specifically, no. He's now leading it.
I'm going to ask if I can finish my question, Your Honor.
Why don't you finish the question?
Yes. Did you ask her who's John?
I'm sorry, I can't remember.
All right. Would reviewing this transcript refresh your memory as to that?
Is it transcript of my contact with her?
Yes.
Yes.
While you were in the room, actually, by the way, when you first entered the defendant's room, was there anybody else in the room when you got in there besides the defendant?
Before I entered, I know Deputy Shields walked in before I did. I know that she was seen very briefly by the SANE nurse. She made a comment to me. But otherwise, I don't believe there was anyone else in the room with her.
Okay, so Deputy Shields went in first.
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody leave the room before you entered the room after Deputy Shields entered?
No, I don't believe so.
And when you went in there, who was in the room?
Ezra, Deputy Shields, and myself.
Okay. At the conclusion of the interview, do you recall what you said to the defendant?
Very last thing I said, I do not remember.
All right. Do you recall if it could have been something similar to, or can you tell me whether or not it was something similar to, I'll let you take care of your business now?
Yes.
Yeah. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any recross, Mr. Nelson?
Briefly.
There's an audio recording of this, correct?
Correct.
It's not there's a squad cam, correct?
Correct.
So there's a video and an audio portion of the recording, correct?
Correct.
But the video portion is just your car parked in the parking lot outside of the hospital, right?
Correct.
Ezra's not recorded on the video, agreed?
Agreed.
And you're not recorded on the video portion, agreed?
Agreed.
So the interaction that we've just been talking about, there's no visual way to go back and look at it, right?
That's correct.
But we can listen to it, right?
Yes.
The audio was captured, correct?
Yes.
And that's on a recording.
Yes.
To hear all of this stuff that we've just been talking about in court, right?
So that's why.
Yes.
And you had the opportunity to.
So he waited until recross to finally say this to try to make it look, so that way, to try to make it look again like the state's hiding something but they won't have a chance to say anything unless he's allowed to redirect, but that's so
Listen to
rare.
that, to hear her, how exactly she sounded, and how exactly you sounded. All of those sounds are on a recording that you got to hear yesterday.
Yes.
And the beginning of this
I sure wish we could have heard it.
interaction with Ms. McCandless on that night, the first words out of Deputy Shields' words are, "I heard you talking to the nurse." Right?
Yes.
So while the questions that were asked of you by the Mr. Dufour were whether anybody left when Mr. Shields walked in, what he did ask you is, did anybody leave just before Mr. Shields walked in? The nurse left just before Mr. Shields walked in, right?
I believe so, yes.
The nurse was there to provide care, correct?
I would assume yes.
And the door was open and you guys could hear what was going on and being interacted about.
No, the door was closed.
So you could hear what was going on, whether the door was open or closed, right?
In the room while she was there with the nurse?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Shields says, "I heard you talking to the nurse." He was truthful when he told her that, right?
I think he was more, I heard you were talking to the nurse, not I heard you talking to the nurse. I guess I can't say what he said, I suppose.
You may not have been able to hear the actual words, but you could tell that there was a conversation in there between the two people that were in there, right?
Yes, I was talking to Deputy Shields outside of the room, so I wasn't paying as much attention to exactly what was going on inside that room.
You were waiting for the nurse to finish up.
Yes.
And as soon as the nurse finished up and walked out, you or Deputy Shields and then you followed, walked in. Is that right?
Yes.
So she wasn't alone at all, was she?
No.
And then after he says, "I heard you talking about the nurse," he asks about the cut. Do you think that Alex is the one that cut you? Is that right?
Yes.
And then there's no response, and then Mr. Shields says this series of questions. "Okay, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions, okay? So just do you know, was it in your vehicle? Is that where this happened?"
I'm happy to see
Those are
you
the words that
again.
Mr. Shields said to her. Is that right?
That's correct.
Whether there was any pause in his statement telling her that he was going to ask her any questions, you don't have a memory of right now, correct?
It was a very brief pause.
Of a police officer making a statement to her about he's going to ask her some questions, right?
Yes.
And when you walked in, you'd seen her curled up on the bed, is that right?
Objection beyond the scope of my redirect.
Sustained, and I heard you asking about this already several times.
At some point, she's sitting up, rocking back and forth, is that right?
Objection beyond the scope of my redirect.
Sustained.
You'd were asked about your purpose in being there to talk to her. Do you remember that? One of the questions that the state asked you is your purpose was to go there to help her to get information to protect her from Alex or to see what Alex was doing, or is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that was your purpose, right?
To gather information, yes.
And that's the purpose that you had in your head, correct?
Yes.
But you never communicated that to Ms. McCandless, did you?
I did not know.
So you had no way of knowing whether she knew that was your purpose or why you were there or why you were asking questions, right?
I had no way of knowing, no.
Most of the time when you want somebody to know what your purpose is, you tell them, right?
That's correct, yes.
And so while you may have had a purpose and may have been well-intentioned, you didn't communicate that to Ms. McCandless, did you?
I guess I didn't say it specifically to her, no.
And at the end, you finished up by saying, "I'll let you take care of your business." Is that right?
Yes.
You knew there was business that this young lady needed to take care of in the hospital, right?
At that point, I was referring to both her and the nurse. I can't remember exactly if I was saying, "I'll let you take care of your business" to Ezra or if it was to the nurse that was now standing next to her
If it was
doing her thing.
to the nurse standing there, it was for the nurse to take care of her business, to provide Ms. McCandless the care and treatment that she was in the hospital to receive.
Yes.
That's all.
Okay, Officer Reeves, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you.
No redirect. Okay, that's it for this episode. I hate to say it, Dee, because you joined us just for the end of this episode, because I started it earlier than I other times do. But I will say to you, DP, you are featured in the little video series that we watched at the beginning of the live stream. We also watched it again a little bit later in the live stream. I did a little Squirrel Crew World Tour video, and you are featured in that as well because I pulled up one of your comments and stuff on there. But it's about, it's like the little man. I'll never forget just the discovery of the little man on Google. So you might get a kick out of that, but I will get working on it's okay. I know you're in a different time zone. I will get working on the timestamps. So all that will be timestamped. But again, if you go to the beginning, you'll see that first round of Squirrel Crew World Tour. It's just a couple minutes into the video probably. But the plan for tomorrow is to do the Karen Reed hearing and cover that whole thing. And then on Monday, we will have the next Ezra episode. And that one's going to be really good as well. We're going to have some drone footage. We're going to have some surveillance cameras. We're going to hear from the doctor who treated her at the emergency room, and more. So, we're also going to we're going to get more evidence of like actual physical, like in-person evidence of like books of Alex's and like his clothes and stuff. So that's going to be a good one as well. And so anyway, that's right, the drone footage, and definitely yes, I know. One somebody who was here earlier, I think it was Super Planet Girl, said, was that Winnie the Pooh? She has a good point though with that. They still need to make boat view though, I say. But yes, thank you for tuning in from Germany. And I'm glad to see you again because I was like so excited that we had a new squirrel friend, and I'm happy that you're back again. So it's a house. Every time. It takes me by surprise every time. So yes, but y'all, Squirrel Crew, Squirrel Friends, Replay Crew. Oh, that's weird. Those of you guys who are here tonight and are watching on Replay Crew, love all of y'all. Y'all are the best. And hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow for the Karen Reed hearing. Of course, they bring Alex Murdaugh into the topic, which is like my expertise, if I had to say. And I'm like, oh my God, I have a lot of thoughts. So I'll be excited to share this with you guys and to hear y'all's thoughts as well, since it got disrupted by the storm taking the internet out. But yes, so other than that, though, y'all are awesome. And I'll see you guys on the next one. And I'm going to go ahead and roll the outro.